Tonight, we journey through the entire tapestry of medieval Scotland. Here, warriors carved kingdoms from stone and storm. Celtic druids whispered secrets beneath sacred oaks. Viking longships cut through dark waters, while castle walls rose against starlit skies. From the mysterious Picts who painted symbols on standing stones to Robert the Bruce's triumph at Bannockburn, we'll explore 1,000 years of Scottish history. You'll witness the birth of clans, the rise and fall of kings, and the forging of a nation that would inspire the world. Before we begin this journey through the mists of Scottish history, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Also, leave a comment letting us know where you're watching from and what time it is in your part of the world. Now settle back as we travel to a time when Scotland was young, wild and unconquered. The year is 400 AD. The Roman legions have withdrawn from Britain, leaving behind empty forts and crumbling walls. North of Hadrian's Wall, a different world emerges from the shadows of empire. This is ancient Scotland, a land of 4 kingdoms locked in eternal struggle. The Highland peaks catch morning mist like ancient guardians keeping watch. Rivers carve silver paths through glens where no Roman foot has tread. Here, the old Celtic ways survive. Druids still chant beneath sacred groves. Warriors paint their faces blue before battle. The spirits of mountain and loch remain undisturbed. 4 peoples share this rugged landscape, each claiming their portion of Scottish soil. In the north and east, the Picts hold sway, mysterious and unconquerable. The western Highlands and islands belong to the Scots of Dalriada, recent arrivals from Ireland who bring new gods and new ambitions. The southern regions shelter the Britons, cousins to those conquered by Rome, while Anglo-Saxon settlers push northward along the eastern coast. Each kingdom maintains its own customs. The Picts carve strange symbols into standing stones that dot their territory like ancient riddles. Their warriors ride small horses across heather moors, swift as hunting hawks. They speak in tongues that outsiders cannot decipher. Their kings rule from stone circles older than memory. The Scots bring different traditions from across the Irish Sea. They worship a carpenter god who conquered death. Their poets sing of heroes and cattle raids. Their kings trace bloodlines back to legendary warriors who sailed the Western Ocean. They build their halls of timber and thatch, gathering around central fires to share stories and mead. The southern Britons remember Rome's protection with mixed longing and relief. Some still speak Latin in their hill forts. They know Roman engineering, Roman law, Roman ways of war, yet they also cling to older traditions, to the mysteries their ancestors knew before eagles flew above British soil. The Anglo-Saxons represent the newest presence in this northern wilderness. They farm the fertile lowlands with iron ploughs. Their warriors fight in shield walls, disciplined and deadly. They worship storm gods and battle ravens. Their poets sing in halls lit by torchlight, celebrating warfare and the fleeting nature of earthly glory. Between these kingdoms flows constant tension. Cattle raids cross invisible borders. Young warriors seek glory in their neighbours' territory. Marriage alliances bind enemies temporarily together before new quarrels tear them apart. The land itself seems to encourage division with its mountains and rivers that create natural boundaries, yet something deeper connects all these peoples beyond their differences. They share the Scottish landscape with its harsh beauty and demanding seasons. Winter binds them all in snow and darkness. Summer calls them all to harvest and celebration. The same stars shine above Pictish stones and Scottish halls, above British hill forts and Anglo-Saxon settlements. Spring arrives slowly in the Scottish Highlands. Ice melts from mountain streams, sending torrents cascading into the glens below. Wildflowers push through dark earth. Sheep heavy with wool emerge from winter shelter. Children born in the dark months see sunlight for the first time. Life stirs again across a land that winter held in its frozen grip. This is Scotland in the dawn of its medieval age. 4 kingdoms, 4 peoples, one destiny they cannot yet imagine. The threads of their separate stories will soon weave together into something greater than the sum of its parts. But first, They must learn who they truly are. Deep in the Scottish Highlands, stone monuments rise from purple heather like messages from another world. The Picts left these symbols scattered across their territory, carved with precision and filled with meaning that died with their civilization. Tonight, we step into their mysterious realm. The Picts called themselves the Painted People. Roman writers described warriors who decorated their bodies with intricate blue designs before battle. These tattoos told stories of lineage and achievement. A Pictish warrior's skin became his biography, written in symbols that struck terror into enemy hearts. Their kingdom stretched from the Grampian Mountains to the Northern Islands. Nowhere else in Europe did such a people exist. They built no cities like Rome. They left no written histories like the Greeks. Instead, they spoke through stone, carving messages that scholars still struggle to decode 15 centuries later. The symbol stones stand sentinel across the Pictish landscape. Some rise taller than a mounted warrior, others nestle in forgotten corners of Highland glens. Each bears carefully carved images: serpents, eagles, mirrors, combs, crescents, strange beasts that blend reality with imagination. These symbols appear nowhere else in the ancient world. What did they mean? The serpent might represent wisdom or royal lineage. The eagle could symbolize strength or divine connection. The mirror and comb suggest feminine power, or perhaps the duality of existence. Modern archaeologists can only guess at meanings that once formed the foundation of Pictish identity. The Picts organized their society differently from their Celtic neighbours. Royal succession passed through the female line. A king's heir came not from his son but from his sister's child. This system created complex webs of relationship and rivalry. It also elevated women to positions of power rare in the early medieval world. Pictish women could inherit land, lead clans, even rule kingdoms in their own right. The symbol stones sometimes feature prominently placed mirrors and combs, possibly indicating feminine authority. Later, Scottish queens would trace their legitimacy back to Pictish royal bloodlines that flowed through mother's milk rather than father's sword. Their warriors fought differently too. While Celtic armies relied on individual champions and berserker fury, the Picts developed sophisticated battlefield tactics. They used the Highland terrain to their advantage, drawing enemies into carefully prepared ambushes. Their cavalry struck from concealment and vanished into mist-shrouded glens. Roman expeditions into Pictish territory ended in disaster. Entire legions disappeared into the Highlands, swallowed by a landscape that seemed to fight alongside its people. The Romans built walls to keep the Picts out, rather than attempt conquest. Even the mighty empire that subdued Gaul and conquered Britain met its match in the painted warriors of Caledonia. The Picts left traces of their advanced craftsmanship throughout Scotland. Their metalworkers created silver chains of impossible intricacy, each link connected to the next through techniques that modern smiths struggle to replicate. Pictish jewellery displayed mathematical precision combined with artistic vision that rivaled anything produced in contemporary Europe. Their stone carvers possessed similar skill. The symbols decorating their monuments required not just artistic ability, but deep understanding of proportion and balance. Some stones feature complex geometric patterns that suggest knowledge of advanced mathematics. Others display realistic animal carvings that capture movement and personality with breathtaking accuracy. The Picts worshipped ancient gods whose names echo through Highland folklore. Water spirits dwelt in lochs and rivers. Mountain deities watched from snow-capped peaks. The aurora borealis became the dance of supernatural beings celebrating victories in otherworldly battles. Christianity would eventually reach Pictish territory, but it adapted itself to older, deeper spiritual traditions. Archaeological evidence reveals sophisticated Pictish settlements. Their hill forts commanded strategic positions throughout the Highlands. Underground souterrains provided secure storage for grain and treasure. Brocks, unique circular towers, dotted the northern landscape like ancient lighthouses guiding travellers through dangerous territory. The Pictish language vanished with their political independence. Scholars debate whether it belonged to the Celtic family or represented something entirely unique. Place names preserve fragments. Aberdeen means mouth of the River Dee. Pitlochry contains the Pictish word pit, meaning portion of land. These linguistic fossils hint at a tongue that once rang through Highland glens. Their art influenced everything that followed. The intricate knotwork patterns adorning later Celtic manuscripts show clear Pictish influence. Scottish heraldry preserves animals and symbols first carved on Pictish stones. Even modern Scottish identity carries genetic material inherited from these mysterious painted warriors. As the 8th century dawned, Pictish power remained strong. Their kings ruled from fortified hilltops overlooking territories their ancestors had defended against Rome. Their symbol stones marked boundaries that hostile neighbours crossed at their peril. The painted people seemed destined to endure forever, masters of a Highland realm that bowed to no outside authority. But destiny had other plans. Change approached from the west, carried by ambitious men who would transform the Pictish mystery into the foundation of medieval Scotland. Across the narrow sea from Ireland's green shores, a new people brought different dreams to Scottish soil. The Scots of Dalriada arrived in the 5th century, seeking land for their growing clans and glory for their ambitious kings. They would plant the seeds of a kingdom that would one day rule all Scotland. The Western Highlands welcomed these Irish settlers with familiar landscapes. The same Atlantic winds that shaped their homeland carved fjords and sea lochs into the Scottish coast. Islands dotted the waters like stepping stones across the sea. Mountains rose from shoreline to sky with the same dramatic beauty that had cradled their ancestors. Here, they could build a new Dalriada to rival the old kingdom they had left behind in Ireland. Their first settlements clustered around natural harbours where longboats could beach safely. Dunad emerged as their royal fortress, a rocky hill rising from Kilmartin Glen like a crown of stone. From its summit, Dalriadan kings could survey their growing domain and watch for enemies approaching by land or sea. The fortress commanded ancient trade routes that had carried goods through these valleys since the Bronze Age. The Scots brought more than just ambition to their new homeland. They carried Christianity in their hearts and on their tongues. Irish monks had already begun spreading the gospel throughout the Celtic world. The Scots of Dalriada became willing partners in this spiritual revolution that would transform Highland culture. St. Columba arrived on the sacred island of Iona in 563, carrying books and sacred vessels from Ireland's monasteries. He established a religious community that would become the spiritual heart of Scottish Christianity. From Iona, monks ventured forth to convert Picts and Britons, carrying not just religion but also literacy, art and learning. The monastery at Iona developed its own distinctive artistic style. Illuminated manuscripts combined Celtic knotwork with Christian symbols. Stone crosses rose throughout Dalriadan territory, marking the advance of the new faith. These crosses bore intricate carvings that wove together pagan and Christian imagery, creating synthesis rather than replacement. Dalriadan society organized itself around kinship groups called clans. Each clan traced its lineage back to legendary ancestors whose stories grew with each telling. The clan system provided both identity and security in a dangerous world. Your clan determined your place in society, your obligations to others, and your claim to protection when enemies threatened. The royal clan of Dalriada claimed descent from Fergus More, the great king who supposedly led the original migration from Ireland. This bloodline carried mystical significance that exceeded mere political power. Dalriadan kings ruled not just through strength but through divine sanction, inherited from their heroic ancestors. Their warriors fought with distinctly Irish weapons and tactics. Long spears and round shields dominated their equipment. They preferred individual combat to massed formations, seeking personal glory in battle. Irish battle fury, combined with Highland terrain knowledge, made them formidable opponents despite their relatively small numbers. The Scots established a network of fortified settlements throughout their western territories. These strongholds controlled river valleys and sea passages, extending Dalriadan influence deep into the Highland interior. Each fort became a centre of clan authority, where local chiefs dispensed justice and collected tribute from surrounding communities. Trade connections with Ireland remained strong throughout the Dalriadan period. Ships carried goods back and forth across the narrow sea that separated the two Dalriadas. Irish scholars visited Scottish monasteries. Scottish warriors served Irish kings. The cultural exchange enriched both kingdoms while maintaining distinct identities. Music and poetry flourished in Dalriadan halls. Bards preserved clan histories in epic verses that took days to recite completely. Harpers accompanied their songs with melodies that captured Highland beauty and warrior courage. These oral traditions became the foundation of Scottish literature, preserving ancient wisdom in memorable verse. The Scots gradually expanded eastward from their coastal strongholds. They intermarried with Pictish nobles, creating networks of relationship that crossed ethnic boundaries. Some Pictish clans accepted Dalriadan overlordship in exchange for protection. Others allied with the Scots against common enemies threatening both peoples. Warfare remained constant throughout the early Dalriadan period. Viking raiders struck coastal settlements with increasing frequency. Anglo-Saxon armies pressed northward into traditionally Celtic territories. Internal conflicts between rival clans weakened resistance to external threats. Only strong leadership could unite the scattered Scottish settlements into effective opposition. Several Dalriadan kings emerged as particularly capable leaders. Aidan MacGibrain extended Scottish influence far beyond its original boundaries. He challenged Pictish supremacy in the north, while maintaining Irish connections in the west. His reign demonstrated the potential for Scottish power to transcend its humble origins. The Scots developed distinctive architectural styles suited to their Highland environment. Their churches combined Irish and Pictish influences in unique synthesis. Round towers provided both religious symbolism and practical defence. Stone carving reached new levels of sophistication as Scottish craftsmen absorbed techniques from multiple traditions. By the 8th century, Dalriada had evolved from a collection of Irish settlements into a genuine Scottish kingdom. Its influence extended throughout the Western Highlands and Islands. Its missionaries had converted much of Pictish territory to Christianity. Its warriors commanded respect from enemies and allies alike. Yet the Scots of Dalriada faced constant challenges to their survival. Larger, more powerful neighbours surrounded their relatively small territory. Internal clan rivalries weakened central authority. The very geographical features that had attracted Irish settlers also invited attack from multiple directions. The future of medieval Scotland would depend on whether the Scots could overcome these challenges through alliance, conquest, or political innovation. Their destiny lay intertwined with their Pictish neighbours, whose mysterious symbols and ancient territories beckoned toward unification under a single crown. The Scottish Highlands had never known peace, but the 8th century brought conflicts that would reshape the very foundations of northern Britain. Three forces converged on Scottish soil like gathering storm clouds. Viking longships cutting through northern seas, Anglo-Saxon armies pushing northward through the lowlands, and the internal tensions between Picts and Scots reaching a breaking point. From the North Sea came the dragon ships. Viking raiders had discovered the wealth hidden in Scottish monasteries and royal halls. These Scandinavian warriors brought new levels of ferocity to Highland warfare. Unlike previous enemies who sought political advantage, the Vikings came for plunder, slaves, and land to settle their growing populations. The first Viking attacks struck coastal settlements with devastating suddenness. Iona, the sacred heart of Scottish Christianity, suffered repeated raids that scattered its monks and burned its libraries. Centuries of accumulated wisdom disappeared in flames as pagan warriors sought silver and gold among sacred manuscripts. The monastery that had converted the Highlands to Christianity became a symbol of Christian vulnerability. Pictish coastal fortresses, built to watch for enemies from the south, proved inadequate against attacks from the sea. Viking longships could navigate shallow rivers and strike deep into previously secure territory. Pictish symbol stones became silent witnesses to Viking raids that swept away generations of accumulated wealth and learning. The Scots of Dalriada faced particular vulnerability to Viking assault. Their western territories offered numerous landing sites for enemy ships. Their scattered settlements provided easy targets for hit-and-run attacks. Worst of all, the Vikings established permanent bases in the Scottish Highlands, creating staging areas for continuous raids against the mainland. Anglo-Saxon pressure from the south created additional complications for both Picts and Scots. The kingdoms of Northumbria had consolidated much of northern England under their authority. Their armies pushed steadily northward, seeking to extend their boundaries to natural barriers like the Forth River. This expansion threatened to divide Pictish territory and isolate Dalriada from potential allies. The Battle of Nectansmere in 685 demonstrated both Pictish military capability and the growing complexity of Scottish warfare. When Northumbrian armies invaded deep into Pictish territory, King Bredy mac Billy assembled a coalition of Highland clans to meet the threat. The resulting battle annihilated the Northumbrian army and killed their king, establishing Pictish supremacy in the north for another generation. Yet victory against one enemy only intensified pressure from others. Viking raids increased in frequency and boldness as they tested Pictish coastal defences. Internal conflicts between Pictish clans weakened central authority just when unity was most essential. The kingdom that had humbled Northumbria began to fragment under multiple pressures. The Scots of Dalriada faced their own crisis of leadership during this turbulent period. Succession disputes divided the royal clan into rival factions. Some kings sought alliance with their Pictish neighbours. Others maintained traditional hostility toward the Painted Warriors. These divisions paralysed Scottish resistance to Viking raids that devastated their western territories. Climate change added another layer of difficulty to an already complex situation. The medieval warm period was ending, bringing cooler temperatures and shorter growing seasons to the Highlands. Crop failures became more frequent. Populations that had expanded during warmer centuries now struggled to find adequate food. Environmental stress intensified competition for resources throughout Scottish territories. The collision of cultures created unexpected opportunities alongside obvious dangers. Intermarriage between Pictish and Scottish nobility increased as both peoples sought allies against common threats. These marriages created complex webs of relationship that transcended traditional ethnic boundaries. Children of mixed heritage inherited claims to both Pictish and Scottish territories. Trade networks adapted to the new realities of constant warfare. Merchants developed routes that avoided the most dangerous areas. Craftsmen created portable wealth that could be quickly hidden from raiders. Monasteries established multiple scriptoriums to preserve their learning against future attacks. Economic life became more resilient but less prosperous under the constant threat of violence. Cultural synthesis accelerated as isolated communities sought whatever advantages they could find. Pictish warriors adopted Scottish battle tactics. Scottish craftsmen incorporated Pictish symbols into their metalwork. Christian missionaries adapted pagan festivals to religious purposes. The rigid boundaries between peoples began to blur under pressure from common enemies. Viking settlement patterns differed significantly from their raiding activities. Where raiders sought quick profit, settlers established permanent communities that required accommodation with existing populations. Some Vikings intermarried with Scottish women and adopted local customs. Others maintained purely Scandinavian enclaves that remained foreign to their surroundings. The most successful Scottish leaders began to think beyond traditional tribal loyalties. They recognized that survival required larger political units capable of organizing effective defense against multiple threats. Some experimented with confederation agreements that united multiple clans under temporary leadership. Others sought to establish personal kingdoms that transcended ethnic boundaries. Religious changes accompanied political upheaval throughout the Scottish Highlands. Viking raids had scattered many monastic communities, but they had also demonstrated Christianity's vulnerability to pagan assault. Some Scottish Christians began incorporating warrior elements into their religious practices. Others retreated into remote hermitages where they could practice contemplative spirituality away from worldly violence. The transformation of Highland warfare reflected broader changes in medieval military technology. Viking weapons and armour influenced Scottish smiths. Pictish fortification techniques evolved to meet new challenges. Castle architecture began incorporating elements from multiple traditions as builders adapted to changing tactical requirements. By the end of the 8th century, the old certainties of Highland politics had dissolved. Pictish supremacy faced challenges from multiple directions. Scottish independence seemed threatened by more powerful neighbours. Viking control of the Northern Islands appeared permanent. The stage was set for revolutionary changes that would create something entirely new from the collision of ancient cultures. The solution would come from an unexpected source, a man who could claim legitimacy in both Pictish and Scottish traditions, while possessing the vision to transcend both. His name was Kenneth MacAlpin, and he would forge a new kingdom from the chaos of cultural collision. The year was 843. In the wild lands north of the Forth, two ancient peoples had warred for centuries. The Picts controlled the northern Highlands with their mysterious symbols and warrior kings. The Scots of Dalriada held the western shores, their longboats cutting through Atlantic mists. No one believed these fierce enemies could ever unite. Then came Kenneth MacAlpin, a man who would change everything. Kenneth possessed something remarkable in those violent times. He carried the blood of both peoples in his veins. His father was Alpin, king of the Scots. His mother descended from Pictish royalty. When both kingdoms faced extinction from Viking raiders, Kenneth saw what others could not. Unity meant survival. The Vikings had been relentless. Their dragon ships appeared like nightmares from the sea, bringing fire and sword to coastal settlements. The Picts and Scots fought them separately, bleeding themselves white in endless skirmishes. Kenneth understood that divided, both peoples would perish. Together they might endure. But how does one unite enemies who have spent generations killing each other? Kenneth began with diplomacy where his predecessors had used only force. He spoke to Pictish nobles in their own tongue. He honoured their customs while asserting his royal claims. When persuasion failed, he showed the iron beneath his velvet words. The exact details of Kenneth's unification remain shrouded in Highland mist. Some chronicles speak of a great feast where Pictish nobles were massacred. Others tell of political marriages and careful negotiation. Perhaps both stories hold truth. In those brutal times, a crown required both cunning and cruelty. What we know for certain is this. By 843, Kenneth ruled both peoples as one. The ancient kingdom of Alba was born, taking its name from the Gaelic word for Scotland. From his stronghold at Scone, Kenneth commanded territory stretching from the Western Isles to the eastern lowlands. The Picts and Scots were no more. Now there were only the Scots of Alba. Kenneth understood that symbols matter as much as swords. He moved the sacred relics of St. Columba to his new capital. The holy bones gave divine blessing to his reign, while uniting Christian Picts and Scots under one faith. He kept Pictish laws where they served his purpose, but imposed Scottish customs when they strengthened his rule. The Stone of Destiny became central to his coronation ceremonies. This ancient block of sandstone had crowned Pictish kings for centuries. By sitting upon it, Kenneth claimed their legitimacy as his own. Every Scottish king who followed would place their feet upon that sacred stone, linking them to Kenneth's great achievement. Kenneth ruled for 16 years, long enough to see his unification take root. He fought Vikings, Britons and Angles with equal ferocity. But his greatest battles were won not on bloody fields, but in the halls of nobles, where he convinced proud warriors to bend the knee to a united Scotland. When Kenneth died in 858, he left something that had never existed before, a single Scottish kingdom. His sons inherited not just territory, but a new identity. The age of petty kingdoms was ending. Medieval Scotland was beginning. The chroniclers called him Kenneth I, King of Scots. But perhaps his greatest title was the simplest, Kenneth the Unifier. In an age of division, he created unity. In a time of weakness, he forged strength. From the blood-soaked stones of ancient battlefields, he built the foundations of a kingdom that would endure for centuries. Creating a kingdom from warring tribes required more than conquest. Kenneth MacAlpin faced challenges that would have broken lesser men. How do you rule people who speak different languages? How do you unite warriors who have spent lifetimes as enemies? Kenneth's genius lay not just in winning power, but in keeping it. The Picts had their own ancient laws, passed down through generations of stone-carving kings. The Scots followed different customs brought from their Irish homeland centuries before. Kenneth could have imposed one system on all his subjects. Instead, he chose the harder path of synthesis. Pictish law governed inheritance and property rights in the north. Scottish traditions ruled succession and warfare in the west. Where customs conflicted, Kenneth's word became the new law. Language posed another barrier to unity. The Picts spoke a mysterious tongue that died with their kingdom. Most modern scholars can barely decipher their stone inscriptions. The Scots used Gaelic, the musical language of Celtic Ireland. Kenneth made Gaelic the language of his court and administration. Slowly, steadily it spread throughout his realm. The Pictish tongue faded like morning mist, leaving only carved symbols to mark its passing. The Christian Church became Kenneth's greatest ally in unification. Both Picts and Scots followed the Celtic Christian tradition, with its distinctive practices and fierce independence from Rome. Kenneth strengthened ties with influential monasteries like Iona and Dunkeld. These holy places became centres of learning and administration for his growing kingdom. Abbots served as advisors, scribes copied laws, and monks taught royal children. The cross and the crown worked as one. Kenneth established a new kind of kingship for Olba. Previous rulers had been war chiefs, leading by strength and charisma alone. Kenneth created institutions that would outlast any individual king. He appointed officials to govern distant territories in his name. He established regular assemblies where nobles could voice concerns and receive royal justice. Most importantly, he created a clear system of succession that would prevent civil war after his death. The capital at Scone became the beating heart of Kenneth's kingdom. Here stood his great hall, where nobles from across Alba gathered for feasts and councils. Here lay the sacred mound where kings received their crowns. Here rested the Stone of Destiny and the relics of St. Columba. Scone was more than a seat of government. It was a symbol that reminded all subjects of their unity under one crown. Kenneth's economic policies showed equal vision. He encouraged trade between the Highlands and Lowlands, breaking down barriers that had existed for centuries. Pictish craftsmen learned Scottish techniques while Scottish farmers adopted Pictish methods. New roads connected isolated communities to markets and administrative centres. Slowly, prosperity grew from the ashes of endless warfare. The king also understood the importance of marriage alliances. He wed his daughters to noble Pictish families, creating blood ties between former enemies. His sons married Scottish princesses, cementing loyalties within his own people. These unions were more than political arrangements. They were bridges that carried trust and understanding between communities that had known only hatred. Kenneth's greatest challenge was military organisation. The Picts and Scots had different fighting styles, weapons and tactics. He gradually created a unified army that combined the best of both traditions. Pictish heavy cavalry charged alongside Scottish foot soldiers. Pictish siege engines supported Scottish raiders. Former enemies now fought side by side against Viking invaders and aggressive neighbours. By the end of his reign, Kenneth had achieved something remarkable. Travellers could journey from the Hebrides to the Highlands speaking one language and following one law. Nobles who had inherited centuries of blood feuds now served together in the same royal court. A collection of warring tribes had become a medieval kingdom. The foundations Kenneth laid would support Scottish independence for centuries to come. While Kenneth MacAlpin built his kingdom, terror swept across the northern seas. The Vikings had awakened from their Scandinavian fjords like dragons from ancient lair. Their longships carried death to every coast they touched. Ireland burned. Northern England bled. Now they turned their hungry eyes toward the mountains and islands of Alba. The first Viking raid struck Scotland's western coast around 795, nearly 50 years before Kenneth's unification. The monastery of Iona, sacred to Scottish Christianity, suffered repeated attacks. Holy men who had spent their lives copying scriptures and teaching children were butchered like cattle. Sacred books burned while golden reliquaries filled Viking treasure chests. The age of peaceful monasticism was ending in fire and blood. These Norse raiders were unlike any enemy the Celts had faced. They came from the sea without warning, struck with savage efficiency, then vanished before organised resistance could form. Their shallow draft longships could navigate rivers and lochs far inland. No coastal settlement was safe from their sudden appearance. Scottish warriors, trained for pitched battles between clan armies, struggled to adapt to this new kind of warfare. The Vikings brought more than swords and axes. They carried revolutionary shipbuilding techniques, superior metalwork and ruthless military organisation. Their weapons were forged from steel that could split Scottish iron like kindling. Their tactics emphasised speed, surprise and overwhelming violence. Most terrifyingly, they felt no reverence for Christian sanctuaries that Celts considered inviolate. Kenneth's united kingdom faced its first great test when Viking armies began establishing permanent bases. The Norwegian king Magnus Barelegs claimed dominion over all islands around Scotland. His warriors seized the Hebrides, Orkney and Shetland. From these strongholds they launched deeper raids into the Scottish mainland. The very sea that had protected Scotland now became a highway for its enemies. But the Vikings underestimated Scottish resilience. Kenneth and his successors adapted their tactics to fight this new threat. They fortified coastal monasteries, turning holy places into military strongholds. They built beacon systems to warn of approaching longships. Most importantly, they learned to fight the Vikings on their own terms, using mobility and surprise rather than traditional pitched battles. The mountainous terrain of Scotland became a powerful ally against Viking expansion. While the raiders could devastate coastal areas, they struggled to maintain control of inland territories. Scottish warriors retreated into glens and highlands where Viking cavalry was useless, and local knowledge provided crucial advantages. Every valley became a potential trap for overconfident invaders. Kenneth's successors developed new military strategies specifically designed to counter Viking strengths. They created mobile forces that could respond quickly to raids while maintaining defensive positions in key locations. They established alliance networks with Irish and Welsh rulers who faced similar threats. Most cleverly, they began recruiting Viking mercenaries to fight against other Vikings, turning Norse military skills against their own people. The constant pressure of Viking warfare forged a harder, more unified Scottish identity. Picts and Scots, who might have remained suspicious of each other, found common cause against foreign invaders. Regional differences seemed less important when dragon ships appeared on the horizon. The shared experience of defending their homeland against pagan raiders strengthened the bonds Kenneth had created through political unification. Scottish Christianity also evolved under Viking pressure. Monasteries became centres of resistance rather than peaceful contemplation. Warrior monks fought alongside secular soldiers while preserving ancient texts and traditions. The Church developed a militant character that would influence Scottish religious culture for centuries. God's servants learned to wield swords as skillfully as they copied scriptures. Economic changes accompanied military adaptation. Viking raids disrupted traditional trade routes but also created new opportunities. Scottish craftsmen learned to make superior weapons and tools by studying captured Viking equipment. Coastal communities relocated inland, establishing new patterns of settlement that would persist long after the Viking threat ended. The kingdom became more self-sufficient and militarily organised. The Vikings ultimately failed to conquer Scotland, but they changed it forever. Their pressure accelerated Scottish political unification, while forcing military innovations that made the kingdom stronger. The medieval Scottish warrior culture that would produce heroes like William Wallace and Robert the Bruce was forged in the fires of Viking warfare. What might have destroyed a weaker people instead tempered Scottish steel. Kenneth MacAlpin's death in 858 could have shattered his carefully built kingdom. Succession crises had destroyed many medieval realms when strong founders passed away. But Kenneth had prepared for this moment with characteristic foresight. His laws of succession, his institutional reforms, and his careful cultivation of loyalty ensured that Alba would survive its creator. The crown passed to Kenneth's brother Donald, following Scottish custom rather than Pictish inheritance laws. This choice sent a clear message. Alba was fundamentally a Scottish kingdom, even though it incorporated Pictish territories and peoples. Donald ruled for only 4 years, but his peaceful succession established a crucial precedent. The kingdom Kenneth had built was stronger than any individual ruler. Constantine I, Kenneth's son, ascended the throne in 862 and ruled for 15 transformative years. Where his father had been the unifier, Constantine became the consolidator. He faced immediate challenges that tested every institution Kenneth had created. Viking raids intensified during his reign, while internal nobles tested the young king's authority. Constantine met both threats with skill that proved he had inherited more than his father's crown. The new king understood that symbols of royal authority needed constant reinforcement. He made regular progresses through his kingdom, showing himself to subjects who might otherwise forget their distant sovereign. At each stop, Constantine held court, dispensed justice, and received oaths of loyalty. These journeys served multiple purposes. They demonstrated royal power, gathered local intelligence, and maintained personal connections between crown and nobility. Constantine also strengthened the ecclesiastical foundations of Scottish kingship. He patronised monasteries that had suffered from Viking raids, rebuilding churches and restocking libraries. His support for religious institutions was more than piety. The Church provided educated administrators, loyal allies, and ideological justification for royal authority. Every monastery restored became a centre of royal influence throughout the kingdom. The king's military policies built upon Kenneth's innovations while addressing new challenges. Constantine created a more sophisticated system of military service that balanced the needs of defence with the realities of medieval agriculture. Nobles owed specific periods of armed service, but could return to their lands between campaigns. This system provided reliable military strength while maintaining economic productivity. Regional administration evolved during Constantine's reign into forms that would persist for centuries. The kingdom was divided into thanages, administrative units governed by royal appointees. These officials collected taxes, enforced laws, and commanded local military forces in the king's name. The thanage system extended royal authority into remote areas, while providing career opportunities for talented men regardless of their birth. Constantine III died in 877 during a Viking raid, but his death occurred while leading troops in battle rather than from illness or old age. This martial end reinforced the warrior image of Scottish kingship while demonstrating royal commitment to defending the realm. His son succeeded peacefully, proving that the institutional foundations of the kingdom had solidified during nearly 40 years of unified rule. The reign of Donald II, Constantine's successor, marked another milestone in Scottish consolidation. Donald ruled for only 2 years before dying in battle against Vikings, but his brief reign demonstrated the effectiveness of Kenneth's succession system. Royal authority passed smoothly despite the king's violent death and the ongoing external pressures facing the kingdom. By 880, the Kingdom of Alba had survived its first generation of rulers after Kenneth MacAlpin. 3 kings had died, but the crown had passed peacefully each time according to established law. Regional rebellions had been suppressed, Viking invasions had been repelled, and the basic institutions of government continued to function. Kenneth's achievement was complete. He had created not just a united kingdom, but a durable one. The consolidation period established patterns that would define Scottish kingship for centuries. Strong personal rule combined with institutional continuity. Military necessity balanced against economic needs. Royal authority tempered by noble privilege and Christian morality. These tensions would play out in different ways under different rulers, but the basic framework remained Kenneth MacAlpin's greatest legacy. Medieval Scotland had taken its final form by the end of the 9th century. A land that had been divided among multiple peoples now answered to a single crown. Ancient tribal loyalties had been transformed into feudal obligations. Pagan kingdoms had become a Christian realm. The wild Northlands had produced a sophisticated medieval state that would endure for centuries and inspire the world with its fierce independence. The boy who would become Malcolm Canmore was not yet born, but the kingdom that would shape him already existed. The stage was set for the great dramas of medieval Scottish history. The coming of the Normans, the wars with England, and the emergence of heroes whose names would echo through the ages. All of this became possible because Kenneth MacAlpin dared to dream of unity and possessed the skill to make his dreams real. 2 centuries passed after Kenneth MacAlpin's great unification. The kingdom of Alba had grown strong under the steady rule of his descendants. Viking raids had become less frequent as the Norsemen settled into their island strongholds. Trade flourished between Scotland and its neighbours. Monasteries copied manuscripts while craftsmen perfected their skills. But beneath this prosperity, tensions were building that would soon explode into civil war. Duncan. I came to the throne in 1034, inheriting a kingdom that seemed secure but harboured dangerous weaknesses. He was young, perhaps only in his early 30s, and possessed the confidence of youth without the wisdom of experience. The nobles who had served his grandfather Malcolm III watched this untested king with growing concern. Duncan spoke boldly of expanding Scottish territory and crushing his enemies, but his advisers wondered if he possessed the skill to achieve such ambitious goals. The new king's first great mistake was underestimating his most dangerous rival. Macbeth, Mayor of Moray, controlled vast territories in northern Scotland and commanded the loyalty of fierce Highland warriors. He had legitimate claims to the throne through his wife Gruch, whose first husband had been murdered on Duncan's orders. Macbeth also possessed something Duncan lacked, a reputation for military competence and political cunning. Duncan's character flaws became apparent soon after his coronation. He was impulsive where his predecessors had been calculating. He trusted flatterers more than experienced advisers. Most dangerously, he confused royal authority with personal invincibility. These weaknesses might have been overlooked in peaceful times, but Scotland's neighbours were growing stronger and more aggressive. The English kingdom to the south was experiencing its own transformation under Edward the Confessor. While Edward was personally pious and peaceful, his nobles hungered for expansion northward. They pressed claims to Scottish territories and encouraged rebellions against Duncan's rule. The English court welcomed Scottish exiles who fled Duncan's increasingly erratic governance. Duncan's military campaigns revealed his fundamental incompetence as a warrior king. His assault on Durham in 1039 ended in humiliating defeat. His forces were scattered by English defenders while Duncan himself barely escaped capture. This failure exposed Scottish weakness to every ambitious neighbour. Worse, it demonstrated to Duncan's own nobles that their king could not protect the realm. The kingdom's internal divisions deepened as Duncan struggled with external threats. The southern lowlands, influenced by English culture and trade, grew increasingly separate from the Gaelic Highlands. Nobles in different regions spoke different languages and followed different customs. Only strong royal leadership could hold these diverse territories together, but Duncan provided weakness instead of strength. Religious tensions added another layer of complexity to Scotland's problems. The Celtic Church, with its distinctive practices and independence from Rome, was under increasing pressure to conform to continental Christianity. Duncan supported church reform, but this alienated conservative nobles who saw traditional Celtic Christianity as part of Scottish identity. The king found himself caught between religious modernizers and traditionalists. Economic problems compounded political difficulties during Duncan's troubled reign. Poor harvests in the late 1030s created widespread hunger throughout the kingdom. Trade disruptions caused by constant warfare reduced royal revenues just when Duncan needed money most to pay his soldiers. The king began demanding higher taxes from nobles who were already questioning his competence. The final crisis came when Duncan attempted to assert direct control over Moray, Macbeth's northern stronghold. This aggressive move threatened not just Macbeth personally, but the traditional autonomy of Highland clans. Duncan had given his enemies the perfect excuse for rebellion while demonstrating his own political blindness. Macbeth's response was swift and decisive. In August 1040, the two armies met in battle near Elgin. Duncan's forces, weakened by desertion and poor leadership, crumbled before Macbeth's Highland charge. The young king died on the battlefield, his body pierced by his rival's sword. With Duncan's death, the kingdom that Kenneth MacAlpin had built faced its greatest crisis since Viking invasions. The seeds of conflict that had grown throughout Duncan's 6-year reign now burst into bloody flower. Scotland stood divided between those who supported Duncan's infant sons and those who recognised Macbeth as rightful king. The peaceful succession that had marked earlier centuries was shattered. Medieval Scotland was about to learn that even the strongest kingdoms could be broken by weak leadership and internal division. History remembers Macbeth as a tormented usurper driven mad by guilt and ambition. Shakespeare's genius created an immortal character, but the real Macbeth was far different from the tragic figure who stalks through English literature. The man who killed Duncan and ruled Scotland for 17 years was neither a monster nor a madman. He was a successful medieval king whose reign brought stability to a divided realm. Macbeth MacFindlaich possessed legitimate claims to the Scottish throne that were as strong as Duncan's own. Medieval succession laws were complex, often allowing multiple claimants within royal bloodlines. Macbeth's grandfather had been King of Scots before Duncan's line gained power. More importantly, his wife Gruach was daughter of King Kenneth III, giving their family direct descent from Kenneth MacAlpin himself. When Macbeth slew Duncan in battle, he was not committing murder, but asserting lawful authority. The new king understood that victory in battle meant nothing without political consolidation. Unlike Duncan, who had alienated nobles through arrogance and incompetence, Macbeth built coalitions of support throughout his kingdom. He confirmed Highland clans in their traditional rights while reassuring lowland nobles that their properties would be respected. His early years as king were marked by careful diplomacy rather than dramatic gestures. Macbeth's greatest achievement was bringing peace to Scotland after decades of internal strife. The constant rebellions and border wars that had plagued Duncan's reign ended under Macbeth's firm but fair rule. Trade resumed between Scotland and its neighbours. Monasteries that had been abandoned during the recent troubles were restored and repopulated. Craftsmen returned to their workshops while farmers planted their fields without fear of armies trampling their crops. The king's military policies showed the strategic thinking that Duncan had lacked. Rather than launching costly invasions of neighbouring kingdoms, Macbeth focused on securing Scotland's borders and maintaining internal order. He built alliances with Irish kings and Norwegian jarls who controlled Scotland's Western Isles. His diplomacy was so successful that foreign invasions virtually ceased during his long reign. Religious affairs under Macbeth reflected his political wisdom and personal piety. Unlike Duncan, who had alienated churchmen through heavy-handed reforms, Macbeth supported both Celtic and Roman Christian traditions within his kingdom. He made a pilgrimage to Rome in 1050, demonstrating his devotion while establishing diplomatic contacts with continental rulers. This journey, remarkable for any medieval king, showed Macbeth's confidence in his kingdom's stability. The pilgrimage to Rome also revealed Macbeth's wealth and the prosperity of his realm. Medieval chronicles record that he scattered silver coins among the poor of the Eternal City like seeds in a field. Such generosity was not mere display but practical diplomacy. European rulers took note of Scotland's apparent strength and prosperity under this supposedly barbarous Highland king. Macbeth's domestic policies created the foundation for Scotland's later medieval greatness. He established legal codes that balanced Celtic tradition with continental practice. His court attracted scholars and artists from across Europe, beginning a cultural renaissance that would continue under his successors. The king himself was literate in Latin as well as Gaelic, unusual for any medieval ruler and remarkable for one supposedly from the savage Highlands. The real tragedy of Macbeth's reign was its violent end, not its peaceful middle years. Duncan's sons, Malcolm and Donald, had found refuge in England and Northumbria after their father's death. They grew to manhood nursing grievances and planning revenge. English nobles, seeing opportunity in Scottish civil strife, provided the young princes with money, weapons and soldiers for their planned invasion. Malcolm Canmore's return to Scotland in 1054 began 3 years of devastating warfare that undid much of Macbeth's peaceful achievements. The conflict was not a simple struggle between good and evil, as Shakespeare portrayed, but a brutal civil war between rival claimants to the crown. Both sides committed atrocities. Both sides had legitimate grievances. Both sides believed God favoured their cause. Macbeth's defeat and death at Lumphanan in 1057 marked the end of an era in Scottish history. The Highland king, who had brought 17 years of peace to his realm, died sword in hand, defending his crown against enemies who outnumbered and outmanoeuvred his loyal followers. His stepson Lulach briefly claimed the throne but was murdered within months, ending the northern dynasty that had seemed so secure. The real Macbeth deserves to be remembered as more than Shakespeare's tormented villain. He was a capable ruler who brought stability to medieval Scotland during one of its most troubled periods. His reign demonstrated that Highland clans could govern as effectively as lowland nobles. His policies of religious tolerance and diplomatic engagement pointed toward the cosmopolitan Scotland that would emerge in later centuries. But history is written by victors, and Malcolm Canmore's line would rule Scotland for centuries after Macbeth's death. The new dynasty had every reason to blacken their predecessor's reputation, while glorifying their own claims to legitimacy. By the time Shakespeare wrote his great tragedy, the real Macbeth had been buried beneath layers of propaganda and legend. Only modern historians have begun to uncover the truth about Scotland's most misunderstood medieval king. Malcolm Canmore's victory over Macbeth in 1057 brought more than dynastic change to medieval Scotland. The new king carried with him ideas, customs, and ambitions that would transform his ancient kingdom beyond recognition. Malcolm had spent his formative years in the English court of Edward the Confessor. He spoke Norman French as fluently as Gaelic. He understood continental politics, military tactics, and administrative methods that were unknown in Highland castles. Scotland was about to become a very different place. The young king's first challenge was establishing his authority over nobles who had supported Macbeth's long reign. Many Highland clans viewed Malcolm as an English puppet, a foreign-raised prince who had conquered their rightful king with borrowed soldiers. The lowland nobles, who had grown comfortable with Macbeth's hands-off governance, wondered if this new ruler would prove as demanding as his father Duncan had been. Malcolm's early actions showed both diplomatic skill and ruthless determination. He confirmed loyal nobles in their traditional rights while systematically removing Macbeth's most powerful supporters from positions of authority. Those who submitted voluntarily were treated with honour and given new roles in the royal administration. Those who resisted faced military campaigns that demonstrated Malcolm's superior resources and tactical knowledge. The king's marriage strategy revealed his broader vision for Scotland's future. His first wife was Ingebjorg, probably a Norwegian princess connected to the rulers of Scotland's northern isles. This union secured Malcolm's northern borders while demonstrating his ability to negotiate as an equal with foreign royalty. But it was his second marriage that would change Scottish history forever. Margaret of Wessex arrived in Scotland as a refugee from Norman conquest. Her ship, blown off course while fleeing to the continent, landed on Scottish shores in 1068. Malcolm met this English princess and was immediately captivated. She was beautiful, cultured, and deeply religious. More importantly, she was sister to Edgar Atheling, the last Anglo-Saxon claimant to the English throne. Marriage to Margaret offered Malcolm both personal happiness and political opportunity. The royal wedding in 1070 marked the beginning of a cultural revolution in medieval Scotland. Margaret brought with her not just personal charm but a vision of kingship based on continental European models. She had spent time in the Hungarian court, one of Europe's most sophisticated centres of learning and culture. Her ideas about royal ceremony, court etiquette, and administrative efficiency gradually transformed Malcolm's rough Highland kingdom. Margaret's influence extended far beyond palace walls. She encouraged the adoption of continental fashions, architectural styles, and artistic traditions throughout Scotland. Noble families who wanted to remain in royal favour began imitating the new queen's preferences. Castles built during Malcolm's reign showed Norman and Germanic influences alongside traditional Scottish elements. The kingdom's visual appearance was changing as rapidly as its political culture. The king himself evolved under his wife's gentle influence. Malcolm had been raised as a Celtic warrior prince, more comfortable in the saddle than the throne room. Margaret taught him the arts of statecraft that would serve medieval kings well. Careful attention to ceremony, sophisticated diplomatic correspondence, and the cultivation of literary and artistic patronage that enhanced royal prestige throughout Europe. Malcolm's military campaigns reflected his transformed vision of Scottish power. Rather than simply defending his borders, he launched repeated invasions of northern England. These expeditions served multiple purposes. They kept his warriors occupied and loyal. They demonstrated Scottish strength to foreign observers, and they advanced Malcolm's claim to Northumbrian territories that had once belonged to Scottish kings. The king's relationship with the Norman conquerors of England was complex and constantly shifting. William the Conqueror viewed Malcolm as a dangerous enemy who harboured Anglo-Saxon refugees and threatened Norman rule in northern England. Malcolm saw the Normans as usurpers who had stolen his wife's rightful inheritance. Neither king trusted the other, but both recognised the need for occasional diplomacy to prevent constant warfare. Religious changes under Malcolm and Margaret would have profound consequences for Scottish Christianity. The royal couple supported reforms that brought Scottish church practices into line with continental standards. Celtic Christianity, with its distinctive tonsures, Easter calculations and monastic traditions, gradually gave way to Roman Orthodoxy. Many Highland clerics resented these changes, seeing them as attacks on Scottish identity itself. The court language slowly shifted from Gaelic to a mixture of Norman French, Latin and English during Malcolm's reign. Royal documents were increasingly written in Latin rather than vernacular languages. Court ceremonies adopted continental European protocols that emphasised royal majesty over the personal accessibility that had characterised earlier Scottish kings. Scotland was becoming more European and less Celtic with each passing year. Malcolm's 35-year reign established patterns that would define medieval Scotland for centuries to come. Royal marriages with foreign princesses became standard practice. Continental cultural influences were welcomed rather than resisted. The monarchy grew more sophisticated and administratively complex. Most importantly, Scotland began to see itself as a European kingdom rather than merely a collection of Celtic tribes. When Malcolm died in 1093 during yet another invasion of England, he left behind a kingdom utterly transformed from the one he had inherited. His sons spoke Norman French as their first language. His nobles dressed in continental fashions and followed European customs. His castles were built according to the latest architectural innovations. Medieval Scotland had entered the mainstream of European civilization, but at the cost of much that had made it distinctively Scottish. Margaret of Wessex became more than Malcolm Canmore's wife. She became the architect of Scotland's spiritual and cultural transformation. When this Anglo-Saxon princess first set foot on Scottish soil in 1068, she found a kingdom still largely shaped by Celtic traditions that stretched back to the age of St. Columba. When she died 25 years later, Scotland had become recognisably European in its religious practices, court culture and royal aspirations. The young queen's religious reforms began almost immediately after her arrival. Margaret was deeply pious, spending hours each day in prayer and charitable works that amazed even seasoned clerics. But her devotion was not merely personal. She possessed a sophisticated understanding of church theology and canon law that few Scottish bishops could match. Her education in the Hungarian court had exposed her to the latest continental religious thinking. Margaret's first target was the Scottish Church's distinctive practices that differed from Roman standard. Celtic Christianity had developed in isolation during centuries of Viking raids and political upheaval. Scottish priests calculated Easter according to ancient formulas that often disagreed with Roman dates. Their monastic rules emphasized asceticism and scholarship over the pastoral care that continental reformers preferred. Most visibly, they wore their hair in tonsures that marked them as different from their English and French counterparts. The Queen approached these sensitive religious issues with remarkable diplomatic skill. Rather than simply ordering changes, she organised councils where Scottish and continental clerics could debate theological questions. She invited learned monks from England and France to establish new monasteries in Scotland, creating centres of reformed religious practice that gradually influenced surrounding areas. Her methods were gradual and persuasive rather than sudden and confrontational. Margaret's charitable works became legendary throughout medieval Scotland. She personally served meals to the poor, washed the feet of beggars, and ransomed prisoners of war with her own money. These activities were not mere royal show, but genuine expressions of Christian compassion. They also served political purposes by demonstrating the Queen's commitment to Scottish people of all social classes. Even Highland nobles who resented her foreign origins could not question her sincere concern for their kingdom's welfare. The royal court's cultural transformation under Margaret's influence was equally dramatic. She introduced continental standards of literacy, art and music that elevated Scotland's international reputation. Travelling scholars who visited Malcolm's court reported sophisticated conversations in Latin, beautifully illuminated manuscripts, and musical performances that rivaled those heard in Paris or Rome. Scotland was no longer seen as a barbarous frontier, but as a respectable European kingdom. Margaret's influence on Scottish women was particularly profound. She established new convents that provided education and leadership opportunities for noble daughters. She encouraged the adoption of continental marriage customs that gave wives greater legal protection. Her own example showed that queens could be political advisers as well as mothers and hostesses. The position of women in Scottish society improved measurably during her lifetime. The Queen's architectural patronage transformed Scotland's physical landscape as profoundly as her religious reforms changed its spiritual character. She commissioned new churches built according to continental designs that emphasized vertical soaring rather than Celtic horizontal sprawl. Her favourite project was the reconstruction of the abbey at Dunfermline, which became a showcase of European architectural innovation, adapted to Scottish conditions and materials. Margaret's children carried her legacy forward in ways that would reshape Scottish history for centuries. She bore Malcolm 8 children who survived to adulthood, a remarkable achievement in medieval times when infant mortality was devastatingly high. More importantly, she supervised their education personally, ensuring they were literate in Latin and French as well as Gaelic. These princes would rule Scotland with distinctly European perspectives. The Queen's influence on Scottish law was subtler but equally important. She encouraged the adoption of written legal codes that reflected continental practice while respecting Celtic traditions. Her court became a place where disputes could be resolved through sophisticated legal reasoning rather than simply by royal whim or ancient custom. The rule of law grew stronger during her lifetime, creating foundations for more complex government in later centuries. Margaret's relationships with the Scottish nobility required constant diplomacy and occasional confrontation. Many Highland chiefs viewed her reforms as attacks on Scottish identity, while lowland nobles sometimes resented her influence over their king. She navigated these tensions by showing deep respect for Scottish history and traditions even while working to change them. Her genuine love for her adopted country was apparent to even her harshest critics. The Queen's death in 1093, just days after learning of her husband's death in battle, marked the end of an era in Scottish history. She had lived to see most of her religious reforms take root, and her cultural innovations accepted throughout the kingdom. Her sons were prepared to rule as European princes while remaining distinctly Scottish kings. Her daughters had married into noble families throughout Scotland, spreading her influence into the next generation. Margaret was canonised by the Catholic Church in 1250, becoming St. Margaret of Scotland. This official recognition of her holiness confirmed what many Scots had believed during her lifetime. She had been a true saint who transformed their kingdom through faith, wisdom, and compassion. Her shrine at Dunfermline became a pilgrimage destination that attracted visitors from across Europe, further enhancing Scotland's international reputation. The Anglo-Saxon refugee who had arrived by accident on Scottish shores left behind a kingdom that was fundamentally different from the one she had found. Celtic Scotland was giving way to European Scotland. Ancient traditions were being balanced with continental innovations. Medieval Scotland was becoming a major player in European politics and culture. Margaret's legacy would endure long after the Norman conquest of England was forgotten. When David ascended the Scottish throne in 1124, he brought with him revolutionary ideas that would transform medieval Scotland beyond recognition. The youngest son of Malcolm Canmore and St. Margaret had spent his formative years in the English court of Henry I. He understood Norman methods of government, continental approaches to economic development, and European standards of royal administration. Scotland was about to experience changes more dramatic than any since Kenneth MacAlpin's original unification. David possessed advantages that his predecessors had lacked. His English education had taught him Latin literacy, sophisticated legal reasoning, and military tactics perfected by Norman conquerors. His marriage to Matilda of Huntingdon brought vast English estates under Scottish control, providing resources that previous Scottish kings could never have imagined. Most importantly, his long apprenticeship in Henry's court had shown him how effective government could transform a medieval kingdom. The new king's first challenge was establishing his authority over nobles who viewed him with suspicion. Many Highland clans saw David as another foreign-educated prince who preferred English customs to Scottish traditions. They remembered how his brothers Edgar and Alexander had struggled to balance competing cultural influences during their reigns. David would need to prove that continental innovations could strengthen rather than weaken Scottish identity. David's solution was characteristically bold and far-sighted. Rather than simply imposing English methods on resistant Scottish nobles, he invited Norman, Flemish and Anglo-Saxon families to settle in Scotland and serve in his administration. These immigrants brought skills, connections and resources that complemented native Scottish strengths. The result was a unique fusion of Celtic and continental traditions that would define Scottish culture for centuries. The introduction of feudalism under David's reign represented the most systematic transformation in Scottish history since Kenneth MacAlpin's unification. Norman concepts of land tenure, military service and legal obligation gradually replaced ancient Celtic systems of kinship and personal loyalty. The process was neither sudden nor complete, but its effects were revolutionary. Scotland was becoming a European feudal monarchy while retaining distinctively Scottish characteristics. David's urban policies created the foundation of Scotland's medieval economy. He established burghs throughout his kingdom, chartered towns with special trading privileges and legal protections. These communities attracted merchants, craftsmen and traders who created wealth through commerce rather than agriculture alone. For the first time in Scottish history, significant numbers of people lived by trade rather than farming or warfare. The king's invitation to foreign settlers produced one of medieval Europe's most successful colonization programs. Norman knights received Scottish lands in exchange for military service. Flemish weavers established textile industries in Scottish towns. English monks founded monasteries that became centres of learning and agricultural innovation. Each immigrant group contributed specialised knowledge while adopting Scottish customs and loyalties. Religious reforms under David continued the work begun by his mother St. Margaret, but with greater systematic planning. He invited continental monastic orders to establish Scottish houses that followed international standards of religious observance. The Cistercians, Augustinians, and other reformed communities brought architectural innovations, agricultural techniques, and scholarly traditions that enriched Scottish intellectual life immeasurably. David's castle-building program changed Scotland's physical and military landscape dramatically. Stone fortifications replaced wooden palisades throughout the kingdom. These structures provided both defensive strength and visible symbols of royal authority. More importantly, they served as administrative centres where royal officials could govern distant territories effectively. The Scottish countryside was becoming dotted with imposing castles that demonstrated the monarch's growing power. The king's legal innovations created institutions that would survive for centuries. He established royal courts with jurisdiction over serious crimes, reducing the power of local nobles to dispense arbitrary justice. His legal codes balanced Norman efficiency with Scottish custom, creating a unique system that protected both royal authority and traditional rights. The rule of law was becoming stronger and more consistent throughout the kingdom. Economic development under David's reign produced unprecedented prosperity for medieval Scotland. The king standardized weights, measures and currency throughout his territories. He negotiated trading agreements with England, France and Flanders that opened new markets for Scottish products. Most revolutionary, he encouraged the development of industries beyond agriculture, creating the foundation for Scotland's later commercial success. David's military reforms created the most effective fighting force in Scottish history to that point. He combined traditional Scottish tactics with Norman innovations, creating armies that could fight successfully against any contemporary enemy. Heavy cavalry supported Highland infantry, while castle garrisons provided strategic strongpoints throughout the kingdom. Scotland was becoming a major military power in northern Britain. The king's relationship with England demonstrated his sophisticated understanding of international diplomacy. Despite his English estates and Norman connections, David maintained Scottish independence while avoiding destructive warfare. His support for Empress Matilda during the English Civil War showed both loyalty to personal allies and calculation of Scottish interests. He gained territory and influence without compromising his kingdom's sovereignty. David's administrative innovations created government structures that would serve Scottish kings for centuries. He established royal chancelleries that produced sophisticated written records. His household officials became the foundation of later royal bureaucracy. Most importantly, he created systematic methods for collecting taxes, administering justice, and commanding military service throughout his expanding kingdom. When David died in 1153, he left behind a kingdom utterly transformed from the one he had inherited. Scotland possessed European standard institutions while retaining its distinctive cultural identity. The economy had diversified beyond simple agriculture into trade and industry. The military had become capable of projecting power throughout northern Britain. Most importantly, Scotland had become a major player in European politics rather than an isolated Celtic fringe kingdom. David earned his historical nickname the Saint, not through religious miracles but through the miraculous transformation he worked upon medieval Scotland. His reign marked the true beginning of Scotland's golden age, when the kingdom would reach heights of prosperity, cultural achievement, and international influence that would not be surpassed for centuries. The revolutionary king had created revolutionary Scotland. The transformation David brought to Scotland went far beyond royal policies and urban development. He was introducing an entirely new way of organising society that would reshape every aspect of Scottish life. Feudalism had conquered England in 1066 with William's Norman army. Now it was coming to Scotland through invitation rather than conquest, but its effects would prove equally revolutionary. Under the ancient Celtic system, land belonged to the clan or tribe collectively. Chiefs held territory and trust for their people, and loyalty flowed upward through bonds of kinship and personal oath. This system had served Scotland well during centuries of constant warfare, creating fierce warrior traditions and unbreakable bonds between leaders and followers. But it was poorly suited to the more complex needs of medieval European civilization. Norman feudalism offered a completely different approach to organizing society. Land belonged ultimately to the king, who granted it to noble vassals in exchange for specific military and administrative services. These great lords subdivided their holdings among lesser nobles, who in turn granted land to knights and farmers. Every person in society knew exactly what they owed to those above them, and could expect from those below. The system created clear hierarchies and defined obligations. David's implementation of feudalism in Scotland was gradual and carefully planned. Rather than overthrowing existing arrangements suddenly, he began by granting feudal charters to Norman and Anglo-Saxon immigrants who settled in previously unsettled areas. These newcomers established feudal relationships on empty lands, while existing Celtic nobles retained their traditional holdings under traditional arrangements. The two systems coexisted for decades while gradually blending into something uniquely Scottish. The introduction of Norman military techniques accompanied feudal land grants. Heavy cavalry, the dominant force in continental warfare, required extensive training, expensive equipment, and large estates to support mounted knights. Scottish nobles who received feudal grants were expected to provide cavalry service to the crown, while maintaining traditional infantry forces drawn from their Celtic followers. The result was military forces that combined the best of both traditions. Castle building accelerated dramatically as feudalism spread throughout Scotland. Norman stone castles were both military strongholds and administrative centres, perfectly suited to feudal governance. Each castle controlled surrounding countryside while serving as headquarters for collecting taxes, dispensing justice, and organising military service. The Scottish landscape was being transformed by these imposing structures that symbolised new forms of royal authority. The economic implications of feudalism were equally profound. Under Celtic tradition, wealth came primarily from cattle, the portable riches that warriors could drive away from defeated enemies. Feudal agriculture emphasised grain production, requiring permanent settlement and long-term investment in land improvement. This shift from pastoral to agricultural economy supported larger populations and more complex forms of trade and craftsmanship. Religious institutions adapted to feudal organisation with remarkable success. David's monastic foundations received feudal grants that provided steady income for religious communities. In return, monasteries offered prayers for royal welfare, education for noble children, and administrative services for the crown. The church became deeply integrated into feudal society while maintaining its spiritual mission and international connections. Scottish women experienced significant changes under feudal law. Norman inheritance customs gave daughters greater property rights than Celtic tradition had allowed. Feudal marriage laws provided legal protections that traditional Celtic arrangements often lacked. Noble women could inherit and control feudal estates under certain circumstances, creating opportunities for female power that had been rare in earlier Scottish society. The linguistic impact of feudalism was gradual but ultimately transformative. Norman French became the language of royal administration and noble society. Latin remained the tongue of church and scholarship. Gaelic persisted among Highland clans and common people. This multilingual environment created Scotland's distinctive medieval culture, where Celtic traditions blended with continental innovations to produce something entirely new. Legal changes accompanied feudal land grants throughout David's kingdom. Norman law provided systematic procedures for resolving disputes over property, inheritance, and service obligations. Royal courts gained authority over matters that had previously been handled by clan leaders or local assemblies. The rule of law became more predictable and consistent, encouraging trade and economic development. Urban development accelerated as feudalism provided stable legal frameworks for commercial activity. Feudal lords founded burghs on their estates, creating markets and trading centres that generated income through tolls and taxes. These towns attracted merchants, craftsmen and traders, who created new forms of wealth beyond agricultural production. Scotland's economy was diversifying and becoming more sophisticated. The integration of immigrant Norman families into Scottish society proceeded more smoothly than anyone had expected. Norman knights married Celtic heiresses, creating bloodlines that combined continental expertise with Scottish territorial claims. Within a generation, many Norman families had become thoroughly Scottish while retaining their feudal skills and connections. Scotland was gaining strength through this peaceful cultural fusion. Resistance to feudal innovations was surprisingly limited considering the magnitude of social change. Highland clans that maintained traditional ways of life were not forced to adopt feudal arrangements immediately. Lowland nobles who embraced feudalism often retained clan loyalties alongside their new feudal obligations. The Scottish genius for adaptation allowed the kingdom to gain feudal advantages while preserving Celtic strengths. By the end of David's reign, Scotland had achieved a unique synthesis of feudal and Celtic elements that would define its medieval character. The kingdom possessed European-standard military forces, administrative systems, and economic institutions, while retaining distinctive Scottish cultural traditions. This fusion created a society that was both effectively organised and fiercely independent. The feudal revolution in Scotland succeeded because it was implemented gradually, voluntarily, and with respect for existing traditions. Unlike England, where feudalism arrived through conquest, Scotland adopted feudal innovations while maintaining political independence and cultural autonomy. The result was a stronger, more sophisticated kingdom that could compete with any European power while remaining unmistakably Scottish. The reign of William the Lion, David I's grandson, marked the pinnacle of medieval Scottish achievement. From 1165 to 1214, Scotland enjoyed nearly half a century of unprecedented prosperity, cultural flowering, and international influence. The kingdom that David had revolutionized reached maturity under William's long rule, becoming a major European power that commanded respect from England to the papal court. William inherited a kingdom already transformed by feudal innovations, urban development, and cultural synthesis. His challenge was not to initiate change, but to perfect the institutions his grandfather had created. The young king possessed both the vision to see Scotland's potential and the patience to nurture its gradual fulfilment. Under his guidance, medieval Scotland achieved a golden balance of strength and prosperity that would never be equalled. The economic foundations of Scotland's golden age rested on agricultural abundance and commercial expansion. Feudal farming methods had increased crop yields dramatically throughout the lowlands. The introduction of the heavy plough, three-field rotation, and improved livestock breeding created food surpluses that supported larger populations and more specialised occupations. Scotland was feeding itself more effectively than ever before in its history. Trade flourished under William's enlightened commercial policies. Scottish wool became prized throughout Europe for its quality and consistency. The kingdom's burghs developed into sophisticated trading centres that attracted merchants from England, France, Flanders, and beyond. Scottish coins circulated internationally, demonstrating the kingdom's growing economic credibility. Prosperity was spreading from royal court to common cottage throughout the realm. Urban culture reached new heights of sophistication during William's reign. Edinburgh, Perth, Stirling, and other major towns developed distinctive architectural styles that blended Norman grandeur with Scottish practical needs. Craftsmen achieved levels of skill that produced works of art as well as useful goods. Scottish goldsmiths, stone carvers, and manuscript illuminators created masterpieces that survive as testimony to medieval Scottish artistic achievement. The Church experienced its own golden age during William's long reign. Scottish monasteries became centres of learning that attracted scholars from across Europe. The kingdom's abbeys produced sophisticated theological works, historical chronicles, and artistic creations that enhanced Scotland's intellectual reputation. Religious architecture reached new levels of beauty and technical achievement in the great abbeys of Melrose, Jedburgh, and Kelso. William's military policies created the most formidable armed forces in Scottish history. The kingdom's armies combined traditional Celtic fury with Norman discipline and continental tactical innovations. Scottish heavy cavalry could charge with any European knights, while Highland infantry provided unmatched mobility and fighting spirit. The king's forces were capable of projecting power throughout northern Britain and beyond. Diplomatic achievements under William demonstrated Scotland's emergence as a major European power. The king negotiated as an equal with the greatest rulers of his age, Henry II of England, Philip Augustus of France, and Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. Scottish ambassadors appeared at royal courts throughout Europe, while foreign diplomats sought audiences with William. The kingdom had achieved international recognition of its sovereignty and importance. Cultural developments during the Golden Age created traditions that would define Scottish identity for centuries. The fusion of Celtic and Norman elements produced distinctive Scottish forms of literature, music, and artistic expression. Gaelic poetry flourished alongside Latin scholarship, while French romances influenced Scottish storytelling traditions. The kingdom was developing its own unique cultural voice within European civilization. Legal institutions matured during William's reign into sophisticated systems that balanced royal authority with traditional rights. Scottish law codes achieved recognition throughout Europe for their combination of practical effectiveness and theoretical sophistication. The kingdom's courts dispensed justice according to consistent principles, while adapting to local conditions and customs. The rule of law had become firmly established throughout the realm. Scientific and technological advances enhanced Scottish prosperity during the Golden Age. Monastic communities experimented with improved agricultural techniques, architectural innovations, and mechanical devices that increased productivity. Scottish engineers became renowned for their castle-building skills, while Scottish physicians gained recognition for their medical knowledge. The kingdom was participating fully in Europe's medieval renaissance of learning. Women enjoyed greater opportunities and recognition during Scotland's Golden Age than in most contemporary societies. Queen Ermengarde, William's wife, exercised significant political influence while patronising religious and cultural institutions. Noble women could inherit and control substantial estates under Scottish law. The cult of courtly love imported from France elevated the status of women in aristocratic society throughout the kingdom. The integration of different ethnic groups within Scotland achieved remarkable success during William's reign. Norman immigrants had become thoroughly Scottish, while retaining their continental skills and connections. Flemish settlers had established thriving communities that contributed specialised knowledge to the kingdom's economy. Celtic clans had adapted to feudal innovations while maintaining their distinctive traditions and loyalties. Border relationships with England remained complex but generally peaceful during most of William's reign. The two kingdoms engaged in both cooperation and competition, while avoiding the devastating warfare that had characterised earlier periods. By the end of William's reign, medieval Scotland had reached heights of achievement that amazed contemporary observers. The kingdom possessed sophisticated institutions, prosperous cities, powerful military forces, and distinctive cultural traditions. Scottish influence extended throughout northern Europe while the realm enjoyed internal peace and stability. The Golden Age represented medieval Scotland at its absolute pinnacle. This remarkable period of Scottish history demonstrated what the kingdom could achieve when blessed with effective leadership, peaceful conditions, and favourable circumstances. The institutions created during the Golden Age would survive centuries of later troubles, while the memory of this achievement would inspire Scottish patriots during their darkest hours. Medieval Scotland had proven itself capable of greatness that rivaled any European power. Alexander III's accession to the Scottish throne in 1249 marked the beginning of the final and greatest chapter in medieval Scotland's Golden Age. The young king inherited a prosperous, powerful kingdom that had achieved European recognition under his predecessors. His challenge was to maintain this success while facing new threats from ambitious neighbours and internal pressures. For 37 years, Alexander met these challenges with skill that made his reign the pinnacle of medieval Scottish achievement. The kingdom Alexander inherited was stronger than Scotland had ever been. Feudal institutions had matured into effective systems of government that balanced royal authority with traditional rights. Economic prosperity supported a growing population and increasingly sophisticated urban culture. Military forces combined the best of Celtic and Norman traditions to create armies capable of defending Scottish independence against any enemy. The stage was set for either continued greatness or spectacular collapse. Alexander's early reign was dominated by the continuing threat of Norwegian control over Scotland's Western Isles. The kings of Norway had claimed dominion over the Hebrides for centuries, treating these strategic islands as extensions of their own kingdom. This situation divided Scotland's territory while providing foreign enemies with bases for potential invasion. Alexander understood that true Scottish independence required control over all Scottish territory. The young king's diplomatic initiatives with Norway initially sought peaceful resolution of territorial disputes. He offered to purchase the Western Isles or negotiate other arrangements that would recognise Scottish sovereignty while respecting Norwegian commercial interests. These discussions dragged on for years while tensions mounted on both sides. Alexander grew increasingly frustrated with Norwegian intransigence, while King Haakon IV of Norway began planning military action to secure his claims. The crisis came to a head in 1263 when Haakon assembled the largest Norwegian fleet in history for an invasion of Scotland. Over 100 ships carrying thousands of warriors sailed from Bergen toward the Scottish coast. This armada represented the greatest military threat Scotland had faced since the Wars of Independence. Alexander's response would determine whether Scotland remained independent or became a Norwegian vassal state. The Battle of Largs on October 2nd, 1263, proved to be one of the most decisive engagements in Scottish history. Alexander's forces met the Norwegian invasion with tactical skill and strategic planning that demonstrated the maturity of Scottish military institutions. The Vikings who had terrorised Scottish coasts for centuries were finally defeated by the descendants of their former victims. Scottish independence was secured through Scottish arms on Scottish soil. The victory at Largs had consequences far beyond military success. Alexander's triumph demonstrated Scottish power to potential enemies throughout Europe, while boosting domestic confidence in royal leadership. The defeat of Europe's most feared maritime warriors showed that Scotland had achieved military parity with any contemporary power. The kingdom's international reputation soared while internal unity strengthened around the victorious king. Alexander's diplomatic follow-up to military victory showed the sophistication of Scottish statecraft under his rule. Rather than humiliating defeated Norway, he negotiated generous terms that allowed both kingdoms to retain their honour while establishing clear territorial boundaries. The Treaty of Perth in 1266 formally transferred the Western Isles to Scottish control while maintaining peaceful relations between former enemies. Scotland had gained territory through strength but secured it through wisdom. Economic prosperity during Alexander's reign reached unprecedented levels throughout the kingdom. Agricultural production benefited from peaceful conditions and continued technological improvements. Trade expanded with the integration of the Western Isles into the Scottish economy, while commercial relationships with England, France, and other neighbours flourished. Scottish burghs grew in size and sophistication as wealth spread throughout the kingdom. Cultural achievements during Alexander's peak years rivaled those of any European court. Scottish literature, art, and music developed distinctive characteristics that combined Celtic traditions with continental innovations. The king's court attracted scholars, artists, and musicians from across Europe, while patronising native Scottish talent. A unique Scottish Renaissance was flowering in the northern kingdom that amazed visiting foreigners. Religious institutions continued to flourish under Alexander's enlightened patronage. Scottish monasteries achieved European recognition for their scholarship, artistic production, and spiritual devotion. The kingdom's bishops participated as equals in international church councils, while maintaining the distinctive Scottish religious traditions that had developed over centuries. Faith and learning reinforced each other in creating a more sophisticated Scottish society. Legal developments during Alexander's reign created institutions that would survive for centuries. Scottish law achieved systematic codification that balanced royal authority with traditional rights and local customs. The kingdom's courts dispensed justice according to consistent principles, while adapting to regional variations and changing circumstances. Scotland possessed legal institutions as sophisticated as any in medieval Europe. The integration of the Western Isles into the Scottish kingdom proceeded with remarkable success, following their acquisition from Norway. Highland clans that had owed allegiance to foreign kings became loyal Scottish subjects without significant resistance. The island's strategic location enhanced Scottish power while their economic resources contributed to royal revenues. Alexander had not only gained territory, but successfully incorporated it into the kingdom. Internal stability during Alexander's reign allowed Scotland to focus on development rather than defence. The kingdom avoided the civil wars and succession disputes that plagued many contemporary realms. Royal authority was accepted throughout the country, while traditional regional autonomies were respected within the broader framework of national unity. Scotland had achieved a balance between central control and local freedom that few medieval kingdoms managed. Alexander's personal qualities as a ruler contributed significantly to his kingdom's success. He combined military courage with diplomatic wisdom, showing strength when necessary while preferring negotiation to warfare. His court was renowned for its justice, learning, and cultural sophistication. Foreign observers consistently praised the Scottish king's character and abilities, enhancing the kingdom's international reputation through respect for its ruler. By 1280, Scotland under Alexander III had reached the absolute pinnacle of medieval achievement. The kingdom possessed secure borders, prosperous cities, powerful military forces, sophisticated institutions, and distinctive cultural traditions. Scottish influence extended throughout northern Europe while the realm enjoyed unprecedented internal peace and stability. Medieval Scotland had achieved everything a medieval kingdom could hope to accomplish. The tragedy of Alexander's sudden death in 1286 would soon demonstrate how much Scottish success had depended on effective royal leadership. But during his lifetime, Alexander III proved that medieval Scotland could achieve greatness that rivaled any European power. His reign represented the culmination of centuries of development that had transformed a collection of Celtic tribes into one of Europe's most successful medieval kingdoms. March 19th, 1286. A wild storm lashed the Scottish coast as King Alexander III rode through the darkness toward Kinghorn. His councillors had begged him to wait until morning, but the king was eager to reach his young wife Yolande. He had married her only months before, hoping to secure the succession that had become his kingdom's greatest worry. At 54, Alexander was Scotland's most successful medieval ruler, but he had no male heir to inherit his crown. The horse stumbled on the cliff path. In an instant, Scotland's golden age ended with the snap of royal bones against coastal rocks. Alexander III was dead, leaving behind a kingdom at the pinnacle of medieval achievement and a succession crisis that would destroy everything he had built. The news spread through Scotland like wildfire. carrying with it the cold realization that the realm faced an uncertain future. Alexander's only direct heir was his granddaughter Margaret, the 3-year-old daughter of the King of Norway. This child, known to history as the Maid of Norway, had never set foot in Scotland. She spoke Norse rather than Gaelic or French. Her advisers were Norwegian courtiers who understood nothing of Scottish politics. Most troubling of all, she was a female child in an age when successful kingship required adult male leadership, capable of leading armies and commanding noble respect. The Scottish nobles faced an impossible choice. They could accept Margaret as their rightful queen, risking the kingdom's independence under Norwegian influence. They could reject her claim and choose another ruler, inviting civil war between rival claimants. Or they could seek outside arbitration, potentially compromising Scottish sovereignty to foreign interference. Every option carried dangerous consequences for the kingdom's future. Initially, the Scottish leadership chose to support Margaret's claim while seeking to limit Norwegian influence over their future queen. The Treaty of Bergen in 1290 arranged for Margaret's marriage to Prince Edward of England, son of King Edward VI. This agreement promised to unite the Scottish and English crowns while preserving Scottish independence and traditional laws. It seemed like an elegant solution that would strengthen both kingdoms against common enemies. But fate had crueler plans for medieval Scotland. In September 1290, the ship carrying 7-year-old Margaret toward her kingdom was driven off course by autumn storms. The child queen fell ill during the voyage and died in the Orkney Islands, never reaching the Scottish mainland. With her death, the direct line of Alexander III was extinguished. Scotland faced its first succession crisis since the unification under Kenneth MacAlpin. The kingdom that had seemed so secure under Alexander's rule suddenly appeared vulnerable to every ambitious neighbour. 13 different claimants stepped forward to assert their rights to the Scottish crown. Each possessed some connection to the royal bloodline, but none commanded universal acceptance. The most serious contenders were John Balliol and Robert Bruce, both descendants of David the Third through different family lines. John Balliol's claim rested on primogeniture, the principle that inheritance should pass to the senior line regardless of individual capability. He descended from Margaret, eldest daughter of David of Huntingdon. His supporters argued that royal succession should follow the same rules that governed other feudal inheritances. Balliol possessed extensive lands in both Scotland and England, giving him resources and connections that could strengthen the kingdom. Robert Bruce based his claim on proximity of blood, arguing that he was more closely related to the last king than Balliol was. He descended from Isabel, second daughter of David of Huntingdon, but his family line had remained more consistently Scottish, while the Balliols had become increasingly anglicised. Bruce was a formidable warrior and experienced leader who commanded respect throughout the kingdom. Other claimants included John Hastings, who argued that the kingdom should be divided among the 3 sisters who had descended from David of Huntingdon. This partition plan would have destroyed Scottish unity and reduced the realm to a collection of feuding territories. Fortunately, most Scottish nobles recognised that division meant destruction in the dangerous world of medieval politics. The Scottish nobles, faced with this bewildering array of claims and counterclaims, made what seemed like a reasonable decision. They invited Edward III of England to arbitrate between the rival claimants and determine who should rule Scotland. Edward was the most powerful monarch in Western Europe, with a reputation for legal scholarship and fair dealing. He was also Margaret's great-uncle, and had negotiated the marriage treaty that would have united the kingdoms peacefully. This invitation would prove to be the most fateful decision in Scottish history. Edward thus was not the disinterested arbitrator the Scots believed they were consulting. He was an ambitious monarch who had spent his reign expanding English power and consolidating his authority over neighbouring territories. The succession crisis gave him an opportunity to achieve what no English king had managed: the subordination of Scotland to English overlordship. Edward's first demand stunned the Scottish negotiators. Before he would consider the rival claims, all competitors must acknowledge him as overlord of Scotland with the right to determine succession. This requirement transformed what the Scots had intended as consultation into submission. They were not seeking arbitration between equals, but accepting judgment from a superior authority. The competing claimants faced an agonizing choice. They could reject Edward's terms and fight a civil war that would devastate Scotland while leaving the succession unresolved, or they could accept English overlordship as the price of gaining the crown. One by one, the major claimants agreed to Edward's conditions. Their desire for royal power overcame their commitment to Scottish independence. Edward's judgment in favour of John Balliol was legally sound but politically devastating for Scotland. Balliol possessed the strongest hereditary claim under feudal law, but his victory came at the cost of acknowledging English supremacy over Scotland. The ceremony that crowned him as King of Scots in 1292 also required him to pay homage to Edward as his feudal superior. Scottish independence, preserved for centuries against Viking raids and English pressure, was compromised by Scottish nobles seeking foreign arbitration. The Maid of Norway's tragic death had opened a succession crisis that destroyed the achievements of Alexander III's Golden Age. Within 6 years, Scotland had been reduced from an independent kingdom to an English vassal state. The disasters that would follow, civil war, foreign occupation, and centuries of struggle, all traced their origins to that stormy night in 1286 when a king's horse stumbled on a coastal cliff. Edward the Fawn of England was already 53 years old when the Scottish succession crisis gave him the opportunity he had been waiting for his entire life. Standing 6 feet 2 inches tall in an age when most men barely reached 5.5 feet, the English king dominated every room he entered through sheer physical presence. His contemporaries called him Longshanks for his unusual height, but history would remember him by a more sinister title, the Hammer of the Scots. Edward had spent decades perfecting the arts of conquest and consolidation. His campaigns in Wales had demonstrated his systematic approach to destroying independent kingdoms. He built massive stone castles to control conquered territory. He transplanted English colonists to dilute native populations. He suppressed local laws and customs while imposing English administrative systems. Most effectively, he understood that breaking a people's spirit was more important than simply defeating their armies. The English king's legal training made him particularly dangerous to Scottish independence. He had studied canon and civil law at the universities of Paris and Bologna, learning sophisticated arguments for royal supremacy that went far beyond simple military might. Edward could justify his ambitions with complex legal theories that impressed contemporary scholars while cloaking aggression in the language of lawful authority. Edward's personality combined intellectual brilliance with ruthless pragmatism in ways that terrified his enemies. He was capable of extraordinary patience when planning long-term strategies, but also prone to explosive rages when his authority was challenged. Those who served him loyally received generous rewards and protection. Those who defied him faced systematic destruction that served as warnings to future resistors. The Scottish succession crisis provided Edward with exactly the kind of legal pretext he preferred for expanding his power. Rather than simply invading Scotland and claiming it by conquest, he could present himself as a lawful arbitrator, resolving a legitimate dispute. His demand for recognition as overlord seemed reasonable to many observers who were unaware of his broader ambitions for Scottish subordination. Edward's judgment in favour of John Balliol was calculated to create the weakest possible Scottish king. Balliol owed his crown to English support and could be removed if he proved troublesome. His extensive English estates made him vulnerable to economic pressure from the English crown. Most importantly, his legal claim was strong enough to be credible, but not overwhelming enough to command universal Scottish acceptance. The new King of Scots quickly discovered that Edward's definition of overlordship was far more intrusive than he had expected. The English king demanded that Scottish legal decisions be appealed to English courts. He required Scottish military service for English campaigns. He insisted on the right to collect taxes from Scottish territories. What had seemed like a limited acknowledgement of English authority became comprehensive subordination. John Balliol's humiliation began almost immediately after his coronation. Edward summoned him to English courts to answer lawsuits brought by disgruntled Scottish subjects. The spectacle of a Scottish king being forced to defend his decisions before English judges shocked observers throughout Europe. Royal dignity that had been carefully cultivated for centuries was being systematically destroyed for political effect. The breaking point came when Edward demanded Scottish military service for his planned invasion of France. This requirement violated every understanding of Scottish independence and sovereignty. Balliol was being ordered to make war on Scotland's traditional ally at the command of Scotland's traditional enemy. Even a puppet king had limits to what humiliation he could accept. Balliol's defiant response in 1295 surprised Edward with its sudden firmness. The Scottish king renounced his homage to England and negotiated a military alliance with France against English aggression. This Franco-Scottish agreement would endure for centuries as the foundation of Scottish resistance to English domination. But it also provided Edward with the excuse he needed for open warfare against his northern neighbours. Edward's military response was swift and devastating. His army crossed the Scottish border in March 1296 with overwhelming force that made resistance seem futile. The English king had prepared for this campaign with characteristic thoroughness, assembling siege engines, supply trains, and administrative officials who could govern conquered territories immediately after their capture. The sack of Berwick demonstrated Edward's understanding of psychological warfare. His soldiers massacred thousands of civilians in Scotland's most prosperous trading town, sending a clear message about the fate awaiting those who resisted English authority. The brutality was calculated to terrorise other Scottish communities into submission without the need for prolonged sieges. John Balliol's military incompetence became apparent during the brief campaign that followed. His forces were scattered at Dunbar while he himself was captured and subjected to ritual humiliation designed to destroy Scottish royal prestige forever. Edward forced Balliol to publicly renounce his crown while dressed in the heraldic symbols that were then stripped from his body. The ceremony reduced the King of Scots to tomb tabard, the empty coat. Edward's systematic destruction of Scottish royal symbols revealed his understanding of the importance of national identity. The Stone of Destiny was removed from Scone and transported to Westminster Abbey, where it would serve English coronations for centuries. Royal regalia, official documents and religious relics were all seized to prevent their use in future Scottish resistance movements. The English administrative system imposed on Scotland was designed to prevent any revival of independent government. English officials replaced Scottish nobles in positions of authority. English laws superseded Scottish customs and traditions. English settlers received grants of confiscated Scottish lands. The kingdom that had achieved European recognition under Alexander III was being systematically dismantled. Edward's treatment of Scottish prisoners of war demonstrated his policy of eliminating potential leadership for future resistance movements. Scottish nobles were imprisoned in English castles where they could not organise opposition to the occupation. Their estates were granted to English colonists who had every reason to support continued English rule. The social structure that had supported Scottish independence was being deliberately destroyed. The removal of Scottish ecclesiastical independence completed Edward's conquest strategy. Scottish bishops were replaced with English appointees who owed their positions to English authority. Scottish monasteries were subordinated to English houses that could control their activities and resources. Even the spiritual foundations of Scottish identity were being attacked through systematic ecclesiastical colonisation. By the end of 1296, Edward appeared to have achieved complete victory over Scottish resistance. The kingdom had been conquered, its king humiliated and deposed, its symbols of authority removed, and its governmental institutions replaced with English administration. Scotland seemed to exist only as a northern English province rather than an independent realm, but the hammer of the Scots had underestimated the resilience of the people he sought to crush. His very thoroughness in destroying Scottish institutions created the desperation that would fuel the coming resistance. Every humiliation imposed on Scotland strengthened the determination of those who refused to accept English domination. The fire that Edward thought he had extinguished was merely smouldering, waiting for the right moment to burst into flames that would consume his dreams of Northern Empire. The Scotland that Edward left behind after his devastating campaign of 1296 seemed utterly broken. English garrisons occupied every major castle. English administrators collected taxes and enforced foreign laws. English colonists settled on confiscated Scottish estates. The ancient kingdom appeared to have ceased existing, reduced to a northern province of an expanded English realm. But beneath this surface submission, rage was building toward an explosion that would shock medieval Europe. Andrew Moray was the first to raise the standard of rebellion in the spring of 1297. The young nobleman had escaped from English captivity and returned to his family's estates in the northern Highlands, where Edward's control was weakest. Moray understood that traditional feudal warfare could not succeed against English military superiority. Instead, he began organising a different kind of resistance based on mobility, local knowledge, and the fierce independence of Highland clans. The northern rebellion spread through the Scottish Highlands like wildfire through dry heather. Castle after castle fell to Moray's forces as English garrisons found themselves isolated and overwhelmed. The rebels used tactics that English commanders had never encountered. Sudden attacks followed by rapid withdrawal, sieges that appeared from nowhere and vanished before relief could arrive, and coordination between widely separated forces that baffled conventional military thinking. William Wallace emerged from obscurity in the southern Scottish lowlands during the same explosive spring of 1297. Unlike Moray, who came from established nobility, Wallace was the younger son of a minor landowner with no great estate or powerful connections. His rebellion began as personal vengeance against English officials who had wronged his family, but it quickly expanded into something far more dangerous to Edward's conquest. Wallace's early attacks on English administrators demonstrated a strategic understanding that surprised his enemies. He targeted the officials and collaborators who made English rule possible, rather than simply striking at military targets. Tax collectors, judges, and local governors were assassinated with precision that disrupted the entire English administrative system. Fear spread through the occupation government as officials realized they were marked for death. The social composition of Wallace's rebellion reflected its revolutionary character. While Moray commanded traditional Highland loyalty, Wallace attracted the desperate, dispossessed farmers, urban craftsmen, landless knights, and common soldiers who had nothing left to lose under English occupation. This was not a traditional feudal uprising, but a popular revolt that drew strength from Scotland's ordinary people. Religious motivation strengthened both rebellions as Scottish clergy secretly supported the resistance movements. English efforts to control Scottish churches had alienated bishops and abbots throughout the kingdom. Monasteries provided shelter, supplies, and intelligence to rebel forces, while priests preached that resistance to English tyranny was a holy duty. The cross and the sword were united against foreign oppression. Edward II's response to the initial rebellions revealed his underestimation of Scottish determination. He dispatched relatively small English forces to suppress what he viewed as minor disturbances rather than serious threats to his conquest. This tactical error allowed the rebel movements to gain strength and coordination, while English commanders struggled with unfamiliar terrain and hostile populations. The junction of Wallace's southern rebellion with Moray's northern uprising created a strategic nightmare for English occupation forces. Scotland was simultaneously ablaze from the Highlands to the borders, while English garrisons found themselves cut off from supplies and reinforcements. What had begun as separate local rebellions was evolving into coordinated national resistance. The rebels' success in capturing English strongholds demonstrated the sophistication of their military planning. Traditional feudal sieges required massive resources and long-time commitments, but the Scottish rebels developed techniques for rapid castle capture that relied on surprise, treachery, and intimate knowledge of defensive weaknesses. English garrisons that had seemed secure suddenly found themselves overwhelmed by enemies who appeared from nowhere. Economic warfare complemented military action as the rebellion spread throughout Scotland. English tax collectors found their work impossible, as Scottish communities refused cooperation and protected resistors. Trade with England ceased as Scottish merchants chose poverty over collaboration. The entire economic foundation of English occupation was being systematically destroyed by popular resistance. The psychological impact of early rebel victories exceeded their military significance in encouraging Scottish resistance. Each English defeat demonstrated that the conquerors were not invincible, that organised Scottish resistance could succeed against overwhelming odds. Hope, that most dangerous of emotions for occupying forces, began spreading throughout the conquered kingdom. Women played crucial roles in supporting the rebellion that are often overlooked by medieval chroniclers focused on male military activities. Scottish women provided intelligence networks, safe houses, and supply systems that made sustained resistance possible. They also served as messengers and negotiators who could move more freely than men under English suspicion. The uprising drew strength from entire Scottish communities rather than just male warriors. English attempts to suppress the rebellion through increased brutality only strengthened Scottish determination to resist. Executions, confiscations, and collective punishments convinced previously neutral Scots that accommodation with English rule was impossible. Edward's methods, which had succeeded in Wales, proved counterproductive in Scotland, where they created martyrs and strengthened resolve. By the summer of 1297, Scottish resistance controlled large areas of the kingdom despite English military superiority. The rebellion had evolved from scattered local uprisings into coordinated national resistance that threatened to expel English occupation entirely. Edward faced the humiliating prospect that his conquest of Scotland was disintegrating before his eyes. The rebels' success in maintaining coordination across difficult terrain revealed sophisticated organisation that impressed even their enemies. Messages passed rapidly between widely separated forces, while strategic planning showed remarkable unity of purpose. Scotland was proving that an occupied nation could organise effective resistance if its people possessed sufficient determination. Religious symbolism became increasingly important as the rebellion gained momentum throughout Scotland. The rebels fought under banners blessed by Scottish priests while claiming divine sanction for their resistance to foreign oppression. English occupation was portrayed not merely as political conquest, but as an attack on Scottish Christianity itself. Faith became another weapon in the arsenal of Scottish resistance. The stage was set for the confrontation that would determine whether Scottish independence could be restored through popular resistance. Wallace and Moray had demonstrated that English conquest could be challenged, but they had not yet achieved the decisive victory that would convince wavering nobles to join their cause. That moment would come at a small bridge over the River Forth, where Scottish determination would face the ultimate test against English military might. September 11th, 1297. Dawn broke over the River Forth near Stirling, revealing a sight that would have filled any rational commander with dread. Across the narrow bridge that spanned the river, the largest English army assembled in Scotland was preparing to crush the rebellion that had been spreading across the kingdom. Heavy cavalry, professional infantry, and Welsh longbowmen represented the military might that had conquered Wales and intimidated Europe. Against this formidable force stood a ragged army of Scottish rebels commanded by two men most English nobles had never heard of, Andrew Moray and William Wallace. Wallace had emerged from obscurity through sheer force of will and natural military genius that surprised even his supporters. The younger son of a minor landowner had become the most feared name in Scotland through a combination of tactical brilliance, ruthless determination, and an almost supernatural ability to inspire ordinary Scots to extraordinary courage. His very existence challenged everything the English believed about social hierarchy and military leadership. The strategic situation at Stirling Bridge presented Wallace with both opportunity and mortal danger. The narrow crossing forced the English army to advance in a thin column vulnerable to concentrated attack, but it also meant the Scots had only one avenue of retreat if their assault failed. Victory would require perfect timing and absolute commitment from forces that were outnumbered and out-equipped by professional soldiers. Wallace's tactical plan for the battle demonstrated military insight that would have impressed the greatest commanders of his age. Rather than meeting the English army in conventional battle where superior numbers and equipment would decide the outcome, he chose to fight a battle of timing and terrain, where Scottish advantages in mobility and desperation could offset English superiority in men and material. The psychological preparation of Scottish forces before battle revealed Wallace's understanding that morale was more important than equipment in determining victory or defeat. He moved among his men, speaking in the common tongue rather than the Norman French preferred by most medieval commanders. His words were simple but powerful. They were fighting for their homes, their families, and their freedom against foreign invaders who sought to enslave Scotland forever. The English advance began with confident arrogance that reflected their commanders' contempt for Scottish military capabilities. Earl Warenne, leading the invasion force, had dismissed the Scottish rebels as peasant rabble, who would scatter at the first sight of professional soldiers. His cavalry prepared to charge across the bridge and sweep away Scottish resistance through sheer shock and superior training. Wallace waited with nerves of steel as English knights began crossing the narrow bridge in small groups dictated by the terrain. Lesser commanders might have launched their attack too early or too late, but Wallace possessed the rare gift of perfect battle timing. He allowed exactly half the English force to cross before giving the signal that unleashed Scottish fury upon their enemies. The Scottish charge struck the divided English army with devastating effect that turned the river Forth red with blood. English heavy cavalry, the masters of medieval battlefields, found themselves trapped on unsuitable ground against enemies who fought with the desperation of men who had nothing left to lose. The cream of English knighthood died in Scottish mud while their comrades watched helplessly from across the river. Andrew Murray's tactical coordination with Wallace during the battle demonstrated the sophistication of Scottish military planning that English observers had refused to recognise. While Wallace's forces struck the English vanguard, Murray's men sealed off the bridge to prevent retreat or reinforcement. The two commanders had created a perfect tactical trap that destroyed English military prestige throughout northern Europe. The death of Hugh Cressingham, Edward III's treasurer in Scotland, symbolised the complete reversal of fortune that Stirling Bridge represented. The most hated English official in Scotland died beneath Scottish weapons while his body was mutilated in ways that expressed years of accumulated rage against English oppression. Scottish rebels allegedly flayed his corpse to make leather goods, demonstrating their contempt for English authority. The psychological impact of Stirling Bridge exceeded even its tactical significance in encouraging Scottish resistance throughout the kingdom. News of the victory spread like wildfire through Scotland, inspiring nobles who had submitted to English rule to reconsider their positions. The impossible had happened. A Scottish rebel army had destroyed the finest English military force in decisive battle. Wallace's elevation to Guardian of Scotland following the victory demonstrated the revolutionary character of the Scottish resistance movement. Traditional feudal hierarchy would have placed military command in the hands of great nobles, but Wallace's proven abilities earned him authority that transcended social origins. Scotland was creating new forms of leadership appropriate to its desperate circumstances. The administrative challenges facing Wallace as Guardian reveal the complexity of governing a kingdom while simultaneously leading military resistance. He needed to organise taxation, dispense justice, conduct diplomacy, and maintain military forces while constantly threatened by English invasion. These responsibilities would have challenged any medieval ruler, but Wallace managed them while lacking the traditional resources of royal government. Wallace's diplomatic initiatives following Stirling Bridge showed his understanding that Scottish independence required European recognition and support. He sent ambassadors to France and the papal court seeking military aid and political backing for Scottish resistance. These missions demonstrated that the Guardian possessed strategic vision, extending far beyond simple military confrontation with English occupation. The economic warfare that Wallace organised throughout Scotland complemented his military campaigns in ways that maximised pressure on English occupation forces. Scottish communities were encouraged to refuse cooperation with English administrators, while supporting rebel activities through taxation and supply contributions. The entire Scottish population was being mobilised for resistance in ways that had no medieval precedent. Religious symbolism became increasingly important to Wallace's leadership as he sought to unify Scottish resistance around shared spiritual values. The Guardian portrayed his struggle as a holy war against foreign oppression sanctioned by God and supported by Scottish saints. This religious dimension gave moral authority to resistance while providing emotional strength during inevitable defeats and setbacks. Wallace's military innovations following Stirling Bridge created tactical methods that influenced Scottish warfare for centuries. His emphasis on mobility over fortification, coordination over individual heroism, and popular support over feudal obligation revolutionised Scottish military thinking. The Guardian was creating a new way of war appropriate to Scotland's geographic and political circumstances. The year following Stirling Bridge represented the peak of Wallace's power as Guardian of Scotland. English forces had been expelled from most Scottish territories, while the rebel government functioned effectively throughout the kingdom. For a brief moment it seemed that popular resistance had achieved what feudal warfare could not, the restoration of Scottish independence through Scottish determination. But Edward that I was not finished with Scotland, and his response to Stirling Bridge would test Wallace's revolutionary achievements with the full fury of English military might. The hammer of the Scots was preparing to strike again, this time with overwhelming force that would challenge every innovation the Guardian had created. The stage was set for a confrontation that would determine whether popular resistance could survive against systematic royal determination to crush Scottish independence forever. The summer of 1298 brought Edward Thirst himself to Scotland with the largest army he had ever assembled. The hammer of the Scots was done delegating the suppression of Scottish rebellion to subordinate commanders. Stirling Bridge had taught him that William Wallace was not merely another feudal rebel, but a revolutionary who threatened everything Edward believed about royal authority and social order. This Scottish Guardian would be crushed by royal power wielded with systematic precision. Edward's army that crossed the Scottish border in July 1298 was a professional force, designed specifically to counter Wallace's tactical innovations. Heavy cavalry remained the core of English military might, but the king had learned from previous defeats. Welsh longbowmen provided ranged firepower that could disrupt Scottish formations before cavalry charges. Disciplined infantry supported mounted forces while engineers prepared siege equipment for reducing Scottish strongholds. Wallace faced impossible strategic choices as Edward's massive army advanced northward through Scotland. The Guardian could not match English numbers in conventional battle, but avoiding confrontation would allow Edward to systematically occupy Scottish territory. The guerrilla tactics that had worked against smaller English forces were inadequate against royal armies too large to be defeated piecemeal. Wallace needed a decisive victory but lacked resources to achieve one. The political situation within Scotland complicated Wallace's military planning as the English invasion approached. Many Scottish nobles who had supported the rebellion after Stirling Bridge began reconsidering their positions as Edward himself took command of conquest operations. These nobles possessed the heavy cavalry that might balance English military advantages, but their loyalty was questionable when faced with overwhelming royal power. Wallace's preparations for confronting Edward revealed both his tactical genius and the limitations of popular resistance against professional armies. The Guardian positioned his forces near Falkirk, where favourable terrain might offset English numerical superiority. His army combined veteran rebels who had fought at Stirling Bridge with new recruits drawn from throughout Scotland, creating a force united by determination, but lacking uniform training and equipment. The Scottish formation Wallace deployed at Falkirk demonstrated innovative tactics designed to neutralise English cavalry advantages. Scottish spearmen formed defensive schiltrons, circular hedgehogs of extended pikes that could repel mounted charges through concentrated firepower. These formations were supported by archers and light infantry, who could exploit gaps in English attacks while the spearmen held their ground against cavalry assault. July 22, 1298. The Battle of Falkirk began with English tactical probes designed to test Scottish defensive positions and identify weaknesses in Wallace's formations. Edward the Hun commanded his forces with the systematic precision that had made him Europe's most feared military leader. Unlike previous English commanders in Scotland, the king understood that defeating Wallace required patience, coordination, and overwhelming application of force at decisive points. The English cavalry charges that opened the main battle struck Scottish schiltrons with tremendous force, but failed to break formations that held firm under desperate circumstances. Wallace's spearmen had learned their lessons well from previous encounters with English knights. Scottish steel remained steady against English steel, while the Guardian's tactical innovations proved their worth against the finest military force in medieval Europe. But Edward's tactical genius revealed itself in his coordination of different military arms to create cumulative pressure that no single weapon system could resist. Welsh longbowmen concentrated their fire on Scottish formations that could not move without breaking their defensive integrity. Each flight of arrows weakened Scottish resistance, while English cavalry regrouped for renewed assaults against increasingly disrupted defensive positions. The collapse of Scottish noble cavalry at Falkirk revealed the political weaknesses that undermined Wallace's military innovations. Scottish heavy cavalry, commanded by nobles whose loyalty to the Guardian was conditional, withdrew from battle at the crucial moment when their support was most needed. Whether this withdrawal represented treachery or tactical realism, its effect was devastating to Scottish resistance. Wallace's personal courage during the disaster at Falkirk demonstrated the heroic leadership that had made him Guardian of Scotland. As his formations crumbled under English pressure, the Guardian remained with his spearmen until organised resistance became impossible. His escape from the battlefield preserved Scottish leadership for future resistance, but his army was destroyed as an effective military force. The aftermath of Falkirk saw Edward I impose systematic occupation on Scotland with ruthless efficiency that exceeded his previous conquest efforts. Scottish castles were refortified with English garrisons, while English administrators replaced Scottish officials throughout the kingdom. The occupation that followed was more complete and more brutal than anything Scotland had experienced, designed to prevent any repetition of Wallace's rebellion. Wallace's resignation as Guardian following Falkirk reflected his understanding that military leadership requires popular confidence that he could no longer command. The defeat had not destroyed his personal reputation for courage and determination, but it had proven that popular resistance alone could not overcome professional military superiority, supported by overwhelming resources. Scotland needed different forms of leadership for the struggle that lay ahead. The Guardian's transformation from military commander to international diplomat revealed his continued commitment to Scottish independence, despite military defeat. Wallace travelled to France and Rome seeking foreign support for Scottish resistance against English occupation. His diplomatic missions demonstrated strategic thinking that looked beyond immediate military concerns toward long-term political solutions. Wallace's years as a fugitive following Falkirk showed both his continued importance to Scottish resistance and his growing isolation from realistic political possibilities. Edward thus placed enormous bounties on his capture, while Scottish nobles who had once supported him began making their peace with English rule. The former Guardian became increasingly dependent on popular support from common Scots who remained committed to independence. The capture of Wallace in 1305 near Glasgow ended 7 years of fugitive resistance to English occupation. His betrayal by Scottish nobles seeking English favour demonstrated the political fragmentation that had weakened resistance throughout his career. The man who had once commanded Scottish armies was reduced to hiding among common people, who remained loyal when their social superiors had surrendered. Edward I's treatment of Wallace following his capture revealed the English king's understanding that the former Guardian remained dangerous even in chains. The elaborate show trial in London was designed to humiliate Scottish resistance while demonstrating English legal authority over Scottish subjects. Wallace's refusal to plead guilty to treason, arguing that he could not betray a king he had never recognised, showed defiant courage that impressed even his enemies. The execution of William Wallace on August 23, 1305, was intended to end Scottish resistance through the systematic destruction of its most inspiring leader. Edward ordered tortures and mutilations designed to break Wallace's spirit before death, while serving as warnings to future Scottish rebels. But the Guardian's courage during his execution transformed defeat into moral victory that would inspire Scottish resistance for centuries. Wallace's death created a martyr whose memory proved more dangerous to English occupation than his living presence had been. The former Guardian's example showed that ordinary Scots could challenge the greatest powers in Europe if they possessed sufficient determination and courage. His life had demonstrated that Scottish independence was worth any sacrifice, while his death proved that some causes transcended individual survival. The legacy of William Wallace extended far beyond his military achievements or political failures. He had shown that popular resistance could challenge professional armies, that social origins need not determine leadership abilities, and that Scottish independence commanded support throughout the kingdom. His guardian period had created precedents and expectations that would influence Scottish politics long after his death. But Wallace's ultimate significance lay in his demonstration that Scotland would not accept English domination regardless of the cost in blood and suffering. His rebellion had failed militarily but succeeded spiritually in proving that Scottish independence remained possible if Scots possessed leaders willing to sacrifice everything for their country's freedom. The stage was set for another claimant to the Scottish throne who would learn from Wallace's example while avoiding his mistakes. February 10th, 1306. The sanctuary of Greyfriars Church in Dumfries witnessed an act of desperation that would either restore Scottish independence or destroy the Bruce family forever. Robert Bruce, Earl of Carrick, met his political rival John Comyn before the altar to discuss their competing claims to the Scottish throne. Both men understood that Edward the Firm would never tolerate divided Scottish resistance, but neither was willing to surrender his royal ambitions to the other. The argument escalated beyond political disagreement into personal violence that shattered centuries of sanctuary tradition. Bruce drew his dagger and struck down Comyn before the altar, committing both murder and sacrilege in a single desperate act. His followers completed the killing while Bruce stood frozen with horror at what he had done. In moments of uncontrolled rage, he had committed himself to a course that offered only crown or grave. Bruce's supporters urged immediate action before news of Comyn's murder could reach Edward III and trigger royal vengeance. The Earl of Carrick possessed legitimate claims to the Scottish throne through his grandfather's participation in the great cause, but those claims meant nothing without political support. The murder of his most powerful rival had eliminated one obstacle to royal ambition, while creating far more dangerous enemies among Comyn's extensive family network. The decision to proceed with coronation despite the circumstances revealed Bruce's understanding that hesitation meant death. Edward I would never forgive the murder of a leading Scottish collaborator, regardless of Bruce's motives or regrets. The Earl of Carrick could either claim the crown and fight for Scottish independence, or flee into exile while English forces hunted him like a common criminal. There was no middle ground. March 25, 1306. The coronation of Robert III at Scone demonstrated both the desperation and the determination of Bruce's supporters. The ceremony lacked many traditional elements, because English occupation had removed the Stone of Destiny and other royal regalia to Westminster. But Scottish nobles who gathered at the ancient coronation site were making a statement about national independence that transcended ceremonial limitations. The presence of Isabella Macduff, Countess of Buchan, at Bruce's coronation provided crucial legitimacy for the new king's claims. The Macduff family possessed hereditary rights to crown Scottish kings, and the Countess's participation in the ceremony confirmed Bruce's legal authority despite the irregular circumstances surrounding his elevation. Her courage in supporting the Bruce cause would cost her years of brutal imprisonment in English captivity. Bruce's early reign was a series of military disasters that seemed to confirm Edward II's expectation that Scottish resistance would collapse without effective leadership. The new king's forces were scattered at Methven by English armies, while Bruce himself barely escaped capture. His wife, daughter and sisters were captured by English forces and subjected to cruel imprisonment designed to break Scottish morale through royal suffering. The defeat at Methven was followed by an even more devastating loss at Dalry, where Bruce's remaining forces were surprised and routed by Scottish enemies supporting English occupation. The king was reduced to a handful of loyal followers, while English bounty hunters scoured Scotland seeking his capture. Bruce's gamble appeared to have failed completely within months of his coronation. The legend of Bruce and the Spider, whether historically accurate or later invention, captured the psychological moment when the fugitive king decided to continue his seemingly hopeless struggle for Scottish independence. Watching the spider's persistent efforts to complete its web supposedly inspired Bruce to persist in his own endeavours despite repeated failures. The story became symbolic of Scottish determination to achieve independence regardless of obstacles. Bruce's exile in the western Scottish islands provided time for reflection on the mistakes that had led to his early defeats. He had attempted to fight conventional feudal warfare against enemies who possessed superior resources and professional military advantages. Future Scottish resistance would need to adopt different tactics that maximise Scottish strengths while avoiding English advantages in pitched battle. The support Bruce received from Highland clans during his exile demonstrated the continuing vitality of Scottish independence sentiment among common people. While many nobles had submitted to English rule after his defeats, clan warriors continued to provide shelter, supplies, and military service to the fugitive king. Their loyalty sustained Bruce's resistance during the darkest period of his struggle. Bruce's gradual return to active resistance began with small-scale raids against isolated English outposts and Scottish collaborators. These attacks served multiple purposes. They demonstrated that Scottish resistance continued despite military defeats. They provided supplies and weapons for Bruce's growing forces, and they began the systematic elimination of English administrative control over remote Scottish territories. The execution of Bruce's brothers by English forces revealed Edward the Third's determination to destroy the entire Bruce family as an example to future Scottish rebels. Neil Bruce and Thomas Bruce were captured during separate military operations and executed with brutal ceremonies designed to terrorise Scottish resistance. Their deaths strengthened Robert's resolve while demonstrating the mortal stakes of his royal gamble. Religious support for Bruce's cause gradually increased as Scottish clergy recognised that English occupation threatened church independence as much as political autonomy. Bishops who had initially condemned Bruce's sacrilege in murdering Comyn began providing unofficial support for his resistance. The Church's blessing legitimised Bruce's kingship while providing access to sanctuary, supplies, and communication networks. Women played crucial roles in sustaining Bruce's resistance during the early dark years of his reign. Christina McCrary and other Highland noblewomen provided safe houses and supply networks that enabled the king's survival. Their contributions were often overlooked by chroniclers focused on male military activities, but their support was essential to Bruce's eventual success. The development of guerrilla warfare tactics under Bruce's leadership reflected hard lessons learned from his early defeats and William Wallace's experiences. Traditional feudal warfare favoured enemies with superior numbers and equipment, but hit-and-run tactics could exploit Scottish advantages in mobility, terrain knowledge and popular support. Bruce was pioneering military methods appropriate to Scotland's circumstances. By 1307, Bruce's resistance had evolved from desperate flight into systematic military pressure against English occupation forces throughout southwestern Scotland. His guerrilla campaigns were disrupting English administration while attracting new supporters impressed by his persistence. The desperate gamble was slowly transforming into viable resistance that threatened English control over Scotland. Edward the Third's death in July 1307, while marching north to crush Bruce's rebellion, marked a turning point in the Scottish king's fortunes. The Hammer of the Scots was succeeded by his son Edward II, a weaker ruler who lacked his father's systematic approach to conquest and occupation. Bruce now faced divided English attention and reduced military pressure at the crucial moment when his resistance was gaining momentum. The news of Edward III's death reached Bruce while he was conducting operations in Ayrshire, providing psychological relief that enabled more aggressive military planning. The English king, who had seemed invincible, was dead, while the Scottish king, who had seemed doomed, was alive and growing stronger. Bruce's desperate gamble was beginning to pay dividends that would reshape the balance of power in northern Britain. The death of Edward I in 1307 provided Robert Bruce with the breathing space he desperately needed to transform his scattered resistance into systematic warfare. The new English king, Edward II, lacked his father's military genius and single-minded determination to crush Scottish independence. More importantly, he faced internal English political problems that divided his attention and resources between Scotland and domestic challenges to royal authority. Bruce's guerrilla tactics during this crucial period represented a revolutionary approach to medieval warfare that abandoned conventional military wisdom in favour of methods suited to Scottish circumstances. Traditional feudal combat emphasised pitched battles between armoured knights fighting for territorial control. Bruce instead adopted hit-and-run raids designed to exhaust English resources while avoiding decisive engagements that could destroy his limited forces. The Scottish king's strategy focused on systematic elimination of English strongholds through surprise attacks rather than prolonged sieges. Medieval castles were designed to withstand traditional siege warfare, but they were vulnerable to coordinated assaults that combined treachery, surprise, and intimate knowledge of defensive weaknesses. Bruce's forces developed techniques for rapid castle capture that made English garrisons throughout Scotland feel increasingly isolated and vulnerable. Bruce's most famous siege tactics involved patient infiltration rather than direct assault. At Perth, his forces waded through icy moat water during winter to scale walls that defenders considered impregnable. At Linlithgow, Scottish soldiers disguised as hay merchants gained entry through deception before overpowering the garrison. These innovative approaches minimised Scottish casualties while maximising psychological impact on remaining English strongholds. The systematic destruction of captured castles reflected Bruce's strategic understanding that Scotland could not garrison and hold every stronghold against English reconquest attempts. Rather than dividing his limited forces among numerous defensive positions, Bruce ordered most captured castles to be dismantled to prevent their use by future English occupying forces. This scorched earth policy denied strategic positions to enemies while maintaining Scottish mobility advantages. Popular support for Bruce's guerrilla war grew steadily as common Scots witnessed the effectiveness of systematic resistance against English occupation. Villages that had been terrorised by English garrisons found protection under Bruce's expanding control. Farmers who had suffered from English taxation and requisitions experienced relief as Scottish administration was gradually restored. The guerrilla war was becoming a popular liberation movement. Economic warfare complemented Bruce's military campaigns as Scottish communities were encouraged to refuse cooperation with English administrative systems. Trade with England was disrupted while Scottish merchants redirected commerce toward France and other countries that recognised Bruce's government. The economic foundations of English occupation were being systematically undermined through coordinated Scottish resistance. Intelligence networks developed by Bruce's supporters provided crucial information about English military movements and garrison strengths throughout Scotland. Scottish women, clergy and merchants created communication systems that allowed guerrilla forces to concentrate against isolated targets while avoiding larger English forces. These networks were more effective than any medieval army's formal scouting systems. The role of Scottish clergy in supporting Bruce's guerrilla war was particularly important given the king's excommunication for the murder of John Comyn. Many Scottish priests and bishops gradually came to view Bruce's resistance as a holy war against foreign oppression that transcended individual moral failings. Religious sanctuaries provided safe houses while church networks facilitated communication and supply operations. Seasonal campaigning characterised Bruce's guerrilla operations as Scottish forces adapted their activities to weather conditions and agricultural cycles. Winter campaigns targeted English garrisons when supply difficulties were greatest and relief forces least likely to intervene. Summer operations focused on disrupting English administration, when taxation and resource collection efforts were most intensive. The development of Scottish-like cavalry under Bruce's leadership represented a significant military innovation that maximised his forces' mobility advantages. These mounted troops could strike rapidly at English targets before disappearing into familiar terrain, where heavy English cavalry could not follow effectively. Scottish horses, bred for mountain conditions, provided tactical advantages that imported English warhorses could not match in Highland terrain. Psychological warfare became increasingly important as Bruce's guerrilla campaigns demonstrated Scottish ability to challenge English military supremacy. Each successful raid encouraged Scottish resistance while demoralising English occupation forces who found themselves under constant threat from invisible enemies. The reputation of Bruce's forces grew to legendary proportions that multiplied their actual military effectiveness. Diplomatic initiatives accompanied Bruce's military campaigns as the Scottish king sought international recognition for his government and cause. Missions to France, the papal court, and other European powers demonstrated that Scotland possessed legitimate royal authority, despite English claims to the contrary. These diplomatic efforts provided political support for military resistance while opening possibilities for foreign aid. The gradual expansion of Bruce's controlled territory followed systematic patterns that reflected careful strategic planning rather than random military opportunism. Scottish forces advanced from secure Highland bases toward lowland areas where English control was strongest, establishing chains of strongholds and loyal communities that provided secure communication and supply lines for future operations. Training and discipline within Bruce's forces improved dramatically as guerrilla warfare experience created veteran soldiers capable of complex military operations. The king's followers evolved from desperate fugitives into skilled warriors who could execute sophisticated tactical maneuvers under difficult conditions. This military development transformed Bruce's resistance from desperate survival into genuine threat to English occupation. The integration of Highland and Lowland military traditions under Bruce's leadership created uniquely effective Scottish fighting forces. Highland mobility and ferocity combined with Lowland discipline and equipment to produce armies that were superior to their individual components. Bruce was forging national military identity from regional military traditions. By 1310, Bruce's guerrilla war had achieved remarkable success in expelling English forces from large areas of Scotland, while establishing functioning Scottish government in liberated territories. The systematic approach to resistance that began with desperate raids had evolved into coordinated military and political campaigns that threatened English control throughout the kingdom. The transformation of Robert Bruce from fugitive claimant to effective king demonstrated the potential of persistent resistance against seemingly overwhelming odds. His guerrilla war had proven that superior organization, popular support, and appropriate tactics could overcome advantages in numbers and equipment. Scotland was learning that independence was achievable through Scottish methods adapted to Scottish circumstances. May 10th, 1307. The morning mist clung to the slopes of Loudoun Hill in Ayrshire as Robert Bruce prepared to test his guerrilla warriors against conventional English forces in open battle for the first time since his disastrous early defeats. The Scottish king had spent months avoiding pitched engagements while building strength through raids and sieges, but now he was ready to demonstrate that his forces could meet English cavalry on terms of his choosing. Aymer de Valence, Earl of Pembroke, commanded the English force advancing toward Bruce's position, with the supreme confidence that had characterized English military operations in Scotland for over a decade. Pembroke was a veteran commander who had defeated Bruce at Methven and scattered Scottish resistance throughout the southwest. He expected this encounter to be another routine suppression of Scottish rebellion by professional English forces. Bruce's tactical preparation for Loudoun Hill revealed the military lessons he had learned during his years of guerrilla warfare. The Scottish king positioned his forces on favourable terrain where English cavalry advantages would be minimised while Scottish strengths could be maximised. More importantly, he had prepared battlefield modifications that would channel English attacks into killing zones, where concentrated Scottish fire could devastate advancing enemies. The Scottish army at Loudoun Hill represented a new synthesis of military traditions that Bruce had been developing throughout his resistance campaign. Highland warriors provided mobility and fierce individual fighting skills, while Lowland soldiers contributed discipline and equipment that could match English standards. This combined force was more formidable than either tradition could produce separately. Bruce's pre-battle preparations included systematic terrain modification that demonstrated sophisticated understanding of tactical engineering. Scottish forces dug trenches and scattered caltrops, iron spikes, across likely cavalry approach routes while leaving narrow passages that would force English attacks into predictable channels. These modifications transformed natural defensive advantages into systematic tactical traps. The English cavalry charge that opened the Battle of Loudoun Hill struck Bruce's prepared positions with tremendous force, but failed to achieve the breakthrough that Pembroke expected. Scottish schiltrons held firm under cavalry assault, while concealed archers and spearmen struck English flanks from prepared positions. The tactical innovations Bruce had been developing through guerrilla experience proved effective against conventional military methods. Pembroke's tactical response to his initial failure revealed both his professional competence and the limitations of English military thinking when confronting Scottish innovations. The English commander attempted traditional medieval solutions, repeated cavalry charges and flanking manoeuvres, but these conventional approaches were ineffective against Bruce's unconventional defensive preparations and tactical coordination. The collapse of English resistance at Loudon Hill was sudden and complete, when Bruce's forces transitioned from defensive holding to aggressive counterattack. Scottish cavalry, held in reserve during the initial exchanges, struck English flanks while infantry advanced to exploit gaps in enemy formations. The tactical flexibility that Bruce had developed through guerrilla warfare proved superior to English adherence to conventional medieval combat methods. Pembroke's retreat from Loudon Hill became a rout that demonstrated the complete reversal of military fortunes in southwestern Scotland. English forces that had dominated the region for years found themselves fleeing from Scottish enemies they had previously considered incapable of conventional military resistance. The psychological impact of this reversal was as significant as its tactical consequences. The capture of English supplies and equipment at Loudon Hill provided Bruce's forces with resources that enhanced their military capabilities for future operations. More importantly, the victory demonstrated to wavering Scottish nobles that Bruce possessed the military competence necessary for successful resistance against English occupation. Political support began shifting toward the Bruce cause throughout Scotland. Bruce's treatment of English prisoners following Loudon Hill reflected his sophisticated understanding of the propaganda value of magnanimous victory. Rather than executing captured enemies, as was common in medieval warfare, Bruce released them with messages of respect for their courage, while emphasizing his determination to continue fighting for Scottish independence. This policy enhanced his reputation while potentially reducing enemy willingness to fight desperately against his forces. The strategic consequences of Loudon Hill extended far beyond its immediate tactical results in encouraging Scottish resistance throughout the kingdom. News of Bruce's victory spread rapidly through Scotland, inspiring noble families who had submitted to English rule to reconsider their positions. The possibility of successful resistance had been proven through Bruce's demonstration of military competence against professional English forces. English response to Loudon Hill revealed growing concern about the effectiveness of Bruce's resistance among occupation authorities throughout Scotland. Additional English forces were dispatched to Scotland, while garrison commanders received orders to avoid engagement with Bruce's main forces unless they possessed overwhelming advantages. The English were beginning to respect Scottish military capabilities that they had previously dismissed. The Battle of Loudon Hill marked Bruce's tactical maturation from guerrilla leader to conventional military commander, capable of meeting English forces on equal terms. His victory demonstrated that Scottish forces could achieve success through superior preparation, tactical innovation, and effective use of terrain advantages. These lessons would influence Scottish military thinking for centuries. French diplomatic recognition of Bruce's government following news of Loudon Hill provided international legitimacy that strengthened Scottish political claims to independence. European observers who had previously viewed Scottish resistance as hopeless rebellion began recognizing Bruce as a legitimate king defending his realm against foreign aggression. Diplomatic support complemented military success in advancing Scottish independence. The economic implications of Loudon Hill were equally significant in demonstrating Scottish ability to control territory and resources necessary for sustained resistance. English taxation and requisition systems in southwestern Scotland collapsed as Bruce's government established alternative administrative arrangements. Scottish independence was becoming economically viable as well as militarily achievable. Popular celebration of Loudon Hill throughout Scotland revealed the extent to which Bruce's resistance had captured national imagination and commitment. Common Scots, who had endured English occupation with resignation, began actively supporting Scottish resistance efforts with supplies, intelligence, and military service. The guerrilla war was transforming into national liberation movement. Religious interpretation of Loudon Hill by Scottish clergy provided spiritual validation for Bruce's claims to divine support, despite his excommunication for the murder of John Comyn. Scottish priests began portraying Bruce's victories as evidence of God's favour for Scottish independence against foreign oppression. Religious and political resistance were becoming mutually reinforcing. The confidence that Bruce gained from Loudon Hill encouraged more aggressive military operations throughout Scotland, as the king realised that systematic resistance could achieve decisive results against English occupation. His forces began targeting larger English garrisons while coordinating operations across wider geographic areas. The turning tide was becoming a flood that threatened to wash away English control entirely. By the end of 1307, Bruce's victory at Loudon Hill had initiated a cascade of events that fundamentally altered the balance of power in Scotland. The guerrilla leader, who had barely survived his early defeats, had proven himself a military commander capable of defeating professional English forces through superior tactics and preparation. The tide of war was turning decisively in favour of Scottish independence. The winter of 1311 brought an unprecedented reversal of fortunes that stunned medieval Europe. For decades, English armies had invaded Scotland with impunity, devastating Scottish territory, while Scottish forces remained locked in defensive struggles for survival. Now Robert Bruce was preparing to carry fire and sword into northern England, transforming Scotland from victim into aggressor in the long struggle between the kingdoms. Bruce's decision to invade England represented both strategic necessity and psychological warfare on a grand scale. His guerrilla campaigns had liberated most of Scotland, but English garrisons still held key strongholds, while Edward II continued to claim sovereignty over the northern kingdom. Only by demonstrating Scottish military power on English soil could Bruce force recognition of Scottish independence from enemies who still viewed Scotland as a rebellious province. The strategic planning for Bruce's English campaigns revealed the sophisticated military thinking that had evolved from years of guerrilla warfare experience. Rather than attempting to conquer English territory, which was beyond Scottish capabilities, Bruce intended to conduct systematic raids that would achieve multiple objectives: economic pressure on English resources, psychological demonstration of Scottish power, and political pressure on Edward II to recognise Scottish independence. The first Scottish raid into Northumberland in January 1312 caught English defenders completely unprepared for warfare on their own territory. English border fortifications were designed to repel Scottish raids, but they were inadequately garrisoned and supplied for sustained resistance against Bruce's coordinated forces. The psychological shock of Scottish invasion was as devastating as its material effects. Bruce's tactical innovations during the English raids demonstrated how guerrilla warfare experience had prepared Scottish forces for operations requiring speed, coordination, and systematic destruction of enemy resources. Scottish cavalry struck deep into English territory, while infantry secured supplies and eliminated resistance. These operations were conducted with professional efficiency that impressed even English observers. Economic warfare during the Scottish raids targeted the commercial foundations of English power in northern England. Markets were destroyed, crops burned, livestock driven off, and transportation systems disrupted throughout Northumberland and Cumberland. These attacks created economic pressure on Edward II's government, while providing Scottish forces with supplies necessary for sustained operations. The systematic nature of Bruce's raiding campaigns distinguished them from traditional medieval warfare, which typically focused on territorial conquest or feudal obligations. Scottish forces operated according to strategic plans designed to achieve specific political objectives, rather than simply responding to immediate military opportunities. Bruce was conducting warfare as an extension of diplomacy by other means. English response to Scottish raiding revealed the military and political weaknesses that Bruce's strategic thinking had identified. Edward II lacked both the resources and the competent leadership necessary to defend northern England effectively while maintaining pressure on Scotland. English forces were reactive rather than proactive, responding to Scottish initiatives rather than implementing coherent defensive strategies. The Burnt Candlemas raid of 1356 represented the climax of Bruce's English campaigns in both scale and psychological impact. Scottish forces penetrated as far south as the outskirts of Durham, demonstrating their ability to operate at will throughout northern England. The economic devastation caused by this raid exceeded anything Scotland had suffered during English invasions, reversing decades of military victimisation. Protection money demanded by Bruce from English communities represented an innovative approach to medieval warfare that maximised economic pressure while minimising unnecessary destruction. English towns could purchase safety from Scottish raids through tribute payments that funded Bruce's military operations while creating economic incentives for English recognition of Scottish independence. This system was more systematic and profitable than traditional raiding. The diplomatic implications of Scottish military success in England were enormous in demonstrating Bruce's government's capability to project power beyond Scottish borders. European observers who had previously viewed Scottish independence claims as unrealistic began recognising Bruce as an effective king whose realm could defend itself and threaten its enemies. International recognition of Scottish sovereignty was advancing through military demonstration. Popular English reaction to Scottish raids revealed the extent to which decades of English military superiority had created complacency about border security. Northern English communities that had grown wealthy from trade and agriculture found themselves defenceless against Scottish military forces they had learned to dismiss as insignificant threats. The reversal of military fortunes was psychologically devastating. Scottish military organisation during the English campaigns demonstrated the institutional development that Bruce had achieved through years of systematic resistance. Coordinated operations across multiple English counties required sophisticated communication systems, supply networks, and tactical coordination that proved Scottish government had evolved from desperate rebellion into effective administration. The role of Scottish common soldiers during the English raids reflected the democratic military traditions that Bruce had fostered throughout his resistance campaign. Highland clansmen and lowland farmers fought alongside professional soldiers as equals in operations that required individual initiative as well as collective discipline. Scottish military democracy was proving more effective than English feudal hierarchy. Intelligence networks supporting Scottish operations in England revealed the extent of English support for Bruce's cause among populations that had suffered from Edward II's incompetent government. English informants provided Scottish forces with information about military movements, garrison strengths, and economic targets that maximised the effectiveness of raiding operations while minimising Scottish casualties. Religious justification for Scottish raids into England was provided by Scottish clergy who portrayed Bruce's campaigns as righteous retaliation for years of English aggression against Scottish territory and people. Scottish priests argued that divine justice supported Scottish recovery of losses suffered during English occupation, while English resistance to legitimate Scottish authority was rebellion against God's will. The cumulative effect of Bruce's English campaigns was to reverse completely the strategic balance of power between Scotland and England. English resources were being drained by the need to defend northern England, while Scottish resources were enhanced through systematic plunder of English territory. The economic foundations of English claims to Scottish sovereignty were being systematically undermined. By 1314, Bruce's raiding campaigns had achieved their strategic objectives of demonstrating Scottish military power while creating economic and political pressure for English recognition of Scottish independence. The success of these operations had also provided Bruce with the resources, experience, and confidence necessary for the ultimate test of Scottish military prowess. A decisive battle against English invasion that would determine Scotland's fate forever. The stage was set for Bannockburn, where all of Bruce's innovations in guerrilla warfare, conventional tactics, strategic planning, and popular mobilisation would face their ultimate test against the largest English army ever assembled to crush Scottish independence. The Great Raid had prepared Scotland for its greatest military challenge, while demonstrating that the impossible had become inevitable. Scottish independence through Scottish victory. June 23rd, 1314. The summer sun blazed down on the fields near Stirling Castle as the largest English army ever assembled in Scotland prepared for battle against Robert Bruce's outnumbered Scottish forces. Edward II had brought over 20,000 men northward to crush Scottish independence once and for all, including the finest knights in Christendom, Welsh longbowmen who had conquered France, and professional infantry that had never known defeat. Against this overwhelming force stood fewer than 8,000 Scots determined to win their freedom or die in the attempt. The strategic situation leading to Bannockburn had been created by Edward Bruce's siege of Stirling Castle, the last major English stronghold in central Scotland. The castle's commander had agreed to surrender if not relieved by midsummer 1314, forcing Edward VI to march north with overwhelming force or concede Scottish control over this crucial fortress. Bruce's strategic planning had created circumstances where England must either fight or acknowledge Scottish independence. Robert Bruce's tactical preparations for Bannockburn demonstrated the military genius that had evolved through 8 years of guerrilla warfare and conventional battles. The Scottish king positioned his forces on carefully chosen ground, where English numerical superiority would be negated while Scottish advantages in coordination and determination could be maximised. Every aspect of the battlefield was prepared to channel English attacks into killing zones where Scottish weapons could achieve maximum effectiveness. The Scottish army at Bannockburn represented the culmination of Bruce's efforts to forge national military unity from regional military traditions. Highland clans provided fierce individual warriors, while lowland nobles contributed disciplined heavy cavalry. Urban militias from Scottish burghs brought crossbowmen and infantry, while the king's household troops provided professional competence that matched any European standards. Edward II's tactical approach to Bannockburn reflected the arrogance that had characterised English military thinking throughout his reign. The English king expected his overwhelming numerical superiority to achieve victory through straightforward application of conventional medieval tactics. He failed to recognise that Bruce's tactical innovations required corresponding English adaptations to terrain conditions and enemy capabilities. The preliminary skirmishes on June 23rd provided dramatic omens that inspired Scottish confidence, while shaking English assumptions about inevitable victory. Robert Bruce's personal combat with Henry de Bohun demonstrated Scottish royal courage, while Bruce's victory in single combat seemed to prove divine favour for Scottish independence. Scottish morale soared while English observers began questioning their expectations of easy victory. The main battle on June 24th began with English cavalry charges that struck Scottish schiltrons with tremendous force, but failed to break formations that held firm under devastating assault. Bruce's tactical positioning had nullified English advantages in numbers and equipment, while forcing English attacks into narrow fronts where Scottish concentrated firepower could achieve maximum effectiveness against advancing enemies. Scottish tactical coordination during Bannockburn demonstrated the sophisticated military planning that Bruce had developed through years of systematic warfare. Each Scottish formation knew its precise role in the overall battle plan, while maintaining flexibility to respond to changing circumstances. This combination of discipline and adaptability proved superior to English reliance on individual heroism and traditional feudal tactics. The psychological moment when Scottish forces transitioned from defensive resistance to aggressive assault marked the turning point that transformed defensive success into decisive victory. Bruce's tactical genius revealed itself in his perfect timing of this transition, launching Scottish counterattacks at the precise moment when English formations were most vulnerable to coordinated assault. The collapse of English resistance at Bannockburn was sudden and complete, when disciplined military formations disintegrated into panic-stricken flight. English knights who had never known defeat found themselves fleeing from Scottish enemies they had expected to crush easily. The greatest military force England had ever assembled was destroyed by Scottish forces that most English observers had dismissed as peasant rabble. Edward II's ignominious flight from Bannockburn symbolised the complete reversal of military fortunes between England and Scotland. The English king, who had brought overwhelming force to crush Scottish resistance, barely escaped capture by enemies he had expected to defeat effortlessly. His abandoned royal seal became a trophy that demonstrated Scottish military superiority over English pretensions. The strategic consequences of Bannockburn extended far beyond its immediate tactical results in liberating Scottish territory from English occupation. Bruce's victory demonstrated to European observers that Scottish independence was militarily viable, while English claims to Scottish sovereignty were politically unrealistic. International recognition of Scottish sovereignty accelerated following news of English defeat. Economic implications of Bannockburn were equally significant in providing Bruce's government with resources necessary for consolidating Scottish independence. Captured English equipment, supplies, and treasure enhanced Scottish military capabilities while demonstrating the economic benefits of successful resistance. Scottish independence was proving profitable as well as honourable. The capture of English nobles at Bannockburn provided Bruce with political leverage that could be used in future negotiations over Scottish independence. High-ranking prisoners could be exchanged for Scottish captives held in English dungeons, while their ransom payments funded Scottish military operations. Bruce's magnanimous treatment of captured enemies enhanced his reputation for honourable conduct. Popular Scottish celebration of Bannockburn throughout the kingdom revealed the extent to which Bruce's resistance had captured national imagination and commitment. Common Scots who had endured years of warfare and occupation finally witnessed decisive proof that Scottish independence was achievable through Scottish determination. National confidence soared to levels not seen since Alexander III's Golden Age. Religious interpretation of Bannockburn by Scottish clergy provided spiritual validation for Bruce's claims to divine support despite his earlier excommunication. Scottish priests portrayed the victory as miraculous evidence of God's favour for Scottish independence against foreign oppression. The battlefield success was transformed into religious vindication that strengthened Bruce's political legitimacy. Diplomatic recognition of Scottish independence accelerated following Bannockburn as European powers acknowledged the reality of Scottish military capabilities. French support for Scottish independence increased while papal attitudes toward Bruce's excommunication began softening. Military victory was creating political opportunities that had been impossible during years of Scottish defeat. The tactical innovations demonstrated at Bannockburn influenced European military thinking for centuries, as observers recognised the effectiveness of Bruce's combination of defensive positioning, coordinated infantry formations, and perfectly timed counterattacks. Scottish military methods that had been dismissed as primitive proved superior to conventional feudal tactics when properly applied to appropriate circumstances. By sunset on June 24, 1314, Bannockburn had achieved everything Robert Bruce could have hoped when he began his desperate struggle for Scottish independence 8 years earlier. English military supremacy was shattered, Scottish independence was proven viable, and Bruce's kingship was validated through the ultimate medieval test of divine favour: victory in battle against overwhelming odds. Scotland was free. The death of Robert the Bruce in 1329 marked the end of one chapter in Scottish independence, but opened another that would define the kingdom's character for centuries to come. Bruce's son, David the II, inherited a crown secured by his father's military genius. But the young king would discover that maintaining independence required different skills than winning it. The decades following Bannockburn tested whether Scottish institutions could survive without the extraordinary leadership that had created them. David II's reign was marked by English attempts to exploit Scottish weakness through support for Edward Balliol, son of the deposed King John. The Second War of Scottish Independence saw Scotland divided between competing claimants, while English armies once again devastated the countryside. But the institutions Bruce had created proved stronger than individual leadership. Scottish resistance continued even when David was captured and held prisoner in England for 11 years. The Stewart dynasty came to the Scottish throne through the marriage of Walter Stewart to Marjorie Bruce, Robert the Bruce's daughter. When David II died childless in 1371, the crown passed to Robert Stewart, who became Robert II of Scotland. This succession marked the beginning of the longest ruling dynasty in Scottish history, one that would guide Scotland through its greatest medieval achievements and its most terrible disasters. Robert II faced the enormous challenge of establishing a new dynasty's legitimacy while governing a kingdom exhausted by decades of warfare. The first Stewart king was already 55 years old when he gained the crown, an elderly man by medieval standards who had spent his life in his uncle David's shadow. Yet Robert possessed qualities that Scotland desperately needed: political wisdom, administrative competence, and the patience to rebuild what war had destroyed. The early Stewart approach to kingship differed markedly from the warrior tradition established by Robert the Bruce. Where Bruce had been primarily a military commander, the Stewart kings emphasised diplomatic skills, cultural patronage, and institutional development. They understood that Scotland's independence was secure only if the kingdom could match its neighbours in government sophistication and economic prosperity. Robert II's long reign from 1371 to 1390 provided Scotland with the stability necessary for recovery from decades of warfare. The king avoided major military conflicts while strengthening royal administration and encouraging economic development. Scottish agriculture recovered its productivity while urban communities regained their prosperity. The kingdom was healing from wounds that had seemed mortal only years before. The Stewart innovation in Scottish government involved balancing royal authority with noble independence in ways that prevented the civil wars that had plagued earlier reigns. Robert II recognised that Highland clans and lowland nobles required different approaches to governance. He allowed traditional Celtic customs to flourish in the north, while implementing feudal innovations in the south. This flexible approach created stability that had been impossible under more rigid governmental systems. Marriage alliances became central to Stewart foreign policy, as the dynasty sought to secure Scottish independence through diplomatic rather than military means. Stewart princesses married into European royal families while foreign princes wed Scottish noblewomen. These connections provided Scotland with allies and trading partners throughout medieval Europe. The kingdom was becoming integrated into continental civilization while maintaining its distinctive identity. Cultural development flourished under early Stewart rule, as royal patronage encouraged artistic and intellectual achievements that enhanced Scotland's international reputation. Scottish poetry, music and architecture reached new heights of sophistication, while remaining recognisably Scottish in character. The court became a centre of learning that attracted scholars and artists from throughout Europe. The challenge of succession planning occupied much of Robert II's attention, as he sought to ensure smooth transitions that would prevent civil wars following royal deaths. The Stewart solution involved careful preparation of heirs combined with clear designation of succession arrangements. These preparations proved crucial when Robert II died in 1390, allowing his son Robert III to assume the crown without significant opposition. Robert III's reign revealed both the strengths and weaknesses of the Stewart approach to kingship. The second Stewart king was personally pious and well-intentioned, but he lacked the political skills necessary for effective medieval rule. His reign was marked by noble rebellions and administrative chaos that threatened to undo his father's achievements. Scotland learned that good intentions were insufficient for successful kingship. The crisis of Robert III's reign culminated in the mysterious death of his eldest son David, Duke of Rothesay, while in the custody of his uncle the Duke of Albany. This tragedy left the crown to pass to James, Robert III's younger son, who was still a child when English pirates captured him while travelling to France for safety. Scotland faced another minority kingship at the worst possible moment. The Albany governorship that ruled Scotland during James III's captivity demonstrated both the strength of Stewart institutions and the dangers of divided authority. The Duke of Albany governed competently for 18 years, maintaining Scottish independence and internal order, but his power was always temporary and limited, creating opportunities for ambitious nobles to challenge royal authority while the rightful king remained imprisoned in England. The Stewart dynasty's survival through these early challenges proved the resilience of the governmental innovations introduced by Robert III. Despite weak kings, minority rule and external pressures, Scottish independence was maintained while the kingdom's institutions continued to function. The dynasty had created governmental systems that could operate effectively even when individual rulers proved inadequate. By 1424, when James the Bull finally returned to Scotland after his long English captivity, the Stewart dynasty had established itself as the legitimate and permanent ruling house of Scotland. The kingdom had survived its most vulnerable period while developing characteristics that would define Scottish civilization for centuries: cultural sophistication, diplomatic flexibility, and institutional resilience that could withstand almost any challenge. The Stewart approach to kingship represented a new model for medieval monarchy that balanced royal authority with constitutional limitations in ways that enhanced rather than diminished royal power. Future Stuart kings would build upon these foundations to create Scotland's golden age of medieval achievement. The dynasty that had begun with an elderly man assuming a war-torn crown would guide Scotland to heights of prosperity and cultural achievement that would astonish medieval Europe. The 16th century brought renewed English aggression against Scottish independence in the form of Henry VIII's Rough Wooing, a campaign of systematic destruction designed to force Scotland into union with England through marriage between the infant Mary Queen of Scots and Henry's son Edward. This English strategy represented a new approach to Scottish conquest that combined military pressure with diplomatic manipulation in ways that threatened to achieve what centuries of warfare had failed to accomplish. Henry VIII's initial approach to Scottish union seemed reasonable to many contemporary observers. A marriage between the infant Scottish Queen and the English Prince would unite the kingdoms peacefully while preserving Scottish independence under a shared monarchy. The Treaty of Greenwich in 1543 outlined arrangements that appeared to protect Scottish interests while providing England with the alliance it desired against France and continental enemies. Scottish resistance to the marriage treaty revealed the deep suspicions that centuries of English aggression had created within Scottish political culture. Many Scottish nobles viewed Henry's proposals as attempts to achieve through diplomacy what English armies had failed to accomplish through conquest. The Scottish Parliament's rejection of the Greenwich Treaty demonstrated that Scottish independence remained more important than peaceful relations with England. Henry VIII's response to Scottish rejection was characteristically violent and systematic. English armies invaded Scotland with orders to destroy everything that made Scottish civilization possible. Churches, monasteries, castles, and entire towns were burned in campaigns designed to terrorize Scotland into submission. The Rough Wooing earned its name through brutality that exceeded even medieval standards of warfare. The Battle of Pinkie in 1547 demonstrated English military superiority, while revealing Scottish tactical limitations that had developed during decades of relative peace. The Scottish army, still organised according to traditional methods, was devastated by English forces that combined innovative firearms with conventional weapons. Over 10,000 Scots died in a defeat that seemed to prove English claims about Scottish military incompetence. Scottish recovery from Pinkie required fundamental changes in military organisation and strategic thinking that challenged traditional approaches to national defence. The disaster forced Scottish leaders to acknowledge that their kingdom could not survive through military resistance alone. Diplomatic alliances, particularly with France, became essential for Scottish independence against English technological and numerical superiority. French intervention in Scotland during the Rough Wooing provided crucial military support while creating new dependencies that complicated Scottish sovereignty. French troops helped Scottish resistance while French advisers influenced Scottish policy in ways that sometimes conflicted with purely Scottish interests. Scotland was learning that independence from England might require uncomfortable dependence on France. The removal of Mary Queen of Scots to France in 1548 symbolised Scotland's desperate situation during the Rough Wooing crisis. The infant queen's safety required foreign protection, while her absence left Scotland without clear royal leadership during its most dangerous period. Scottish independence was being preserved at the cost of Scottish royal presence within the kingdom. Religious complications during the Rough Wooing added another dimension to the conflict between England and Scotland, as Protestant Reformation spread throughout Northern Europe. Henry VIII's break with Rome was motivated partly by political considerations, while Scottish Catholicism represented resistance to both English religious and political authority. Religion and politics were becoming increasingly intertwined in ways that complicated diplomatic solutions. The resistance to English occupation during the Rough Wooing demonstrated the continued vitality of Scottish national identity despite military defeats and political chaos. Common Scots supported guerrilla warfare against English garrisons, while noble families maintained loyalty to the Scottish crown despite enormous pressures to submit to English authority. National spirit proved stronger than military weakness. Economic warfare during the Rough Wooing targeted the commercial foundations of Scottish prosperity through systematic destruction of ports, markets, and transportation systems. English strategy aimed to make Scottish independence economically impossible, while demonstrating the benefits that union with England could provide. The carrot of economic integration accompanied the stick of military devastation. The role of Scottish women during the Rough Wooing crisis revealed gender dimensions of resistance that male chroniclers often overlooked. Marie de Guise, Mary Queen of Scots' mother, provided effective political leadership while other noblewomen organised intelligence networks and supply systems that sustained Scottish resistance. Women's contributions were essential to Scottish survival during this desperate period. Border warfare during the Rough Wooing revived traditions that had been dormant during peaceful periods, while creating new forms of violence that exceeded anything in previous Scottish-English conflicts. Reiver families on both sides of the border used the larger conflict as excuse for private warfare that devastated border communities, while making peaceful settlement increasingly difficult. The psychological impact of the Rough Wooing on Scottish national consciousness was profound, in demonstrating that English threats to Scottish independence had not diminished despite centuries of Scottish resistance. Each new generation of Scots learned that their freedom required constant vigilance and sacrifice. National identity was being forged through shared suffering that united diverse Scottish communities against common enemies. Diplomatic initiatives during the Rough Wooing revealed the complexity of European power politics in which Scottish independence was only one consideration among many competing national interests. France supported Scotland against England, but also sought to use Scottish alliance for French purposes that sometimes conflicted with Scottish needs. Scotland was learning to navigate great power politics while preserving essential national interests. The eventual failure of the Rough Wooing demonstrated that Scottish independence could not be destroyed through military pressure alone. Despite English advantages in technology and resources, Scottish national identity had developed institutional and cultural strength that could survive almost any external pressure. The kingdom that had emerged from medieval warfare possessed resilience that would carry it through early modern challenges. Cultural resistance during the Rough Wooing took forms that range from preservation of Scottish legal traditions to maintenance of distinctive Scottish artistic and literary expressions. Language, music, poetry, and customary law became weapons in the struggle for national identity, when military weapons proved insufficient. Scottish culture was proving as important as Scottish castles in defending national independence. By 1560, the Rough Wooing had ended in English failure despite devastating Scottish losses and enormous English expenditures. Scotland remained independent while England had exhausted resources and diplomatic credibility in failed attempts to force union through violence. The lesson was clear. Scottish independence could not be destroyed from outside, only surrendered from within. The kingdom that had survived medieval English aggression would survive early modern English aggression as well. April 1424. After 18 years of English captivity, James I of Scotland finally crossed the border into his native kingdom as a free man and rightful king. The young monarch who returned to Scotland bore little resemblance to the boy who had been captured by English pirates 2 decades earlier. James had received the finest education available in medieval Europe, while his captivity at the English court had exposed him to continental ideas about kingship, literature, and government that would transform Scotland forever. The kingdom James inherited was both stronger and weaker than the one he had left as a child. The Stewart dynasty had survived through the capable regency of his uncle Albany, but noble families had grown accustomed to governing themselves with minimal royal interference. Royal authority needed to be rebuilt from foundations laid by his predecessors, but James possessed advantages that previous Scottish kings had lacked: sophisticated education, international experience, and determination forged through years of enforced exile. James I's immediate priority was establishing effective royal control over nobles who had enjoyed near independence during his absence. The king understood that Scottish royal authority depended on balancing noble privilege with royal prerogative in ways that served the kingdom's broader interests. His approach combined careful diplomacy with decisive action against those who refused to accept restored royal authority. The elimination of the Albany Stewarts marked James's first major assertion of royal power against nobles who had become too powerful during his captivity. The execution of Duke Murdoch of Albany and his sons shocked Scottish nobility while demonstrating that the returned king would not tolerate challenges to royal authority. James was establishing precedents that would define his reign and influence Scottish kingship for generations. James I's legal reforms represented one of his most significant contributions to Scottish institutional development. The king's English captivity had exposed him to sophisticated legal systems that he adapted to Scottish conditions and traditions. New laws protected common people from noble oppression, while strengthening royal courts against local jurisdictions that had assumed excessive authority during the king's absence. The cultural renaissance that flourished under James III's patronage reflected both his personal interests and his understanding of how artistic achievement could enhance royal prestige throughout Europe. The king was himself an accomplished poet, whose work demonstrated Scottish literary capabilities, while his court attracted musicians, artists and scholars who created distinctive Scottish cultural expressions that impressed foreign observers. The King Esquire, James's greatest literary work, revealed the sophisticated education he had received during his English captivity, while expressing distinctively Scottish sensibilities about love, fortune, and royal responsibility. This poem established James as one of medieval Europe's most accomplished royal authors, while demonstrating that Scottish court culture could match any contemporary standard of sophistication. Economic policies under James I focused on strengthening royal finances through improved taxation systems and enhanced trade relationships with continental Europe. The king understood that effective government required adequate funding, while Scottish independence needed economic foundations that could support military and diplomatic activities. His fiscal innovations provided resources for the governmental expansion that his other reforms required. James's marriage to Joan Beaufort represented both personal happiness and sophisticated diplomatic strategy that enhanced Scottish international connections. Joan brought English royal blood to the Scottish dynasty, while her family connections provided political advantages in dealing with English policy towards Scotland. The marriage demonstrated James's understanding of how personal relationships could serve national interests. The establishment of the University of St Andrews during James's reign reflected his commitment to educational advancement that would provide Scotland with trained administrators, clergy, and professionals necessary for governmental sophistication. This institution, Scotland's first university, demonstrated royal understanding that modern kingdoms required educated leadership at all levels of society. Military reforms under James III modernised Scottish armed forces while maintaining traditional strengths that had served the kingdom well in previous conflicts. The king's continental education had exposed him to advanced military techniques that he adapted to Scottish conditions and resources. These innovations prepared Scotland for future conflicts, while demonstrating royal commitment to national defence. Parliamentary development under James I created more systematic relationships between royal authority and representative institutions that enhanced governmental effectiveness while respecting traditional Scottish political customs. The king understood that strong monarchy required cooperation with other centres of power rather than simply dominating them through force. His parliamentary innovations balanced royal prerogative with constitutional limitations. The tragedy of James III's assassination in 1437 demonstrated both the success and the dangers of his approach to royal authority. The king's efforts to strengthen royal power had made enemies among nobles who preferred the decentralised government they had enjoyed during his absence. His murder by disgruntled nobles showed that constitutional monarchy remained dangerous for individual monarchs, even when it strengthened royal institutions. Religious policies under James V reflected his understanding that church-state relationships required careful balancing of royal authority with clerical independence. The king supported church reform while maintaining royal influence over ecclesiastical appointments and policies. His approach created stability that avoided the religious conflicts that plagued many contemporary kingdoms. The cultural impact of James III's reign extended far beyond his personal artistic achievements, in demonstrating that Scottish kingship could combine effective government with intellectual and artistic patronage. Future Scottish kings would follow his example in supporting cultural development, while previous kings were remembered primarily for military and political activities. James established cultural achievement as a legitimate royal concern. Border policies under James II sought to reduce the endemic warfare that had characterised Scottish-English frontier relationships for centuries. The king's English connections provided opportunities for diplomatic solutions to border problems, while his domestic strength allowed him to control Scottish border families that had previously operated with minimal royal oversight. Peace was proving more beneficial than war for both kingdoms. James III's legacy in Scottish institutional development was enormous despite his relatively brief reign of 13 years. He had demonstrated that effective monarchy could coexist with constitutional limitations, while proving that cultural achievement could enhance rather than weaken royal authority. His innovations provided foundations for Scotland's later medieval Golden Age. The tragedy of James's death was that his governmental innovations required continued royal leadership to achieve their full potential. His son James II inherited strong institutions but also inherited the noble resentments that had motivated his father's assassination. The question was whether James I's legacy would survive the challenges that had destroyed its creator. By 1437, James III had proven that Scottish kingship could achieve European standards of sophistication while remaining distinctively Scottish in character. The poet-king had created governmental, cultural and institutional innovations that would influence Scottish development for centuries. His reign represented the successful fusion of continental learning with Scottish traditions that would define Scotland's approach to modernity. The late 15th and early 16th centuries witnessed Scotland's transformation from a medieval kingdom on Europe's periphery into a Renaissance monarchy that commanded international respect and admiration. This cultural revolution was neither sudden nor complete, but it fundamentally altered Scottish intellectual life, artistic expression, and political culture in ways that created the foundation for Scotland's golden age of achievement. The Stewart kings of this period, particularly James IV, understood that royal prestige in Renaissance Europe required cultural sophistication as much as military prowess or political acumen. European monarchs were expected to patronize learning, support artistic innovation, and demonstrate personal accomplishment in intellectual pursuits. Scottish kings rose to these challenges with enthusiasm that surprised foreign observers who had viewed Scotland as barbarously backward. Architectural renaissance in Scotland began with royal building projects that introduced continental innovations, while respecting Scottish climatic and defensive requirements. Stirling Castle underwent massive reconstruction that created Renaissance palace apartments within medieval fortifications. These buildings demonstrated Scottish ability to adapt European artistic trends to Scottish conditions, while creating distinctive Scottish Renaissance architectural traditions. The establishment of King's College Aberdeen in 1495 and the University of Glasgow's expansion demonstrated Scottish commitment to educational advancement that would provide the kingdom with Renaissance learning and professional competence. These institutions attracted European scholars while training Scottish students who could match continental standards of intellectual achievement. Scotland was creating educational foundations for cultural renaissance. Literary development under the later Stuart kings produced poets and writers whose works demonstrated Scottish Renaissance achievement while maintaining distinctively Scottish cultural characteristics. William Dunbar, Robert Henryson, and other court poets created literature that impressed European audiences while expressing Scottish sensibilities and concerns. Scottish literature was achieving international recognition for the first time. Musical innovation during the Scottish Renaissance created distinctive traditions that combined continental influences with Scottish folk elements in ways that produced uniquely Scottish artistic expressions. The royal court became a centre of musical activity that attracted foreign musicians while patronising native Scottish talent. Royal musical patronage demonstrated the sophistication of Scottish cultural life to visiting diplomats and scholars. James IV's personal accomplishments symbolise Scotland's Renaissance transformation, in their combination of traditional royal virtues with new intellectual and artistic interests. The king was a formidable warrior and skilled politician, but he was also a patron of learning who spoke multiple languages, supported scientific experiments, and practiced surgery as a royal hobby. He embodied the Renaissance ideal of the complete ruler. Scientific and technological advancement under Renaissance. Scottish kings reflected royal understanding that modern kingdoms required technical competence as well as cultural sophistication. Royal support for alchemical experiments, medical research, and mechanical innovation demonstrated Scottish participation in the broader European scientific revolution that was transforming medieval knowledge systems. Diplomatic sophistication during Scotland's Renaissance period revealed the kingdom's integration into European political culture through marriage alliances, trade agreements, and cultural exchanges that made Scotland an active participant in continental affairs. Scottish ambassadors appeared at every major European court, while foreign diplomats sought Scottish alliance and support for their own national interests. The tragic culmination of Scottish Renaissance achievement came with James IV's death at Flodden in 1513, where the king's Renaissance ideals of chivalric honour conflicted with practical political wisdom. James's decision to invade England in support of his French allies demonstrated loyalty and courage, while revealing the tensions between Renaissance honour culture and pragmatic statecraft. Legal development during the Scottish Renaissance created institutional innovations that balanced continental legal scholarship with traditional Scottish customary law. The establishment of the College of Justice provided Scotland with sophisticated legal institutions, while legal education at Scottish universities created professional competence that matched European standards. Scottish law was achieving systematic sophistication. Economic prosperity during the Renaissance period provided Scottish kings with resources necessary for cultural patronage, while demonstrating that intellectual achievement could complement rather than compete with material success. Scottish trade expanded throughout Europe while royal revenue supported artistic projects and educational institutions that enhanced the kingdom's international reputation. Religious developments during the Scottish Renaissance reflected the complex relationships between traditional Catholic culture and emerging Protestant influences that were reshaping European Christianity. Scottish kings maintained Catholic orthodoxy while supporting humanistic learning that challenged medieval religious assumptions. Scotland was navigating religious change with characteristic diplomatic flexibility. Urban development during the Renaissance created Scottish cities that could match European standards of architectural beauty and cultural sophistication. Edinburgh, Glasgow, Aberdeen, and other major towns underwent construction projects that demonstrated Scottish prosperity while providing venues for artistic and intellectual activities that attracted European attention and admiration. The role of Scottish women in Renaissance culture revealed gender dimensions of intellectual and artistic achievement that challenged traditional assumptions about female capabilities. Scottish noblewomen received sophisticated educations, while some participated directly in literary and artistic creation. Renaissance Scotland was creating opportunities for female cultural participation that were unusual in contemporary Europe. International recognition of Scottish Renaissance achievement was demonstrated through foreign visitors who came to Scotland seeking cultural and intellectual exchange rather than simply conducting diplomatic or commercial business. European scholars, artists and writers viewed Scotland as a legitimate centre of Renaissance culture worthy of serious attention and respect. The legacy of Scotland's Renaissance transformation extended far beyond specific artistic or intellectual achievements in creating cultural confidence that would sustain Scottish national identity through future challenges. Renaissance Scotland had proven that the kingdom could match any European standard of civilization while maintaining distinctive Scottish characteristics that enhanced rather than diminished its international appeal. By 1513, Scotland had achieved Renaissance transformation that placed the kingdom among Europe's most culturally sophisticated monarchies. The process had required royal leadership, popular support, and institutional development that demonstrated Scottish capacity for cultural achievement. The kingdom that had begun the medieval period as a collection of warring tribes had become a Renaissance monarchy that commanded European respect. The tragedy of Flodden represented not the failure of Scottish Renaissance achievement, but the price of success in a dangerous world where cultural sophistication could not eliminate political and military challenges. Renaissance Scotland had created cultural foundations that would survive military disasters, while providing inspiration for future generations seeking to restore Scottish greatness. Deep in the Highland glens, where mist clung to ancient mountains, a social system evolved that would define Scottish identity for centuries beyond the medieval period. The clan system represented more than simple kinship organisation. It was a complete way of life that balanced individual freedom with collective responsibility, personal honour with group loyalty, and ancient tradition with practical adaptation to harsh environmental conditions. The word clan itself derived from the Gaelic clan, meaning children or offspring. This linguistic origin revealed the fundamental principle underlying Highland society, the belief that all members of a clan descended from a common ancestor, whether that ancestor was real, legendary, or simply politically convenient. Blood relationship, whether actual or adopted, created bonds stronger than any feudal obligation or royal command. Celtic kinship traditions that formed the foundation of the clan system had ancient roots stretching back to pre-Christian Scotland. These customs emphasised collective ownership of land, shared responsibility for clan welfare, and leadership based on personal merit rather than strict hereditary succession. The clan chief was not an absolute ruler, but a guardian of clan interests who held authority only as long as he served those interests effectively. The integration of clan traditions with feudal innovations introduced by David III and his successors created unique Scottish institutions that combined Celtic custom with Norman legal concepts. Highland chiefs received feudal charters that gave them legal title to clan lands, while maintaining traditional relationships with clan members. This fusion produced governmental systems that were both ancient and modern, Celtic and European. Territorial organisation within the clan system reflected the harsh realities of Highland geography, where mountains and glens created natural boundaries that determined settlement patterns and defensive strategies. Each clan controlled specific territories that provided resources necessary for survival, while creating buffer zones between potentially hostile neighbours. Clan lands were not mere feudal possessions but homelands that defined clan identity and purpose. The role of the clan chief combined military leadership, judicial authority, and paternal responsibility in ways that created personal relationships between rulers and ruled that were impossible in more hierarchical feudal systems. Chiefs knew every clan member personally, while clan members had direct access to chiefly attention and support. This intimacy created loyalty that feudal obligations could never match. Clan hierarchies reflected both egalitarian and aristocratic principles in complex arrangements that balanced individual merit with hereditary privilege. The chief's family provided traditional leadership, while talented individuals could achieve prominence through personal accomplishment. This system created social mobility while maintaining stable leadership structures. The tacksman class occupied a crucial middle position in clan society, serving as intermediaries between chiefs and common clan members while managing agricultural and military resources that sustained clan life. These men typically belonged to cadet branches of chiefly families, combining blood loyalty with practical competence that made clan administration possible. Military organisation within clans emphasised individual prowess combined with collective discipline that created formidable fighting forces despite limited resources and equipment. Every clan member was potentially a warrior, while specific military roles developed according to individual skills and clan needs. This system produced armies that were highly motivated and tactically flexible. Women played essential roles in clan society that extended far beyond domestic responsibilities to include economic management, political negotiation, and cultural preservation activities that sustained clan identity across generations. Clan wives managed household resources while clan mothers transmitted cultural traditions through storytelling, music and ritual observation that maintained clan distinctiveness. The clan system's relationship to Scottish royal authority evolved through centuries of negotiation and conflict that balanced Highland autonomy with lowland governmental control. Clan chiefs acknowledged royal sovereignty while maintaining traditional privileges that preserved clan independence within the broader Scottish kingdom. This balance required constant diplomatic adjustment by both sides. Economic foundations of clan life rested on cattle herding combined with limited agriculture that was adapted to Highland conditions where traditional farming was difficult or impossible. Cattle provided both sustenance and wealth, in forms that were portable during times of conflict, while creating economic relationships with lowland markets that needed Highland products. Legal traditions within clans emphasized restorative rather than punitive justice through compensation systems that repaired social relationships damaged by crime or conflict. Clan law focused on maintaining community harmony while deterring future problems through collective responsibility that made every clan member invested in preventing antisocial behavior. Cultural expression through clan traditions included distinctive music, poetry, dress, and ceremonial practices that maintained clan identity while creating beauty that enriched Highland life despite material limitations. These traditions provided psychological sustenance during difficult periods while creating cultural distinctiveness that attracted admiration from observers throughout Europe. The clan system's adaptation to changing political circumstances demonstrated remarkable flexibility that allowed Highland society to maintain essential characteristics, while accommodating external pressures from royal government, religious change, and economic transformation. Clans preserved core values while adapting surface practices to meet new challenges. Marriage customs within clan society balanced romantic preference with strategic considerations that strengthened clan alliances while maintaining genetic diversity that prevented the problems associated with excessive inbreeding. Clan marriages created political bonds while respecting individual emotional needs that made marriages personally satisfying as well as politically beneficial. Educational traditions in clan society emphasized practical skills combined with cultural knowledge that prepared clan members for Highland life, while maintaining intellectual traditions that preserved Gaelic language, literature, and historical knowledge. Clan education was comprehensive and personally relevant in ways that formal schooling often failed to achieve. The clan system's survival through medieval challenges demonstrated the effectiveness of social organizations that balance competing human needs for security, freedom, identity, and achievement. Highland clans created communities that were simultaneously ancient and adaptive, traditional and innovative, local and universal in their appeal to fundamental human values. Religious integration within clan society combined Christian beliefs with pre-Christian traditions that created distinctive Highland spirituality, emphasizing connection between human communities and natural environments. Clan religion provided both individual comfort and collective identity that sustained Highland culture through centuries of external pressure and internal change. By the end of the medieval period, the clan system had proven itself as one of Europe's most successful adaptations to challenging environmental and political conditions. Highland clans had created social systems that preserved ancient wisdom while remaining capable of meeting new challenges. The clan tradition would continue to influence Scottish identity long after medieval Scotland had disappeared into historical memory. Medieval Scotland was not one country but two distinct civilizations that happened to share the same kingdom. The Highland line, running roughly from the Clyde to the Tay, separated worlds as different as any international border. North of this invisible boundary lay the Highlands, where Celtic tradition survived in forms barely changed since pre-Roman times. South of the line stretched the lowlands, where feudal innovations and continental influences had created a society that resembled England or France more than traditional Scotland. Geography created these cultural divisions through mountain barriers that made communication between regions difficult while encouraging different economic and social adaptations. Highland glens isolated communities that developed distinctive customs, while lowland plains facilitated trade and travel that brought external influences. The same kingdom contained pastoral societies and agricultural communities, Celtic kinship systems and feudal hierarchies, Gaelic speakers and English speakers. Language differences between Highland and Lowland Scotland were perhaps the most obvious manifestation of deeper cultural divisions that affected every aspect of medieval Scottish life. Gaelic remained the dominant language of the Highlands, while Scots English spread throughout the Lowlands. These linguistic boundaries created communication barriers that reinforced social and cultural separation between regions. Economic systems in Highland and Lowland Scotland developed along different lines that reflected both geographic conditions and cultural preferences inherited from ancient traditions. Highland clans emphasized cattle herding and seasonal agriculture, while lowland communities developed grain production and market-oriented farming. These economic differences created distinct social structures and political priorities. Religious practices varied between Highland and Lowland Scotland, in ways that reflected different relationships with continental European influences and ancient Celtic traditions. Highland communities maintained aspects of Celtic Christianity longer than lowland areas, where Roman Catholic standardization was more complete. These religious differences contributed to regional cultural distinctiveness. Political organization differed dramatically between Highland clans and lowland feudal structures, creating governance challenges for Scottish kings who needed to maintain authority over both systems simultaneously. Highland chiefs ruled through personal relationships and traditional authority, while lowland nobles operated through feudal obligations and written legal codes. Royal government needed to accommodate both approaches. Military traditions in Highland and Lowland Scotland reflected different strategic environments and cultural values that created distinct warrior cultures within the same kingdom. Highland warfare emphasized mobility, individual prowess and clan loyalty, while lowland military service followed feudal patterns of organized cavalry and disciplined infantry formations. Scottish armies needed to integrate both traditions effectively. Architecture in Highland and Lowland Scotland developed along different lines that reflected both practical needs and cultural preferences inherited from distinct historical traditions. Highland buildings emphasized defense and adaptation to harsh climate, while lowland construction followed European fashions in both ecclesiastical and secular building. Regional architectural differences created distinctive Scottish landscapes. Legal systems in Highland and Lowland Scotland operated according to different principles that created challenges for unified royal justice throughout the medieval kingdom. Highland law emphasized kinship obligations and customary practices, while lowland law followed feudal principles and written statutes. Scottish legal development required integration of both traditions. Educational opportunities varied between Highland and Lowland Scotland in ways that reflected different cultural priorities and access to external educational resources. Lowland communities developed formal schools and attracted continental scholars, while Highland education remained primarily oral and traditional. These educational differences affected regional intellectual development. Women's roles in Highland and Lowland Scotland differed significantly according to distinct cultural traditions that shaped gender relationships within each regional society. Highland women often possessed greater economic and political influence within clan structures, while lowland women followed European patterns of more restricted public roles. Regional differences in gender relationships created different opportunities for female participation in medieval Scottish life. Trade relationships connected Highland and Lowland Scotland despite cultural differences, creating economic interdependence that balanced political and social division between regions. Highland cattle and other products found markets in lowland towns, while lowland manufactured goods reached Highland communities. Commerce created connections that politics sometimes strained. Marriage patterns between Highland and Lowland Scotland demonstrated both the barriers and bridges between regional cultures within medieval Scotland. Cross-regional marriages occurred frequently enough to create family connections throughout the kingdom, while remaining unusual enough to require cultural adaptation by both partners. These marriages created links between different Scottish communities. Artistic expression in Highland and Lowland Scotland developed distinctive regional characteristics, while sharing fundamental Scottish elements that created unified cultural identity despite social and linguistic differences. Highland and Lowland music, poetry and visual arts were recognisably different while remaining recognisably Scottish. Regional artistic traditions contributed to broader Scottish cultural development. Royal policy toward Highland and Lowland Scotland required constant balancing of regional interests and cultural sensitivities that challenged medieval Scottish kings throughout the period. Successful Scottish monarchs learned to work with both Highland and Lowland leaders, while unsuccessful kings alienated one region or the other. Royal authority depended on managing regional diversity effectively. Religious reform movements affected Highland and Lowland Scotland differently, due to distinct regional relationships with continental European influences and traditional Scottish practices. Lowland areas adopted religious innovations more quickly, while Highland communities maintained traditional practices longer. These differences created regional religious diversity within unified Scottish Christianity. The relationship between Highland and Lowland Scotland evolved throughout the medieval period as political, economic and social changes affected both regions while creating new forms of interaction between traditional Scottish communities. Regional differences remained significant while overall Scottish identity grew stronger through shared historical experiences. Military cooperation between Highland and Lowland Scotland was essential for Scottish independence during conflicts with England and other external enemies. Despite cultural differences, Highland and Lowland forces fought together effectively when national survival was at stake. Shared military experiences created bonds that transcended regional divisions. Cultural exchange between Highland and Lowland Scotland occurred continuously, despite barriers created by language, geography and social differences. Highland influences appeared in Lowland culture while continental innovations reached Highland communities through Lowland intermediaries. Scottish culture developed through constant internal cross-fertilisation between regional traditions. By the end of the medieval period, Highland and Lowland Scotland remained culturally distinct while being politically united under Scottish royal authority that had learned to accommodate regional differences within unified national identity. The kingdom's strength came partly from cultural diversity that provided different resources for meeting various challenges while maintaining essential Scottish characteristics that united all regions in common identity and purpose. War was not merely politics by other means in medieval Scotland. It was a sacred ritual that defined masculine identity, established social hierarchy, and maintained cosmic order in a universe where honour mattered more than life itself. The warrior culture that developed in both Highland clans and Lowland feudal society created codes of conduct that governed everything from cattle raids to international warfare, transforming violence into art form that celebrated courage while demanding ultimate sacrifice. The concept of honour in medieval Scottish warfare encompassed personal reputation, family prestige, and clan or feudal loyalty in complex relationships that made cowardice worse than death. A warrior who fled from battle brought shame upon his entire lineage, while one who died courageously achieved immortality through song and story that would inspire future generations. Honour was currency more valuable than gold in societies where reputation determined social position. Cattle raiding represented the most common form of warfare in medieval Scotland, combining economic necessity with opportunities for young men to prove their courage and skill in relatively low-risk combat situations. These raids followed elaborate customs that balanced the need for acquiring wealth with requirements for demonstrating bravery. Successful raiders gained both material prosperity and social prestige that enhanced their marriage prospects and political influence. The warriors' equipment reflected both practical military needs and symbolic statements about identity, status, and cultural allegiance that were as important as functional effectiveness. Highland warriors carried weapons passed down through generations, while Lowland knights imported the latest continental innovations. Arms and armour were inheritance more precious than land because they carried ancestral honour into each new battle. Individual combat between champions represented warfare's most ritualized expression, where personal honor superseded tactical advantage in single combats that could determine the outcome of larger conflicts. These duels followed ancient protocols that emphasized fair play and mutual respect, while allowing maximum display of individual prowess. Champion combat transformed warfare into dramatic performance that elevated exceptional warriors to legendary status. Battle formations in Scottish warfare reflected both practical tactical considerations and cultural values that emphasized collective action while celebrating individual heroism. Highland clans formed dense masses of kinsmen who fought to protect family honour, while lowland forces organised according to feudal obligations that balanced personal loyalty with professional discipline. Battlefield success required coordination of both traditions. The role of women in warrior culture extended beyond passive support to active participation in military planning, intelligence gathering, and psychological warfare that sustained clan and feudal military capabilities. Scottish women composed battle songs that inspired warriors while organising supply networks that enabled extended campaigns. Their contributions were essential to military success despite being largely invisible in male-centred historical accounts. Mercenary service provided opportunities for Scottish warriors to gain experience and wealth in foreign campaigns, while spreading Scottish military reputation throughout medieval Europe. Scottish soldiers served in English, French and continental armies, where their fierce courage earned both respect and steady employment. Military service created international connections that enhanced Scotland's diplomatic influence. Siege warfare in medieval Scotland combined technical innovation with traditional Scottish tactical approaches that maximised mobility and surprise, while minimising resource expenditure. Scottish forces preferred rapid capture through treachery or sudden assault rather than lengthy sieges that required extensive supply systems. These methods reflected both practical limitations and cultural preferences for decisive action. Naval warfare remained less developed in medieval Scotland despite the kingdom's extensive coastline and island territories, reflecting Highland and Lowland cultural focus on land-based military traditions rather than maritime expertise. Scottish naval capabilities were generally defensive, while offensive operations relied on land forces that could move more effectively than ships in Scotland's challenging coastal waters. The ethics of warfare in medieval Scotland balanced Christian teachings about justified violence with pagan traditions that celebrated martial prowess as divine expression. Scottish warriors sought religious blessing for their weapons while following codes that demanded mercy toward defeated enemies and protection for non-combatants. Military ethics created moral frameworks that channeled violence toward acceptable targets. Training for warfare began in childhood through games and competitions that developed physical skills while instilling cultural values about courage, loyalty and honour that would guide adult military service. Young Scots learned weapons handling through play while absorbing story traditions that provided moral guidance for future military decisions. Military education was comprehensive cultural indoctrination. The psychology of Scottish warfare emphasised emotional preparation that transformed ordinary men into effective killers while maintaining social bonds that prevented warfare from becoming senseless brutality. Pre-battle rituals created collective enthusiasm, while post-battle ceremonies honoured the dead and reintegrated survivors into peaceful community life. War was contained within cultural frameworks that preserved social stability. Weapons technology in medieval Scotland reflected both indigenous innovation and imported techniques that were adapted to Scottish tactical preferences and economic limitations. Scottish smiths developed distinctive sword designs while learning continental armour-making techniques. Military technology advanced through combination of native creativity with foreign expertise that enhanced Scottish battlefield effectiveness. The economics of warfare in medieval Scotland created complex relationships between military service, land tenure, and social obligation that balanced individual advancement with collective defence needs. Military service provided access to wealth and status while requiring investments in equipment and training that were beyond individual resources. Warfare was both pathway to prosperity and potential route to ruin. Seasonal patterns in Scottish warfare reflected agricultural cycles and weather conditions, that determined when military campaigns were feasible while allowing communities to balance military obligations with economic necessities. Summer campaigns coincided with periods when farmers could be spared from agricultural labour, while winter warfare was limited to situations of extreme necessity. Military calendars followed natural rhythms. The legacy of Scottish warrior culture extended far beyond medieval military conflicts to create cultural traditions that influenced Scottish identity through subsequent centuries. Highland and Lowland military traditions provided inspiration during later struggles for Scottish independence, while military virtues like courage and loyalty became defining characteristics of Scottish national character. The transformation of medieval Scottish warfare from clan raiding to international campaigns demonstrated the kingdom's evolution from tribal society to European power, while maintaining essential cultural values that distinguished Scottish military traditions from those of neighbouring countries. Scottish warfare remained recognisably Scottish, while achieving European standards of effectiveness and sophistication. Border warfare between Scotland and England created specialised military traditions that combined elements of international conflict with local raiding customs that were unique to frontier societies living in conditions of constant threat. Border military culture produced distinctive fighting techniques and social institutions that influenced both Scottish and English military development throughout the medieval period. Dawn broke over medieval Scotland with the sound of cockerels and church bells calling both nobles and peasants to another day of labour, prayer and survival, in a world where the margin between prosperity and disaster remained perpetually thin. Life moved according to rhythms established by seasons, religious calendar, and social obligations that connected every individual to larger communities, while providing structure for existence that was often harsh but occasionally beautiful. Agricultural cycles dominated daily life for the vast majority of medieval Scots who worked the land either as free farmers or feudal serfs bound to noble estates. Spring brought ploughing and planting activities that required every available hand, while summer meant constant labour tending crops and livestock. Autumn harvest determined whether communities would eat well or starve during the coming winter months when stored food was the only barrier against famine. The medieval Scottish diet consisted primarily of grain products supplemented by dairy, vegetables and occasional meat that reflected both geographic conditions and social status. Common people subsisted on oatmeal, barley bread and vegetables grown in small gardens, while nobles enjoyed white bread, imported wine and fresh meat from their hunting preserves. Diet varied dramatically between social classes and geographic regions. Housing in medieval Scotland ranged from simple one-room cottages with earthen floors to elaborate stone castles with multiple stories and sophisticated architectural features. Most Scots lived in modest structures built from local materials using traditional techniques that provided basic shelter while reflecting limited resources available to common people. Housing quality varied according to social status and regional building traditions. Clothing in medieval Scotland combined practical protection from harsh climate with symbolic expression of social status, regional identity, and personal taste within limits imposed by available materials and sumptuary laws. Highland dress emphasised wool and leather adapted to mountain conditions, while lowland fashion followed European trends in fabrics and styles. Clothing was expensive and carefully maintained through multiple generations. Family life in medieval Scotland was organised around extended kinship networks that provided economic security and social identity, while creating obligations that connected individuals to broader community welfare. Marriages were typically arranged to strengthen family alliances, while child-rearing was shared responsibility that prepared young people for adult roles within established social systems. Family relationships provided both support and constraint. Religious observance permeated daily life in medieval Scotland through prayer schedules, dietary restrictions and seasonal celebrations that marked important transitions in both individual and community experience. Church attendance was mandatory, while religious festivals provided breaks from agricultural labour and opportunities for social interaction that strengthened community bonds. Faith provided comfort and meaning during difficult times. Work patterns in medieval Scotland varied according to occupation, season, and social status, while generally requiring physical labour from dawn to dusk during productive months. Agricultural work was supplemented by crafts, trade and military service that created economic diversity within communities, while maintaining social hierarchies based on birth and function, rather than individual achievement. Education in medieval Scotland was primarily practical training that prepared individuals for their expected social roles, while literacy remained limited to clergy, nobles, and urban merchants who needed reading and writing skills for their occupations. Most Scots learned through apprenticeship and oral tradition that transmitted cultural knowledge while developing practical skills necessary for survival. Healthcare in medieval Scotland combined traditional herbal remedies with religious healing practices that reflected both ancient wisdom and contemporary understanding of disease and injury. Local wise women and monks provided medical treatment using available plants and spiritual interventions, while more serious conditions often meant death despite best efforts at treatment. Entertainment in medieval Scotland included storytelling, music, dancing, and games that provided psychological relief from daily hardships, while transmitting cultural values and historical knowledge to younger generations. Religious festivals and secular celebrations marked important occasions, while informal gatherings created opportunities for social interaction that strengthened community relationships. Transportation in medieval Scotland relied primarily on walking and horseback riding, over difficult terrain that made travel dangerous and time-consuming, while limiting economic and social connections between distant communities. Roads were primitive and often impassable during winter months, while most goods moved by foot or on pack horses that could navigate mountain paths. Trade in medieval Scotland connected local communities to broader economic networks that brought exotic goods from distant places, while providing markets for local products that created wealth beyond subsistence agriculture. Scottish wool, cattle, and fish found buyers throughout Europe, while imported goods like wine, spices, and manufactured items enhanced quality of life for those who could afford them. Legal systems in medieval Scotland provided frameworks for resolving disputes and maintaining social order through combinations of traditional custom, royal law, and church doctrine that balanced competing claims while preserving community stability. Most legal issues were handled locally through traditional mechanisms, while serious crimes were referred to royal or church courts. Seasonal celebrations in medieval Scotland marked important transitions in agricultural and religious calendars, while providing opportunities for community gathering that strengthened social bonds during long winter months. Harvest festivals, religious holidays, and life cycle ceremonies created rhythms that gave meaning to existence while providing psychological support during difficult periods. Women's daily lives in medieval Scotland involved domestic responsibilities, agricultural labour, and childcare that were essential to community survival, while remaining largely unrecognised in formal historical records. Scottish women managed household economies while participating in agricultural work and craft production that contributed significantly to family welfare and community prosperity. Urban life in medieval Scottish burghs provided alternatives to agricultural existence through trade, crafts, and services that created more diverse economic opportunities, while maintaining social hierarchies based on wealth and occupation rather than birth alone. Towns offered possibilities for social advancement while requiring different skills and knowledge than rural life. Childhood in medieval Scotland was brief by modern standards, as young people assumed adult responsibilities at early ages, while enjoying limited formal education or recreational activities. Children worked alongside adults while learning through observation and practice rather than formal instruction. Childhood mortality was high, while surviving children faced adult expectations early. Old age in medieval Scotland was relatively rare due to high mortality rates, while those who achieved advanced years were respected for their wisdom and experience despite physical limitations that reduced their economic productivity. Extended families provided care for elderly members, while their knowledge of traditional practices made them valuable community resources. The rhythm of daily life in medieval Scotland created patterns of existence that connected individuals to natural cycles, social obligations, and spiritual beliefs that provided structure and meaning despite material limitations and constant challenges. These patterns would influence Scottish culture long after medieval conditions had changed, creating lasting traditions that continued to shape Scottish identity through subsequent centuries. The ancient stones of Iona still whisper of St. Columba's arrival in 563, when the Irish monk brought Christianity to Scotland's western shores. But the faith that took root in Scottish soil was not simply transplanted from Ireland or Rome. It grew into something distinctly Scottish, shaped by Highland mists and lowland pragmatism, clan loyalties and royal ambitions, until Scottish Christianity became as distinctive as the heather that coloured the countryside purple each autumn. Celtic Christianity dominated Scotland for centuries before Roman influence began reshaping Scottish religious life. The Celtic Church emphasised personal spiritual experience over institutional hierarchy. Monks lived in simple communities dedicated to learning and prayer. They calculated Easter according to ancient formulas that often differed from Roman dates. Their priests could marry while their bishops wandered from community to community, rather than ruling from fixed cathedral cities. The monasteries of early Christian Scotland were more than religious centres. They served as schools, hospitals, workshops and libraries that preserved both Christian and pagan knowledge during centuries when learning was under assault from Viking raiders and political chaos. Places like Iona, Lindisfarne and Melrose became beacons of civilization that attracted scholars from across Europe, while sending missionaries to convert Germanic tribes. St. Margaret's religious reforms during the 11th century began Scotland's gradual alignment with continental Christian practices. The English princess who became Malcolm Canmore's queen understood that Scottish isolation from mainstream Christianity was becoming politically dangerous as well as spiritually questionable. Her gentle but persistent reforms brought Scottish practices into harmony with Roman usage while respecting ancient traditions. The introduction of continental monastic orders during the 12th century accelerated Scottish religious transformation while creating new centres of learning and economic development throughout the kingdom. Cistercians established abbeys that became models of agricultural innovation. Augustinians founded communities that combined religious devotion with scholarly activity. These new monasteries brought European expertise to Scottish problems. David the Moy's church reforms represented the systematic reorganisation of Scottish Christianity, according to European models that balanced royal authority with ecclesiastical independence. The king established proper dioceses with defined boundaries. He appointed bishops who could match continental standards of education and administrative competence. Most importantly, he created institutional frameworks that would serve Scottish Christianity for centuries. Cathedral building during the medieval period created architectural monuments that demonstrated Scottish religious devotion while showcasing the kingdom's growing prosperity and artistic sophistication. St Andrews, Glasgow, Elgin, and other great churches combined European architectural innovations with Scottish materials and craftsmen. These buildings became symbols of Scottish Christian achievement that impressed foreign visitors. The integration of Highland and Lowland religious traditions required diplomatic sensitivity from church leaders who understood that forced uniformity could destroy rather than strengthen Scottish Christian unity. Celtic practices survived longest in remote Highland areas, while Roman innovations spread first through lowland communities. The Church learned to accommodate regional differences while maintaining essential unity. Medieval Scottish saints reflected the distinctive character of Scottish Christianity through their combination of spiritual devotion with practical service to their communities. St Mungo founded Glasgow, while St Andrew became Scotland's patron through legendary associations with the kingdom's military victories. These saints provided spiritual identity that was recognisably Scottish while remaining universally Christian. The relationship between church and state in medieval Scotland evolved through centuries of negotiation that balanced royal authority with ecclesiastical independence in ways that served both institutions while protecting essential interests of each. Scottish kings appointed bishops while respecting church privileges. Church leaders supported royal policies while maintaining spiritual autonomy. This cooperation created stability that benefited both crown and altar. Religious education in medieval Scotland created the intellectual foundations for Scottish cultural development through monastery schools that taught Latin literacy, theological knowledge, and practical skills necessary for ecclesiastical and secular administration. These schools trained the clergy while educating lay nobles who needed literacy for governmental responsibilities. Church education created Scotland's intellectual elite. Pilgrimage sites throughout Scotland provided spiritual destinations that strengthened religious devotion, while creating economic opportunities for local communities that served travelling pilgrims. St Andrews attracted visitors from across Europe, while local shrines drew regional devotion. These sacred places connected Scottish Christianity to broader European religious culture while maintaining distinctive Scottish characteristics. The development of parish churches throughout medieval Scotland brought Christian worship and instruction to rural communities that had previously relied on occasional visits from wandering priests. These local churches created permanent religious presence in every Scottish community, while providing social centres that strengthened local identity and cohesion. Medieval Scottish religious art combined continental European influences with native traditions, in ways that created distinctively Scottish forms of Christian expression. Illuminated manuscripts, stone carvings, and metalwork demonstrated Scottish artistic capabilities while serving religious functions that enhanced worship and instruction. Scottish religious art achieved international recognition for its beauty and craftsmanship. The role of women in medieval Scottish Christianity extended far beyond passive participation to include active leadership in religious communities that provided education and charitable services throughout the kingdom. Scottish abbesses governed important monasteries while religious women managed hospitals and schools. Female religious participation created opportunities that were unavailable in secular society. Theological development in medieval Scotland reflected the kingdom's integration into European intellectual culture through Scottish participation in scholastic debates that shaped Christian doctrine and philosophy. Scottish theologians studied at continental universities, while foreign scholars visited Scottish monasteries. This intellectual exchange enhanced Scottish religious sophistication while maintaining distinctive Scottish perspectives. The Protestant Reformation that approached Scotland during the late medieval period challenged traditional Catholic practices while building upon centuries of Scottish Christian development that had always emphasised personal religious experience and intellectual independence. The Scottish Church's distinctive characteristics prepared it for religious changes that would transform European Christianity. By 1500, Scottish Christianity had evolved from its Celtic origins into a sophisticated religious system that combined continental European influences with distinctive Scottish characteristics that reflected centuries of adaptation to Scottish conditions and culture. The medieval Scottish Church had created institutional and spiritual foundations that would influence Scottish religious life long after medieval Scotland had passed into history. The flickering candlelight in monastery scriptoriums across medieval Scotland illuminated more than parchment pages. Scottish monks bent over their careful copying were preserving the accumulated wisdom of ages while creating new knowledge that would influence European intellectual development for centuries. Scotland's scholarly tradition grew from humble beginnings in Celtic monasteries into sophisticated academic achievement that commanded respect throughout medieval Christendom. The preservation of classical learning during Scotland's early medieval period occurred primarily in monastery libraries, where Irish and Scottish monks copied Roman and Greek texts that were being lost elsewhere in Europe during the chaos following the Western Roman Empire's collapse. Scottish monasteries became repositories of ancient wisdom that would later feed the intellectual renaissance of the high medieval period. The University of St Andrews, founded in 1413, represented Scotland's entry into the mainstream of European higher education. This institution provided Scottish students with advanced learning opportunities without requiring expensive and dangerous travel to continental universities. St Andrews attracted foreign students while training Scottish clergy and administrators who could match European standards of intellectual competence. Glasgow University's establishment in 1451 expanded Scottish higher education, while demonstrating the kingdom's commitment to intellectual development that would serve both religious and secular needs. The university's curriculum combined traditional medieval subjects with newer humanistic studies that reflected Renaissance influences reaching Scotland through European cultural contacts. Aberdeen's King's College, founded in 1495, completed Scotland's medieval university system while serving the distinctive needs of Scotland's northern regions, where access to southern universities was difficult. These three institutions created educational infrastructure that made Scotland one of Europe's most educationally advanced kingdoms by the end of the medieval period. Scottish scholars achieved international recognition through their contributions to medieval intellectual life, in fields ranging from theology and philosophy to law and natural science. John Duns Scotus, the most famous medieval Scottish intellectual, influenced European scholastic philosophy through theological works that were studied throughout Christendom. His ideas shaped Catholic doctrine while demonstrating Scottish intellectual capabilities. The development of Scottish law schools created professional legal education that produced administrators and judges capable of managing increasingly complex governmental and commercial systems. Scottish legal scholars studied Roman law while adapting continental legal principles to Scottish conditions and traditions. This legal education created institutional foundations for sophisticated Scottish governance. Medical education in medieval Scotland combined traditional herbal knowledge with classical medical texts that provided theoretical frameworks for understanding disease and treatment. Scottish medical practitioners studied at continental universities while developing distinctive Scottish approaches to healthcare that reflected both European learning and local experience with Highland and Lowland health conditions. Scientific observation in medieval Scotland included astronomy, natural history, and mechanical arts that reflected both practical needs and intellectual curiosity about natural phenomena. Scottish monks recorded astronomical observations, while Scottish craftsmen developed technical innovations that improved agricultural and industrial productivity. Scottish science was both theoretical and applied. The role of women in medieval Scottish scholarship was limited by contemporary restrictions on female education, but some women achieved remarkable intellectual accomplishments through religious communities that provided educational opportunities unavailable in secular society. Scottish abbesses managed complex institutions, while some women contributed to religious and scholarly writing that influenced medieval intellectual development. Manuscript production in Scottish monasteries created both functional books for religious use and artistic masterpieces that demonstrated Scottish cultural sophistication while preserving essential texts for future generations. Scottish scribes developed distinctive calligraphic styles, while Scottish illuminators created artistic decorations that combined Celtic traditions with continental innovations. The integration of Gaelic intellectual traditions with Latin scholarship created uniquely Scottish forms of medieval learning that preserved ancient Celtic knowledge while participating in European intellectual culture. Gaelic poetry and historical traditions were recorded in Latin texts, while Latin learning was transmitted through Gaelic cultural institutions. Library development in medieval Scotland created collections of books that served both educational and research functions, while demonstrating the kingdom's intellectual ambitions and achievements. Scottish libraries contained works from throughout Europe, while creating distinctive collections that reflected specifically Scottish intellectual interests and needs. Translation activities in medieval Scotland made continental learning accessible to Scottish students, while making Scottish works available to European audiences. Scottish scholars translated important works from Latin into vernacular languages, while contributing original works in Latin that were studied throughout medieval Europe. The relationship between scholarship and political power in medieval Scotland created opportunities for intellectual advancement, while requiring scholars to serve practical governmental needs through administrative and diplomatic service. Scottish intellectuals served as royal advisors while maintaining scholarly pursuits that enhanced both personal reputation and royal prestige. International academic connections linked Scottish scholarship to broader European intellectual development through Scottish students studying abroad and foreign scholars visiting Scottish institutions. These connections enhanced Scottish intellectual life while contributing Scottish perspectives to European academic debates and discoveries. Theological scholarship in medieval Scotland addressed both universal Christian concerns and distinctive Scottish religious questions that reflected the kingdom's unique position between Celtic and continental Christian traditions. Scottish theologians contributed to scholastic debates while developing theological approaches that served specifically Scottish religious needs. Mathematical and computational studies in medieval Scotland served both practical needs for calendar calculation and commercial measurement, while contributing to broader European mathematical development. Scottish mathematicians worked on problems related to timekeeping, surveying, and architectural design that required sophisticated mathematical knowledge. Historical scholarship in medieval Scotland preserved both oral traditions and contemporary events through chronicles that provided essential sources for understanding Scottish development, while contributing to broader European historical knowledge. Scottish chroniclers recorded both local events and international developments that affected Scottish interests. The development of vernacular scholarship in medieval Scotland made learning accessible to broader Scottish audiences while preserving distinctive Scottish cultural traditions that might otherwise have been lost to Latin academic culture. Scots language scholarship created literary and intellectual traditions that would influence Scottish culture for centuries. By 1500, medieval Scottish scholarship had achieved remarkable development that placed Scotland among Europe's leading intellectual centres, while maintaining distinctive Scottish characteristics that reflected the kingdom's unique cultural position. Scottish universities and scholars had created educational and intellectual foundations that would serve Scottish needs through subsequent centuries, while contributing to broader European cultural advancement. The masons who carved the soaring arches of Melrose Abbey worked not merely with stone but with dreams given form. Their chisels released angels from blocks of sandstone, while their vision transformed local materials into European masterpieces that would inspire admiration for centuries. Medieval Scottish art and architecture achieved unique synthesis of continental sophistication with native tradition that created distinctly Scottish forms of beauty. Romanesque architecture arrived in Scotland during the 12th century through continental monastic orders and royal patronage that introduced European building techniques while adapting them to Scottish climatic conditions and available materials. Early Scottish Romanesque buildings combined Norman grandeur with practical Scottish modifications that created distinctive architectural traditions. Gothic architecture flourished in medieval Scotland during the 13th and 14th centuries as Scottish masons mastered advanced building techniques while developing regional variations that reflected both European influences and Scottish aesthetic preferences. Scottish Gothic combined soaring verticality with sturdy practicality that matched Scottish character and conditions. Castle architecture in medieval Scotland evolved from simple defensive structures into sophisticated residential and administrative buildings that demonstrated both military necessity and artistic ambition. Scottish castles developed distinctive characteristics that balanced defensive requirements with residential comfort while showcasing noble wealth and taste through architectural sophistication. Church architecture throughout medieval Scotland created sacred spaces that inspired devotion, while demonstrating community prosperity and artistic achievement. Cathedral builders combined European architectural innovations with Scottish craftsmanship to produce buildings that were both spiritually uplifting and artistically magnificent. These churches became symbols of Scottish Christian civilization. Manuscript illumination in medieval Scotland produced artistic masterpieces that combined religious devotion with aesthetic achievement through decorative programs that enhanced both the functional and spiritual value of religious texts. Scottish illuminators developed distinctive styles that reflected both Celtic decorative traditions and continental artistic influences. Sculpture in medieval Scotland served both architectural and devotional functions through carved decorations that enhanced building beauty while providing religious instruction for largely illiterate populations. Scottish sculptors achieved remarkable artistic sophistication while maintaining accessibility that made their work comprehensible to common people. as well as artistic connoisseurs. Metalwork in medieval Scotland included both functional and decorative objects that demonstrated Scottish craftsmanship while serving religious, ceremonial and practical purposes. Scottish metalworkers created church ornaments, weapons and household goods that combined utility with beauty in ways that enhanced daily life while displaying artistic skill. Painting in medieval Scotland was primarily religious in function, while achieving artistic excellence that enhanced worship and instruction through visual programs that made theological concepts accessible to medieval audiences. Scottish painters worked primarily on religious subjects while developing distinctive styles that reflected both European techniques and Scottish sensibilities. Textile production in medieval Scotland created both utilitarian and decorative fabrics that served practical needs while demonstrating artistic capabilities through weaving, embroidery and dyeing techniques that produced goods ranging from simple household linens to elaborate ceremonial vestments that showcase Scottish artistic achievement. Music in medieval Scotland combined Celtic traditions with continental innovations to create distinctive Scottish musical forms that served both secular and religious purposes. Scottish musicians developed instrumental techniques and vocal traditions that were recognisably Scottish while meeting European standards of musical sophistication. The integration of Highland and Lowland artistic traditions created uniquely Scottish forms of artistic expression that combined Celtic decorative sensibilities with continental technical innovations. This synthesis produced art that was both distinctively Scottish and universally appealing to European artistic tastes. Royal patronage of arts in medieval Scotland provided resources and encouragement for artistic development, while demonstrating royal cultural sophistication that enhanced the kingdom's international reputation. Scottish kings commissioned artistic projects that served both personal and political purposes through cultural achievement that impressed foreign observers. Urban artistic development in Scottish medieval burghs created craft traditions that served both local needs and international markets, while demonstrating Scottish artistic capabilities in various media. Town workshops produced goods that were both functional and beautiful while training craftsmen who maintained artistic standards across generations. The role of women in medieval Scottish artistic production included both anonymous contributions to textile work and embroidery, and recognised achievement in areas like manuscript illumination, where some women achieved artistic recognition despite general restrictions on female professional activities. International artistic connections linked Scottish artistic development to broader European cultural trends through Scottish artists studying abroad and foreign artists working in Scotland. These connections enhanced Scottish artistic sophistication while contributing Scottish perspectives to European artistic development. Religious artistic programs in medieval Scotland served both devotional and educational purposes through comprehensive decorative schemes that enhanced worship while providing religious instruction to medieval audiences. These programs demonstrated sophisticated understanding of art's spiritual and social functions. Secular artistic expression in medieval Scotland included decorative arts for noble households and urban communities that demonstrated Scottish artistic capabilities while serving practical and social functions beyond religious requirements. This secular art showed Scottish cultural sophistication in non-religious contexts. The development of distinctively Scottish artistic styles reflected the kingdom's unique cultural position between Celtic and continental European traditions, while demonstrating Scottish artistic creativity that produced original contributions to medieval European art. Scottish artists created forms that were both traditional and innovative. Architectural innovation in medieval Scotland included technical solutions to building challenges posed by Scottish climate and materials, while aesthetic developments that enhanced building beauty without compromising structural integrity. Scottish builders developed construction techniques that were both practical and artistically sophisticated. By 1500, medieval Scottish art and architecture had achieved remarkable sophistication that demonstrated the kingdom's cultural maturity while maintaining distinctive Scottish characteristics that set Scottish artistic achievement apart from other European traditions. Scottish artists and architects had created cultural legacy that would influence Scottish aesthetic development for centuries, while contributing to broader European artistic advancement. In the halls of medieval Scottish castles and the cells of monastery scriptoriums, three languages wove together the tapestry of Scottish literary culture. Latin carried the weight of scholarship and international communication. Gaelic preserved ancient Celtic wisdom through oral traditions stretching back to pre-Christian times. Scots emerged as the vernacular tongue that would eventually carry Scotland's greatest literary achievements to audiences throughout Europe and beyond. Gaelic literary traditions in medieval Scotland maintained ancient Celtic cultural heritage through oral poetry, storytelling, and historical chronicles that preserved collective memory while adapting to changing circumstances. Highland bards transmitted clan histories through elaborate verse forms that required years of training to master. These oral traditions provided cultural continuity that connected medieval Scots to their ancient ancestors. The development of written Gaelic literature during the medieval period created permanent records of Celtic cultural achievement, while making Highland traditions accessible to broader Scottish and European audiences. Gaelic scribes adapted Irish literary models to Scottish conditions while developing distinctively Scottish forms of Celtic literature. Latin remained the primary language of Scottish scholarship, diplomacy, and church administration throughout the medieval period, while serving as the medium for Scottish participation in broader European intellectual culture. Scottish writers produced significant Latin works in theology, history, and philosophy that contributed to medieval learning while demonstrating Scottish intellectual capabilities. The emergence of Scots as a literary language during the late medieval period created new possibilities for Scottish cultural expression that could reach broader audiences while maintaining distinctively Scottish character. Early Scots literature adapted continental literary forms to Scottish subjects and sensibilities, while developing innovative approaches to European literary traditions. John Barber's The Bruce, completed around 1375, established Scots as a serious literary language capable of epic achievement, while creating the foundational work of Scottish vernacular literature. This biographical epic of Robert the Bruce combined historical narrative with literary artistry in ways that influenced Scottish writing for centuries, while demonstrating Scots language literary potential. The markers of the 15th and 16th centuries elevated Scots poetry to European standards of sophistication, while maintaining distinctively Scottish characteristics that set their work apart from English and continental literature. Poets like Robert Henryson, William Dunbar, and Gavin Douglas created works that were both technically accomplished and uniquely Scottish in sensibility. Robert Henryson's poetry demonstrated Scots literature's capacity for both moral instruction and artistic beauty through works that combined medieval allegorical traditions with Scottish social observation. His Testament of Cresseid and his fables created literary models that influenced Scottish writing, while achieving artistic excellence that impressed European audiences. William Dunbar's court poetry achieved remarkable versatility that showcased Scots' language flexibility, while demonstrating Scottish literary sophistication during the reign of James IV. Dunbar's work ranged from religious devotion to satirical humour, while maintaining consistently high artistic standards that established him as one of Europe's finest medieval poets. Gavin Douglas's translation of Virgil's Aeneid into Scots created the first vernacular translation of a classical epic in any Germanic language, while demonstrating Scots' literary capabilities through one of medieval Europe's most challenging translation projects. This achievement proved that Scots could serve sophisticated literary purposes previously reserved for Latin. Religious literature in medieval Scotland served both devotional and instructional purposes, while contributing to the development of Scottish vernacular prose that could address complex theological subjects in accessible language. Scottish religious writers created works that enhanced spiritual life while advancing Scottish literary development. Historical writing in medieval Scotland preserved essential records of Scottish development, while contributing to broader medieval historical scholarship through chronicles that combined careful observation with literary artistry. Scottish chroniclers like John of Forden and Andrew of Wintoun created historical works that were both factually valuable and literally accomplished. The influence of continental European literature on Scottish writing created opportunities for Scottish authors to adapt international literary forms to Scottish subjects, while contributing Scottish perspectives to European literary development. This cross-cultural literary exchange enhanced Scottish literature while demonstrating the kingdom's cultural sophistication. Legal literature in medieval Scotland combined practical legal instruction with literary artistry through works that made complex legal concepts accessible, while demonstrating Scots' language capabilities for technical and professional writing. Scottish legal writers contributed to both legal and literary development. The role of women in medieval Scottish literary culture included both anonymous contributions to oral traditions and recognised achievement in areas like religious writing, where some women created literary works that achieved lasting influence despite general restrictions on female intellectual activities. Educational literature in medieval Scotland served both practical instruction and cultural transmission through works that taught essential knowledge while preserving Scottish cultural traditions for future generations. These educational works enhanced both learning and literary development. Satirical literature in medieval Scotland provided social commentary while demonstrating Scottish literary sophistication through works that combined humour with serious observation of Scottish society and politics. Scottish satirists created literary traditions that influenced social criticism for centuries. The development of Scots literary prose during the medieval period created foundations for later Scottish literary achievement, while demonstrating vernacular language capabilities for complex narrative and expository writing. Early Scots prose writers established literary traditions that would flourish in subsequent centuries. Folk literature in medieval Scotland preserved popular wisdom and entertainment, while contributing to broader Scottish literary development through stories, songs, and sayings that reflected common Scottish experience and values. This folk literature provided cultural foundations that influenced more sophisticated literary achievement. The Scottish advance down Flodden Hill encountered boggy ground that disrupted formation integrity, while English bills and halberds proved superior to Scottish spears in close combat on broken terrain. Highland tactics that emphasised individual prowess were ineffective against disciplined English formations, while Scottish nobles who fought in the front ranks were systematically slaughtered by professional English soldiers. James IV's personal courage during the battle was undeniable, as the king fought in the front rank alongside his nobles rather than directing operations from safety behind the lines. But royal gallantry became royal tragedy when James was killed during the melee, struck down within spear length of the English commander he sought to reach. With the king's death, Scottish resistance collapsed into panic and flight. The casualties at Flodden were unprecedented in Scottish history, eliminating an entire generation of Scottish leadership while creating power vacuums that would destabilise the kingdom for decades. Beyond James IV himself, the battle claimed an archbishop, 2 bishops, 2 abbots, 12 earls, 13 lords, and thousands of lesser nobles and common soldiers. Scotland lost not just an army, but its social and political elite. The immediate consequences of Flodden included English occupation of southern Scotland, while the infant James V inherited a kingdom devastated by military disaster and political chaos. The minority government that followed struggled to maintain basic order, while English forces consolidated their gains, and Scottish nobles fought among themselves for control of royal authority. The psychological impact of Flodden on Scottish national consciousness was profound and lasting, creating collective trauma that influenced Scottish attitudes toward military adventure and political risk for generations. The disaster demonstrated that even Renaissance Scotland remained vulnerable to the kind of catastrophic defeat that could undo centuries of careful development in a single afternoon. European reaction to Flodden news revealed the extent to which James Thorpe had succeeded in establishing Scotland as a respected European power, whose destruction was regretted throughout continental courts. French observers mourned the loss of a valuable ally, while papal representatives lamented the death of a Renaissance prince whose cultural achievements had impressed European intellectuals. The economic consequences of Flodden extended far beyond immediate military costs, to include long-term disruption of trade relationships and governmental functions that had sustained Scottish prosperity during James IV's reign. English occupation disrupted Scottish commerce, while internal political chaos made systematic governance impossible during crucial years following the disaster. Religious implications of Flodden included the loss of church leaders whose deaths created ecclesiastical chaos, while the disaster raised theological questions about divine favour that had previously seemed to support Scottish independence. Scottish clergy struggled to explain how God had permitted such catastrophic defeat of a Christian king fighting against heretical enemies. The strategic consequences of Flodden eliminated Scottish ability to project military power beyond its borders, while creating English opportunities for renewed attempts at Scottish conquest. The battle's outcome reversed decades of Scottish military success, while demonstrating that medieval Scottish military methods were inadequate for early modern warfare conditions. Cultural mourning for Flodden created literary and artistic expressions that preserved memory of the disaster, while processing collective grief through creative works that honoured the dead while warning against similar future tragedies. Scottish poets and musicians created elegiac works that became permanent parts of Scottish cultural memory. The lessons of Flodden were harsh but clear. Scottish independence required constant vigilance and careful calculation of risks that could destroy, in moments, what generations had built through patient effort. Medieval Scotland's greatest military disaster taught subsequent generations that honour without wisdom was suicidal, while independence without adequate preparation was impossible. Women's experiences during and after Flodden revealed gender dimensions of national disaster, as Scottish women lost husbands, sons and fathers, while assuming responsibilities for maintaining communities devastated by male casualties. The aftermath required female leadership that traditional Scottish society had not prepared for but desperately needed. By sunset on September 9th, 1513, medieval Scotland had suffered a wound that would take generations to heal, while learning that the price of independence could be higher than any nation should pay. Flodden marked not just military defeat, but the end of medieval Scottish confidence that had sustained the kingdom through centuries of struggle against overwhelming odds. The winds of religious change that swept through Europe during the early 16th century reached Scotland with particular force. Finding a kingdom already weakened by military disaster and political instability, the Protestant Reformation that would transform European Christianity arrived in Scotland not as abstract theological debate, but as urgent political crisis that threatened to tear apart the fabric of medieval Scottish society while creating opportunities for spiritual renewal. Martin Luther's challenge to papal authority in 1517 resonated throughout European Christianity, while reaching Scotland through trade connections, diplomatic contacts, and scholarly exchanges that made religious isolation impossible, despite Scotland's geographic position on Europe's periphery. Scottish scholars studying at continental universities returned with reformist ideas while foreign merchants brought Protestant literature to Scottish ports. The Scottish Catholic Church in the early 16th century was wealthy and powerful, but also corrupt and complacent in ways that made it vulnerable to Protestant criticism, while alienating many Scots who retained deep religious faith despite their dissatisfaction with clerical behaviour. Church lands comprised nearly half of Scotland's territory, while clerical income exceeded royal revenues, creating resentment among lay people struggling with taxation. Cardinal David Beaton represented traditional Catholic resistance to Protestant innovation through policies that combined religious orthodoxy with political calculation, while demonstrating the complex relationships between religious authority and secular power in pre-Reformation Scotland. Beaton's efforts to suppress Protestant ideas through persecution created martyrs, while failing to address underlying problems that made religious reform attractive. The execution of Protestant reformer Patrick Hamilton in 1528 demonstrated both Catholic determination to maintain orthodoxy and Protestant willingness to die for their beliefs, while creating Scotland's first significant Protestant martyr. Hamilton's death inspired further Protestant activity, while revealing the government's inability to suppress religious dissent through persecution alone. French influence in Scottish religious affairs complicated Protestant advancement, while providing Catholic authorities with international support for maintaining traditional practices against reformist pressures. The Franco-Scottish alliance that had served political purposes for centuries became a religious liability when France remained Catholic while Scotland's neighbours embraced Protestant reforms. The role of Scottish nobles in religious change reflected both spiritual conviction and material calculation as aristocratic families evaluated Protestant innovations in terms of both theological validity and political advantage. Some nobles embraced Protestant ideas from genuine religious conviction, while others saw Reformation as opportunities to acquire church lands and reduce clerical political influence. John Knox's emergence as Scotland's leading Protestant reformer provided the movement with charismatic leadership, while demonstrating the revolutionary potential of Protestant ideas when applied to Scottish conditions. Knox's years in continental exile had exposed him to advanced Protestant thinking, while his Scottish background enabled him to adapt reformist ideas to distinctively Scottish circumstances. The influence of English Protestantism on Scottish religious development created complex relationships between the two kingdoms, as religious reform provided new grounds for both cooperation and conflict. English Protestant ideas reached Scotland through various channels, while Scottish Protestant development took distinctive forms that reflected Scottish religious traditions and political necessities. Biblical translation into Scots made Protestant ideas accessible to broader Scottish audiences, while challenging Catholic claims about the necessity of Latin for religious understanding. Vernacular religious literature enabled Scottish laypeople to participate more directly in religious debates that had previously been restricted to clerical elites with Latin education. The growth of Protestant congregations throughout Scotland during the 1540s and 1550s demonstrated popular appeal of reformist ideas, while creating organisational challenges for both Protestant reformers seeking to establish alternative religious structures and Catholic authorities attempting to maintain traditional ecclesiastical control. Educational implications of Protestant advancement included new emphasis on literacy that made religious texts accessible to common people, while challenging traditional Catholic approaches to religious instruction that emphasized visual and ritual rather than textual means of religious communication. Protestant education was necessarily more democratic and participatory. Economic aspects of approaching religious change included questions about disposition of church lands and revenues that represented enormous wealth potentially available for redistribution, while creating powerful interests in both maintaining and reforming traditional ecclesiastical arrangements. Religious change had significant material as well as spiritual dimensions. The relationship between religious reform and political authority created constitutional questions about royal control over religious matters, while challenging traditional relationships between secular and spiritual power that had characterized medieval Scottish governance. Religious reformation required governmental reformation that touched every aspect of Scottish institutional life. Regional variations in Scottish religious development reflected different patterns of Catholic strength and Protestant penetration, while demonstrating that religious change was not uniform throughout the kingdom, but varied according to local conditions including geographic accessibility, economic circumstances, and existing religious traditions. The approach of systematic religious reformation by 1560 represented fundamental challenge to medieval Scottish civilization that had been shaped by Catholic Christianity for nearly 1,000 years, while offering possibilities for spiritual and social renewal that could address problems that traditional approaches had failed to solve. International dimensions of Scottish religious change included relationships with Protestant England and Catholic France that complicated Scottish diplomatic and military policies, while creating new opportunities for international alliance based on religious rather than purely political considerations. Religion was becoming central to European international relations. The intellectual challenges posed by Protestant Reformation required Scottish response to complex theological questions, while creating opportunities for Scottish participation in broader European religious debates that enhanced Scotland's intellectual reputation while challenging traditional Scottish approaches to religious authority and biblical interpretation. By 1560, medieval Scotland faced religious transformation that would fundamentally alter Scottish civilization, while creating both opportunities for renewal and dangers of division that could destroy national unity if not carefully managed. The Protestant Reformation had arrived in Scotland with force that would reshape every aspect of Scottish life, while ending the medieval period that had been defined by Catholic Christianity since St. Columba's time. As the 16th century dawned over Scotland's ancient landscapes, the kingdom that had emerged from Kenneth MacAlpin's unification 8 centuries earlier stood transformed yet recognisably Scottish. Medieval Scotland was drawing to a close, but the institutions, traditions and national character forged during those turbulent centuries would endure long after castles crumbled and kings were forgotten. The legacy of medieval Scotland became the foundation upon which all future Scottish achievement would rest. The governmental innovations developed during medieval Scotland created institutional frameworks that would serve Scottish needs through subsequent centuries, while demonstrating that small kingdoms could achieve sophisticated administrative systems through careful adaptation of foreign models to local conditions. The Stewart monarchy, parliamentary institutions and legal systems developed during the medieval period provided Scotland with governmental foundations comparable to any European power. Military traditions established during medieval Scotland's struggle for independence created warrior culture and tactical innovations that would influence Scottish military thinking long after medieval warfare became obsolete. The guerrilla tactics developed by William Wallace and Robert Bruce provided strategic models for future Scottish resistance, while the ideal of citizen soldiers defending their homeland became a permanent feature of Scottish national identity. Economic development during medieval Scotland transformed a primitive agricultural kingdom into sophisticated commercial society with international trade connections while creating prosperity that supported cultural achievement and political independence. Scottish wool, cattle, and fish found markets throughout Europe, while Scottish merchants established trading relationships that enhanced the kingdom's international influence and domestic wealth. Cultural achievements during medieval Scotland demonstrated that peripheral kingdoms could achieve artistic and intellectual sophistication while maintaining distinctive national characteristics that enhanced rather than diminished their appeal to international audiences. Scottish literature, architecture and scholarship achieved European recognition while remaining recognisably Scottish in character and content. Educational institutions established during medieval Scotland created foundations for intellectual development that would serve Scottish needs through subsequent centuries, while demonstrating the kingdom's commitment to learning and cultural advancement. Scottish universities provided educational opportunities that reduced Scottish dependence on foreign institutions, while contributing to broader European intellectual development. Religious traditions developed during medieval Scotland created spiritual foundations that would influence Scottish Christianity through subsequent centuries, while demonstrating successful synthesis of ancient Celtic traditions with continental European practices. Scottish Christianity achieved distinctive character that balanced traditional and innovative elements while maintaining essential Christian orthodoxy. The concept of Scottish independence established during medieval struggles against English domination became a permanent feature of Scottish political culture that would influence Scottish attitudes toward union, empire and international relations through subsequent centuries. Medieval Scotland proved that small nations could maintain independence against overwhelming odds if they possessed sufficient determination and appropriate strategies. Social institutions developed during medieval Scotland created frameworks for community organisation that balanced individual freedom with collective responsibility, while providing models for democratic participation that would influence later Scottish political development. Scottish clan systems and urban communities demonstrated alternative approaches to social organisation that emphasised participation and consent. Legal traditions established during medieval Scotland created distinctive Scottish legal systems that combined continental European influences with ancient Celtic customs, while maintaining essential characteristics that distinguish Scottish law from English legal traditions. Scottish legal development provided foundations for jurisprudence that would serve Scottish needs through changing political circumstances. Economic innovations during medieval Scotland created commercial traditions and financial institutions that provided models for later Scottish economic development, while demonstrating that kingdoms could achieve prosperity through trade and industry, as well as agriculture and military conquest. Scottish economic success provided foundations for later achievements in commerce and manufacturing. Cultural identity forged during medieval Scotland created national consciousness that would sustain Scottish distinctiveness through subsequent centuries, while providing emotional and intellectual resources that enabled Scotland to maintain separate identity despite political union with England. Medieval Scottish culture provided foundations for modern Scottish nationalism that transcended political arrangements. International reputation achieved by medieval Scotland demonstrated that small European kingdoms could command respect through cultural achievement and diplomatic skill, while creating relationships that enhanced national security and commercial prosperity. Scottish international success provided models for later Scottish participation in global affairs. Constitutional traditions developed during medieval Scotland created frameworks for limited monarchy and representative government that balanced royal authority with popular participation, while providing precedents for later constitutional development that would influence Scottish political thinking through subsequent centuries. Medieval Scottish constitutionalism provided alternatives to both absolutism and anarchy. The integration of diverse regional traditions during medieval Scotland created national unity that respected local differences while maintaining essential Scottish characteristics that distinguished the kingdom from its neighbours. Scottish success in managing diversity provided models for later efforts to balance unity with diversity in changing political circumstances. Scientific and technological achievements during medieval Scotland contributed to broader European development, while demonstrating Scottish capacity for innovation and practical problem-solving that would characterise later Scottish contributions to global civilization. Medieval Scottish innovation provided foundations for later achievements in science, engineering, and industry. Artistic traditions established during medieval Scotland created distinctive Scottish approaches to beauty and expression that would influence later Scottish cultural development, while contributing to broader European artistic achievement. Medieval Scottish art provided foundations for cultural traditions that would enhance Scottish civilization through subsequent centuries. The relationship between Highland and Lowland Scotland established during the medieval period created frameworks for managing cultural diversity while maintaining national unity that would influence later Scottish approaches to regional differences. Medieval Scotland demonstrated that political unity could coexist with cultural diversity if appropriate institutional arrangements were developed. Women's contributions to medieval Scottish development created precedents for female participation in Scottish social, cultural and political life that would influence later opportunities for Scottish women while demonstrating their essential roles in national achievement despite formal restrictions on female authority. By 1560, medieval Scotland had created comprehensive legacy that would influence Scottish development through subsequent centuries while providing foundations for Scottish contributions to global civilization. The kingdom that had begun as a collection of warring tribes had become sophisticated European monarchy that commanded international respect, while maintaining distinctive Scottish identity that would endure through all future political changes. As morning light touches the ancient stones of Scotland's castles and cathedrals, we reach the end of our journey through 1,000 years of medieval Scottish history. From the mist-shrouded Highlands, where Celtic clans first pledged their loyalty to Kenneth MacAlpin, to the Renaissance courts where Stewart kings patronised poets and scholars, Scotland had transformed itself from a collection of warring tribes into one of Europe's most sophisticated kingdoms. The story we have shared tonight spans centuries of triumph and tragedy, of heroes like William Wallace and Robert Bruce who proved that courage could overcome impossible odds, and of visionaries like David This and James IV who demonstrated that small kingdoms could achieve greatness through wisdom and determination. Medieval Scotland proved that independence was not just possible but noble, that culture could flourish even in harsh circumstances, and that national identity could survive any challenge if it rested on solid foundations of shared values and common purpose. The castles may now stand empty, and the ancient kings sleep in their tombs, but their legacy lives on in the spirit of the Scottish people and in the institutions they created. The parliamentary traditions, the legal systems, the universities, and above all the fierce commitment to independence that defined medieval Scotland continue to shape the modern world. The kingdom that emerged from those distant centuries gave humanity examples of what small nations could achieve when they combined courage with wisdom, tradition with innovation, and local pride with universal values. Sleep well, knowing that the story of medieval Scotland continues in every generation that values freedom, cherishes learning, and believes that even the smallest nations can change the world through determination and faith in their own possibilities.